Y'all, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. Play some more KAIZO IRONMON. We're gonna be doing a launch stream today because, well, to be frank, because of your mom. Don't drink and play KAIZO, kids. Let's go ahead and do it. We're back, baby. We're gonna be watching more SunSalt because SunSalt is the GOAT. The GOAT. All right, I'm freaking out. All right, first tip of the day is Left Gang, Venusaur, Whismer, and Doduo. Okay.
If you've ever played a Mario Kart game before, the one course that probably sticks out in your mind is Rainbow Road. Its first iteration was in Super Mario Kart back in 1992. It was drastically different from all other courses in the game.
If I win somehow, it'll be a miracle.
Very few obstacles, and any false move would send you falling off the track. This course's difficulty became
I got pretty close though. I gotta follow the BTM counter.
Track as fast as possible. And throughout the Mario Kart games, all of which feature their own version of Rainbow Road, this course's legacy is still preserved. Let's take a look at how speedrunners have been able to break this course to set world records.
No, let's not do it, guys. Alright, mid-gang, SunKERN, dodge a bolt there. Honestly, you know what? For a Clefable, it ain't bad. But this one in particular is awful. So, joke's on you, I can't miss. At least in your... That did less than half. I would have won probably, maybe.
The story begins in 1992. This
no, it doesn't.
That introduced the franchise's staple
game.
Rainbow Road from Nintendo
Winkle.
Super Mario Kart.
Legit forget Winkle is Gen 3.1 sometimes.
Methods of racing: Grand Prix, where you raced against other drivers, and time trials, where you raced against yourself to set the fastest time possible. This video is going to be focused on world records achieved in the time trials. The goal of time trials was to race 5
Left gang.
Rainbow Road as fast as possible.
Drill, coughing, and Totodile. Wow, really fast Totodile. What the frick?
The NTSC version of the game was released in
wow, stab Megahorn, can't beat that. Excuse me.
Released in Europe and most other regions of the world. The main difference between PAL and NTSC is the frame rate. NTSC is 60 frames.
Left gang, Master Ball, that's kind of cool. Champ, not bad.
This led to the developers changing a lot of
only problem is we have to fight a Rayquaza. Not exactly looking great for us here.
The very early history of who could race around Rainbow Road the fastest is extremely difficult to find. Given the difficulties of accessing the internet in the early to mid-90s,
my back hurts, dude.
The overall world record was not particularly well kept track of. The earliest agreed upon records on Rainbow Road come from the late 90s and early 2000s.
Let's get the favorite!
With the
I was literally saying to myself, what if I get a favorite? Oh my gosh, I got Flamethrower, but I have no speed and I have Drizzle, dude. What? Stab superpower is kind of insane though.
They in all likelihood used either Bowser or Donkey Kong Jr. as their racer, since they have the highest top speed on the road. They probably took full advantage of hopping over corners, a technique used to gain small amounts of time on each lap. One technique that could not be used, however, was boosting.
Milk, kind of cool.
Around a sufficiently large section.
Going with Lapras.
Holding
World's slowest Lapras.
Pressing either left or right on the shoulder buttons. The racer gains a small speed boost after completing the turn. However, Rainbow Road doesn't have any turns large enough to build a boost.
That shade might do more.
74 frames, or over a second.
Like relatively, I guess.
So driving around Rainbow Road.
Yo, we beat Jirachi. Let's go.
Turns as tightly as possible and
Flamethrower. That's interesting.
One of the most dominant runners.
What do you think, guys? Should we run this? No, surely not. Right? It's really freaking slow, but dude, that moveset though. Kind of wild. Kind of a wild moveset. No, it's too slow. There's no way this thing's gonna run. No pun intended. I can't even run from wild Pokemon, so I don't see how I could run it. That's not a funny joke. I'm sorry.
Sami was the first verified.
Saw, dude.
While KVD and Geo traded the record back and forth.
Geode.
Before Kart 7
Got a heal.
back before the new year. Then in 2006,
at least we thick.
A revolution was discovered across Super Mario Kart.
More or less.
The backs of the D-pads on Super Nintendo controllers have a bump that prevents two opposite directions from being pressed at the same time. Kart 7 discovered that by opening the controller and shaving this bump down, it was possible to get boosts much more easily by using
Traveler, I'll
the
pass.
zigzag boost. The player could hop and wiggle from left to right on the controller even while going over a straight section of the course, and begin to build up their boost without turning.
Or ice beam.
This, combined with going over a long enough turn, would mean boosts were now possible
do we have a stone?
throughout Rainbow Road, saving a fraction of a second each time.
We could maybe find one
The
up
idea of
ahead, but it's kind of risky because
may sound controversial, but this practice was more
Thunderstone. Okay, we can catch an EV. Let's do it.
Super Nintendo controllers sometimes naturally shave this bump down through heavy use alone, so allowing people to do it themselves just made it fair to everyone. There's still a leaderboard that doesn't allow these types of boosts, the non-NBT leaderboard, but for simplicity's sake, we'll be focusing on runs where the
I have battle fixed crabRave.
KVD would end up lowering both the PAL and NTSC records down further using the zigzag boost.
I don't mind catching a EV, but I need it to be level 8 at least.
On NTSC. Other competitors would get a hold of these records for periods of
This
time.
will start you, but I got a Thunderstone on Waterstone.
Mastery of the zigzag boost helped him continuously regain his title. Japan also has their own leaderboards for the game, and in June 2012, a player known as MYAAA posted an NTSC time of 120.
And EV is one of the few stone evos where
video for proof.
oh, actually never mind
This was
thinking
more
about the
than a
fact
quarter
that
of a second
it's not gonna
ahead of
evolve
the
into
NTSC
full
record
gem.
at the time. And the way MYAAA did it was by A, just driving really well, and B, by utilizing a technique known as hop boosting. Normally, players build a boost by zigzagging on the straight path before a corner. Since you can't normally build a boost while hopping over a corner, it's sometimes necessary to spend a little extra time on the straight path to build up the boost, causing the hop to be a little bit later and having it be a little bit less than optimal. However, Super Mario Kart has two hopping buttons, L and R. Keep in mind one of these must be pressed the entire time you're building the boost for it to be built properly. You press one of them to hop, and then by switching to the other one the frame after you let go of the original one, the game will allow your boost to keep building. Since you can now continue building your boost while in the air, the zigzag boost build can be stopped slightly sooner, and you can get an optimal hop over the corners. This extremely difficult technique is known as a hop boost, and helped MYAAA save a few frames over the course of the run. This record is
I wonder if it's possible I can't find a level 8 EV.
Mostly due to a lack of communication
I don't know.
between MYAAA and the West.
Really only one way to find out.
Able to beat it. The closest any other NTSC player
It's not looking good.
123.63.
Not only is it EV the rare encounter, but I haven't found even a level 8 yet. One yet, so I don't even know if I can find it as level 8.
So that's the history of Super Mario Kart's Rainbow Road World Records. But a few years after this game, Nintendo released its first sequel. Its legacy is preserved by its hundreds of active time trial players, and it has one of the most broken speedruns out there. This is Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart 64 was the first game in the franchise to be in full 3D. Courses
No, it's not.
up
Just kidding.
and down instead of just left and right.
Hey, there we go.
Naturally, this meant the developers could do a lot more with Rainbow Road when designing it. The end result, however, was this.
Raichu. Ugh, it's a Stone Evo. Not great.
This is Rainbow
Alright, so
Road.
it's a special attacker.
It's the longest course in the entire Mario Kart franchise.
Yeah, no, it's just not. That's
In
not good
some
enough,
respects,
unfortunately.
it's the complete opposite
At least
of
it's
Super Mario Kart.
fast, so it's actually not that bad of a one to
Instead of
pivot with.
having no walls, there's a rail along both sides of the track all the way through to prevent you from falling off. There's no thwomps ready to crush you.
Party could be good. Quad weak to size sucks, but I mean, it might be my only real option.
It's a bizarre course. You're just surrounded by space while driving around a seemingly endless rainbow path. There's no risk of falling
That
off.
could be good.
You just drive as well as you can. However,
That does make Solar Beam a little scary, though.
Mario Kart 64 was a really broken game. There are large skips on most of the tracks, and as innocent as Rainbow Road may seem, it too can be broken just the same. One of the game's most famous shortcuts is from the very start of Rainbow Road. You jump off the side of the track as it goes downhill, and land far down on the track below. This trick was discovered essentially right as the game came out, and it's impossible to tell who the first person was to pull it off. It cuts out a pretty significant portion of the track, as you can see from the minimap. The best part is, it's really easy to perform. Many could pull out their copy of Mario Kart 64 right now and probably get it on one of their first attempts. After getting this jump, it was up to the player to simply drive around the course as well as possible. This involved doing mini turbos nearly constantly. By hopping and holding R to drift, then wiggling the thumbstick back and forth twice, the player builds up a boost that can then be released to gain some speed. It works quite similarly to boosting in Super Mario Kart, except boost can be built up much, much faster in Mario Kart 64. Also similarly to Super Mario Kart, the game has both a PAL and an NTSC version, where the PAL version runs at 5/6 the frame rate of the NTSC version.
Holy special attacker. What the frick? This thing built different, bruh.
The race timer is kept at the same speed. So
Thing is built different.
Will be about 17
Well, I don't really expect this thing to get very far, but you don't see a stat spread like that very often.
Actually puts PAL and NTSC runs on the same leaderboard, mathematically converting times between the two versions to tell which runs are faster. Although playing on PAL gives a bit of an advantage since you're essentially playing in slow motion. After the shortcut on Rainbow Road was discovered, there began to be two types of runs through the course. Non-shortcut runs, where you drive around the entire thing as normal, and shortcut runs, where you would do as many shortcuts as you could to go as fast as possible.
Order could be good.
The non-shortcut record.
This one, I mean, it's not awful.
6-minute-long journey around the course 3 times. The record has only come down by about 10 seconds in the past 20 years. And the only real strategy improvement was a discovery from David Tran at the very start. By triple tapping the A button on the big hill at the start of the course, you'll be able to avoid becoming airborne and will go down it much faster. Other than that, for non-shortcut, all you were really doing was following a...
I mean, yeah, we'll try to run it.
Driving and drifting. Of course,
it's not awful. It's not amazing, but it's not awful.
6 full minutes.
Mixed attacker more on the physical side.
Alex Penev set 10 records in a row in non-shortcut in the late 90s, with players such as Sami and MJ.
Saw, dude. No.
Lately, the non-shortcut side has been dominated by Abney317 and Matthias Rustemeyer. These runners all use either Toad, Yoshi, or Peach instead of the fastest characters in the game. On the shortcut side, however, the course has evolved a little bit more. For the first couple years, world records were set simply by jumping at the start of each lap, then driving as well as possible around the rest of the course.
Okay. I just got demolished.
4.5 minutes by 1999. However, that July, a player named MYAAA...
Why is Discord not open? Why did I close it?
...method of the shortcut, the spiral jump. By doing a mini turbo, then jumping as far to the left as possible over the railing, it's possible to just barely make it over to the spiral on the left.
Sorry about that.
It saves another 10 seconds or so over the other jump, but is much, much harder. Michael F. became the first to hit 3 of these in a run in 2004 by using a more consistent but slightly slower method that involved braking before the jump.
Exponentially increases our odds when we're fighting the right.
The recent history of this record has been pretty amusing. Players Carlo and VAJ both held the record for a few years in the 2000s and 2010s. Then, in early 2015, Abney got the record with a 356.36. He got the spiral jump 3 times and drove really well all the way around.
So that kind of looks like it could be a
for nearly 3 years.
evolution of Spoink, honestly.
In November 2017,
very similar.
A player named Zoran took it from him. A 356.
Only thing is, it's not same type. It's the only caveat.
Well,
maybe not the only caveat, but a caveat.
Abney beat him back with a 356.07. Zoran wasn't about to let that set him back, so he got back to grinding, and remarkably, a few days
Looking
later,
with Trace, alright, sure.
Beat Abney again. This time with a 350.
No hesitation whatsoever.
It was an incredible feat.
Firing
right back at a
Stab Confusion, Stab Hydro Cannon, Magical Leaf, Mixed Attacker, pretty bulky, very fast. So great nature. Or at least a good nature, not great maybe, but good nature.
After this, Abney would be beaten by Matthias Rustemeyer in late 2018 for a couple months. But on New Year's Day 2019, he got the record back with a
I didn't mean to do that. I also didn't mean to do that.
And that's where the record stands today. Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road has certainly had a storied history.
Went awful.
In 2001, Nintendo released their newest iteration of the track on their new Game Boy Advance. This is Mario Kart Super Circuit. This game has probably received the least attention of all games in the Mario Kart franchise.
For good reason, it sucks!
It can be broken just as much as any of the others. To prove it, let's take a look at Rainbow Road. The track's similar to Super Mario Kart's version, with no walls anywhere on the track. It
Wow,
seems
that's
like all you
freaky.
can do is drive around the course and fall
Rough
forward,
freaky.
but that wouldn't be any fun. Rainbow
Where?
Road is surrounded by bumpers on each side that you can bounce off of.
Magikarp.
Using a mushroom and
Absolutely
going
wonderful.
forward, then landing on them to bounce again, you can essentially just bounce around the course. I mean, look at the minimap. It looks like you're just going wherever you want, as if the track is just a suggestion. This concept of using the bumpers was first fully fleshed out by a player
I can't believe I got that close, to be honest.
early 2002, just months after the game's release.
With better luck, I think I would have won.
Yui was able to land on each bumper directly after flying in the air, leading to him bouncing up again. If he instead landed on the road, his speed would be dramatically decreased, so landing on the bumpers was pivotal. Of course, the bumpers themselves are super narrow, so landing exactly on them is no easy task. But Yui was able to pull off a run of 36.45, flying around the track 3 times. All of this precision is obviously extremely difficult, and involved using a ton of small, undetectable strategies that I'll explain later. The record would drop
Dragon
down
Rage.
a couple seconds over the following few years, but in 2005, an incredible time was achieved. A runner known as Mander pulled off a 30.
It's a very rare chance where you can have a Dragon Rage friendship evo. I'm definitely going to try to evolve this thing.
This strategy saved about a second across all 3 levels.
You don't get an opportunity like this,
Give you an
like,
idea of
ever.
How hard this route was to pull off.
And it's got Stab Egg Bomb, and because we know it's gonna evolve into a normal type, so that's pretty clutch too.
The player must aim just right for every jump. Let go and press A.
And the moveset is immaculate.
Hold R to drift a certain
Well,
pace.
more or less. It's good. It's anyway. Like, it's not like perfect or anything, but it's really good.
Now, most of these strategies had to be performed regardless of whether Mander's
Bro, let me through!
route was used. But Mander's route did add in a tricky section where you had to hold A, aim for a precise part of the road,
Okay, that was a bit of an overreaction.
and then counter steer just
Oh,
before
man.
landing. Basically, there was a world of precision that went into this Rainbow Road strategy. Getting all of it was incredibly difficult to pull off, but still definitely possible. Mander's
Roar
record
Beam?
is based
Oh,
on the
man,
first
I don't know, because I don't know
mainly because he had used
how good it's going to be. Forget Dragon Rage.
Mario
It's too risky of a move to have right now.
What's more,
Or
Mander
just in the
used
future, I guess.
Kirby's Run, even though he's slow
First
on
ring?
the ball,
Okay.
But he is easier to control. If Mander used
Okay.
Option instead of Toad,
Oh, we got color
his time would
change.
have
We're
been
mixed
about 3
attacker.
tenths faster.
It's not
Regardless,
awful,
Mander's
honestly.
time caused the rest of the
It's not
community to
awful.
strive for absolute perfection.
It's not great.
Fortunately,
It's not
in
awful.
2010,
I mean,
Mander was finally able to
it's good enough for me to try to run it anyway.
Boomer, and he beat Mander by 1/10 of a second by playing with Bowser. His time would be tied 5 years later by Ha-Hey, and then beaten by 300
Hey, yeah.
which is
Our special attack slightly better, so
This
our go-to move is Aurora Beam.
incredibly bold-looking strategy
Dear
really makes it
Lord.
stand out. Bouncing all over the track definitely is fun, but the execution needed to pull it off just right is super punishing. To this day, only 6 players have been able to get a time under 35 seconds on Rainbow Road, and Shock's record has stood for nearly 2 years. It's estimated that the total time could probably come down by another 0.3 seconds or so based on tool-assisted speedruns. Who's going to be the person to take it under 34.5 seconds? We'll just have to wait and see.
Why do you get
It's
hypnosis?
time to move on to the year 2003.
What? No fair.
It's the era of the GameCube, and full 3D is back
And
in the
Spark?
Mario Kart franchise. This is Mario Kart Double Dash.
Bro, this is so unfair. I'm getting defeated by myself because he has moves I don't have. Why does he have so much? Why does he have a? Oh, he has a completely different moveset because he didn't evolve from something.
Players around the world began to
That's
compete
why he
for
has
the
different
fastest
moves.
times on each course.
I was so confused. I was like, wait,
A lot
what?
of these early times don't have surviving videos today. To find the first video, we've got to go to November.
Harry Cross.
There we see a
Flash fire? Interesting.
256.616 by Stefan VD. The first thing to notice for this run is the character and card.
Oh, so close.
Stefan
We're
picked
this close to
lightweight
winning.
Koopa Troop as his character.
Wait, he's just spamming
and the
skill
barrel
swap.
train is
You're an
his
idiot.
This is because in Double Dash, lightweight characters get a longer boost from mini turbos, and the barrel train is fast both on and off the road. Double Dash's rainbow.
You know what? Yeah, we'll try to run it.
sharp turns that need to be made just
Why not?
right in order to avoid falling off.
It's not amazing, but it's got flash fire, so it's only got 2 weaknesses. One's a quad weakness, but still.
Pressing R to drift.
So the only way this Heracross realistically can die is if if I don't one shot and I get one shot by like a psychic type move, I guess. But we have a good nature.
In 2004. By letting go and
Just that moveset that's kind of.
Tighter than what's otherwise normal.
But we got shed coverage, so I mean.
Automatically pulls your cart in the direction of your turn when beginning a drift. By pressing
Got a master ball. It might not be. It might not hurt to look around actually.
You fool the game into thinking you keep starting new drifts, when in reality.
I mean, we're fast, so. Manetric level 9. You. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
Spiral turns, saving time that added up over 3 laps. Over the following couple of years,
it's not awful. It's not awful. Got a lot of HP. Not the biggest fan of that, but it's not awful. Definitely needs some physical moves though.
This can be done in strategic straight sections to save fractions of a second.
Not the biggest fan of the nature. It's not awful, but it's not optimal.
254.689. This run's video doesn't exist today, but his previous record from 2 months before does, and it's what you're seeing on screen right now. But there's something really, really important about this run.
Oh, there's not.
Before Andreas' run, the world record had been verifiably broken 36 times. On the other hand, this run from Andreas.
If he crit, I would have lost there and I would have cried.
Years.
Ooh, aerial ace, that's so clutch. Yeah, for a Manetric, this thing ain't bad. This thing ain't bad for a Manetric.
But before we get too excited here, it's not entirely because the run was so perfect. It was a great run, but Mario Kart Double Dash didn't have a particularly active time trial scene in the years after Andreas' run. Not many people were trying to set records.
Boys, we got.
Even
Because of course we did.
Time trials,
let's go and use a potion here.
Other tracks. But regardless, Andreas' run stood on top for nearly a decade. And then in 2015,
we're gonna have to kill here again.
The track he had dominated 8 years before and repeated his performance. On June 9th, he beat his own record.
Damn!
300ths of
We're so close.
A few weeks later, Swedish rival Carlson beat Andreas. And
we keep getting decent mons that just get fricked in the trainers, man.
Andrew was one of the first record holders to play on the 60 Hz or 60 frame rate version of the game. Unlike Mario Kart 64, the 50 Hz version didn't just slow down the gameplay. It slowed everything down, including the timer. This meant there was no conversion necessary between 60 and 50 Hz versions. Nowadays, the 60 Hz version of the game is strongly encouraged to play on, since the now popular Grand Prix mode is played on 60 Hz for timing reasons. Andrew's record from 2015 stood all the way until May 2019, when Goomba beat it by about 1/10 of a second. And that's where the world record stands today. To recap, the world record was beaten 36 times in the first 4 years of the game's release. It would then be beaten just 4 times over the next 12 years. This record is extremely solid, but it's possible.
Oh well, pure power.
Second to the 253.
And it's super slow. We're just gonna reset now.
So that's all for Mario Kart Double Dash. It's now on to the year 2005, and it's time to go back to the handhelds. This is Mario Kart DS. Probably the most notable mechanic in Mario Kart DS is snaking. Mini turbos can be built up extremely quickly in this game.
I'm about to die.
R and rocking left and right twice on the D-pad. Doing this over and over means the player can build up boosts nearly constantly all the way around the track. The result is some incredibly fast driving. Snaking has been a staple of Mario Kart DS.
Normally, I would probably just reset here, but we did get a master ball, so it's like.
Unfortunately, the normal replay system for Mario Kart DS looks like this. It's like they tried to make it an action movie. It's really hard to tell what strategies are being used and how well the race is being driven. And since DS capture cards were really hard to come by, especially back then, sharing Mario Kart DS replays in the first couple years of the game's release wasn't easy.
There's a Blastoise, that's kind of cool.
An action
and I'm dead.
Developed that let replays be seen from the same perspective that the racer originally saw. Action Replay is a device that you could plug into your system to modify how the game performs, similarly to a Game Genie on the NES. As long as the only code you use is the one to fix the replay system, it's accepted in the Mario Kart DS community.
I didn't even get a
The
shot.
first couple months of the game's release consisted of racers snaking around Rainbow Road like all the other tracks. But in 2006, a potential shortcut was found. The player would make their way over to the spiral, then get a boost from the zipper and jump, just barely making
I haven't ran an X-Button in a while.
As you can see from a map of the course,
It's not great, but it's got
cut
speed
out the
boost. That's pretty
track
cool.
around the rest of the spiral, saving a few seconds. The problem was, if the shortcut was performed, the game wouldn't count the lap.
Please.
upon
Yeah,
crossing.
baby.
Nobody was quite sure why, but it was theorized it had something to do with the checkpoint system.
Alright, I like this thing.
So for a while, no shortcuts were performed on Rainbow Road. But in late 2006, a runner known as Husky217
Flamethrower air droughts
tried
kinda
quite
crazy.
a bit harder than the first shortcut. And this time, the lap counted at the end. This was the
Please
rail
don't.
glitch.
Say don't frick me again.
By using a mushroom or a mini turbo and hopping at just the right angle, the player can leave the surface of the course and land inside the rail of the track's big loop. The player then drives forward a bit and leaps off to the right side, skipping the need to drive all the way around the loop. If done correctly, this saves about 3 seconds, but it's incredibly difficult to line up your
I'd maybe consider pivoting if it was the fact I'm super slow.
Husky was able to get a time of 1:57 using the rail glitch, but then a player known as Hatomugi beat him with a 1:56 a few months later. Hatomugi didn't use the rail glitch, but instead used a trick theorized by Etch a while before, the pipe glitch. By driving forward here to load the next checkpoint region, then turning around and boosting off the track, Lakitu will think you're further ahead than you really are and drop you before the corkscrew section. As you can see by the minimap, after the time it takes to go out of bounds and be picked up by Lakitu, this trick saves about 1 second. However, it's much easier to do than the rail glitch. Over the following several months, the record came down second by second with these two shortcuts. The pipe shortcut was easy enough to do once per each of the 3 laps, but the rail shortcut was only really done once
That's really
per
clutch.
lap due to how difficult it was. The record had come down to a 1:51 by 2009.
Counter.
A player known as Bjork posted a video of a 1:46 with 3 rail jumps. However, the run was suspected as being a TAS, and the video was later taken down. Today, this run isn't counted as ever having been a world record on MarioKartWorldRecords.com. By 2011, runner MK Dasher managed to get the time down to a
That counter was just
1:47
really scary, so I wanted to
with
set
3
up.
pipe shortcuts and 2 rail shortcuts. This is where the record stood for about 3 years, until the middle of 2014, when MK Dasher found something big. Remember the old shortcut from 2006 that didn't count the lap? Well, 8 years later, MK Dasher found a way around that. By driving forward a bit more, the game loaded the next checkpoint for the track. This was all the game needed to do to count the lap at the end. So now, MK Dasher could drive a bit farther forward and do this. This shortcut eliminated the need to perform the rail glitch,
It'll be a ghost
because
type.
you'd already wind up at the end of the loop. It was also significantly easier, and could be realistically performed on each of the 3 laps. That, combined with the pipe shortcut on each lap, meant time
Bladder's
passed
really
like never
risky.
before. MK Dasher set a record of 1:45 in May 2014, and over the next few years he traded it back and forth with players like Leon and Rupa. The player's kart choice changed over time. Before the new shortcut,
I finally got
the
stream
Rob
PB.
was used because of its slightly higher speed, but after, the Egg 1 was used because of its better handling. Optimization was found by doing the shortcuts quicker than before, and cleaner driving overall. In September 2017, MK Dasher got a 1:38, which is where the record stands today. There's also another side to DS Rainbow Road speedruns, non-shortcut runs. In this category, large shortcuts or shortcuts that involve going out of bounds are not allowed, but corner cuts are still permitted. The current non-shortcut record is a 1:54 by MK Dasher, beating a 1:55 by Rupa that had stood for nearly 6 years. That's all for Mario Kart DS. 3 years after the game came out, Nintendo released the next installment in the franchise. It's one of the series' most iconic games, and it's well known for its unique ultra shortcuts. This is Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road is notorious for being one of the hardest in the franchise. With all of its tight turns and lack of walls, it's incredibly easy to fall off the edge and be sent plummeting. Of course, as with every other iteration of Rainbow Road, some players were able to master it in world record time. New to Mario Kart Wii was an in-game online leaderboard system where the best time trials in the world could be automatically uploaded to. Time trial records could be seen instantaneously this way, and could even be downloaded to race against. So, unlike many of the other games where early times were claimed online by veteran players, even some of the earliest records in Mario Kart Wii have video proof, including a 237.380 by Yosuo. His run was essentially just a speedy playthrough of the track, but there's a few important things to pick up on. His character was Funky Kong, the fastest in the game. His vehicle choice was a bike called the Flame Runner. In Mario Kart Wii, there's two main types of vehicles, bikes and karts. Karts have the upside of giving the player a longer boost if they drift longer, but bikes give the player the option to do wheelies during straight sections, where the front wheel lifts up and the bike moves faster. There are also two subtly different types of bikes, outside drifting ones and inside drifting ones. Bikes with outside drift throw the back wheel out more when turning, so it takes longer to line the cart up forward after drifting. Bikes with inside drift are generally regarded as superior, since you could do a wheelie much sooner after drifting. So, for nearly every course in the game, an inside drifting bike is chosen, and one of the best is the Flame Runner. This was very quickly figured out when the game was released, which is why Yosuo was using his bike and character combination. Over the following months, the record would come down due to better driving and a couple of tricks, like using a mushroom or a wheelie to hop over the first part of this.
Of course it's a freaking ghost type, dude. Of course it is.
A player simply known as Cole became the first to get a record with a free fall hop at the start. By hopping when the track goes slightly up at the start, it's possible to get enough air to completely clear the track below. This saves time because the player is moving forward in the X direction the entire time, as opposed to going down the hill where their speed is mostly going in the Y direction. This trick would further be evolved by using a cart, all of which have outside drift.
It is what it is.
By drifting and hopping over the edge, the cart will continue to rotate to the left. When the vehicle hits the road, hopping causes the game to push it away and give it speed. This speed is enough to go over the zipper at an angle and cut the corner of the track. Since a cart with outside drift is better on Rainbow Road than a bike with outside drift, this makes Rainbow Road the only record in the game to be set with a cart. Over the following several years, the record would come down by a fraction.
I would have one-shot if I went for Blast Burn. That's really sad to know.
Optimizing the driving around the course.
Because I
Some of the
lost for no reason.
Record holders were Japanese runners KK and Runio, who set 7 world records on Rainbow Road in 2011, and Katie, who got the first time of 2:24 in February.
Jeremiah?
His time
You take Jeremiah's
away until January 2019, when a player simply known as Bob beat it by 0.04 of a second. There may not be many athletes left named Bob, but there's at least one who's a Rainbow Road champion. But the crazy part is, the playing field.
Alright, is this thing good?
He's able to pull off the.
That's not awful. Why? Why couldn't you hit yourself at least once? That would have been. I literally would have won, I think. That's really bullcrap.
Rainbow Road's Ultra Shortcut was discovered in a tool-assisted speedrun by Esteloy62 in early 2016. The player must go forward in front of the railing at the start, then turn back and hop along the small space between the railing and the edge of the track. Then, the player uses a mushroom and does a spin drift, drifting to the right but holding the stick back to the left, then hopping off the edge of the track, using a mushroom in the air, before finally landing on the track below. This trick requires an incredible amount of precision to pull off. The spin drift must be done at exactly the right angle and location, because the player must make it far enough back in order to fool the game's checkpoint system to have the lap count, and the player must hit the track at the right angle to have a chance at making it to the track. What's more, there are invisible out-of-bound patches across the gap between.
Finishing for Agros, not bad.
If they're hit, the game recognizes the player as being out of bounds, and Lakitu picks them up. Esteloy's tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS, was essentially just a demonstration of what was possible. It used tools like slowdowns and re-records to create a theoretical speedrun. Today, more than 3 years after the trick's discovery, nobody's been able to execute this trick in a real-time speedrun of the track. King Alex has probably come the closest. He estimates that he's done more than 10,000 attempts to get the trick. Some of his recent attempts have gotten good spin drifts, but hit the out-of-bounds planes that end the run. Whether King Alex or some other player is able to pull off this trick, it'll definitely be regarded as one of the finest runs in all of Mario Kart Wii. That's all for this game. Now we're going back to the handhelds again, where we find a very unique iteration of Rainbow Road. This is Mario Kart 7. Mario Kart 7's version of Rainbow Road is the first in the series to not have 3 laps of the same track. Instead, it's one
Dear Lord, just talk to the mom!
with 3 sections that count as laps. Rainbow Road is widely regarded as one of Mario Kart 7's finest tracks, and as a result, it's had a pretty deep history for speedrunning. Unfortunately, Mario Kart 7's replay system is similar to Mario Kart DS's. You have the option to view it in the action movie perspective, or from a first-person perspective. There exist methods of getting around it, like using a 3DS capture card or just recording the run live with a camera, but these methods were used pretty infrequently, so most replays are from the first person.
I mean, yeah, it's not bad for an electrode, I'll run it.
The first verifiable record was a 142 by Walter in December 2011. The re-addition of coins to the series made for a new challenge. The player starts with 0 coins, and can pick up to 10 of them at a time. Each additional coin adds a little bit to your speed, so the strategy around each turn wasn't simply to go as fast and as optimally as possible. There was now the addition of trying to pick up as many coins as early as possible. Mario Kart 7 also introduced gliding to the tracks, where the player could slowly glide down to the ground after getting airtime. Walter used this to his advantage to perform a small shortcut on the second segment of the track, where he glided down to a lower path farther ahead. He also cut this corner at the very end of section 3 to end the course. As with the other games, the first record wouldn't last long. The record time came down by about 5.5 seconds by late 2012. Some of the most prominent record holders at the time were Dako, Nasi, and Naiko. These 3 guys broke the record a combined 25 times, and they employed a number of new strategies to their advantage. For example, Nasi figured out the fastest method of going over the wavy section in section 1. Players normally just pressed R over and over to stunt repeatedly and gain speed boosts, but Nasi strategically hopped back and forth across the middle. Because of the way waves were formed, it was possible to immediately stunt quickly on each side this way. Better methods of gliding were used. By gliding quickly down and then up, the kart overall moves faster through the air. Players had to figure out just how low they could go without being out of bounds, then zoom back up to get to the track. By December 2012, a player known as Monar would get the record. What then began was an incredible streak of dominance. As he found minor new strategies and improved his skills at racing, Monar broke the record 16 times in a row through early 2014. He used stuff like wall boosting. When the player hits into certain walls in Mario Kart 7, it pushes them back at a higher speed than it was driven into.
I just wait for Nature's return sooner. I probably would have won. Maybe would have won. I don't know. There's really no way to tell.
2014, he moved on to play Mario Kart 8, but his legacy in Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road was firmly established. He had taken the track to a new level of optimization, and it seemed like hardly anybody had what it took to knock him off the top. There were a couple of players
I did nothing.
Gogoku 7 and Diogo. These players each had drastically different experiences with the game, but they were both legitimate contenders. Diogo
Chicken tender. No.
He'd achieved world records in a handful
True on.
of tracks,
Absolutely amazing.
Rainbow Road was just the next course he had his eyes on. Gogoku, on the other hand, was a Rainbow Road specialist. Virtually all of his efforts in speedrunning Mario Kart 7 were focused on Rainbow Road. These guys had gotten their times close to Monar's record before Gogoku broke
That's an
on
interesting
June
set.
23rd, 2014. His time beat Monar's by just 12 milliseconds.
Was it a speed tie? Seriously?
Hours after Gogoku
You just doomed
announced
yourself
his
so much,
time,
maybe.
Diogo announced that he too had broken Monar's record, with a time sandwiched right in between Monar's and Gogoku's. However, between these two runners, only Gogoku.
Imagine I get a moonstone, guys.
Bring Rainbow Road's record
Let me
lower.
collect.
Diogo moved on to playing Mario Kart 8, while Gogoku poured everything he had into Rainbow Road. He eventually realized that Rainbow Road had a magic number, 135, a time on the outer limits of what could be realistically done. His record was a 136.261. Was it possible to take the quarter of a second off to get it to 135?
Spoiler alert, yeah.
Over the following half-decade,
It's been forever since seeing this video. I don't even remember what happens, but I'm gonna guess yes. We're probably at 133 or something like that nowadays. Well, we got a water stone. It's not a moonstone, but this is where with the no, I have the intimidate. Water spout. Yeah, we'll go for it.
$135.996. By the skin of his teeth, Goku had gotten a 135.
I don't like that I'm able to run away from this level 6 so consistently. This is a little scary.
Goku's journey was complete. He's achieved the last 11 records in a row on Rainbow Road, and he's estimated the time can come down by only another 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. It's probable that Goku will be beaten one day, but his achievements on the track are simply remarkable. That's all for Mario Kart 7. After decades of journeys through Rainbow Road records, it's time for the last one. This is Mario Kart 8.
I have a nest ball.
Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road actually has 3 different categories of world records. The standard game has regular time trials, but Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, an enhanced port of the game for the Switch, has both 150cc and 200cc time trials. Each of these 3 categories has their own progression of world records, but just to keep things simple, we're going to stick to the original Mario Kart 8 version. As for the course itself, it's quite similar to Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road. Part of the track has no walls on either side, and the 3 laps fly by as the player is constantly thrown new obstacles to overcome. Very early.
Bro, how many freaking level 8 combustions do I have to encounter before I encounter a level 8?
Most of these times stood for just a few
Scissor, bro.
But some of
Seriously.
the prominent players were Naiko and Kiki. As the dust settled, a number of minor yet crucial racing techniques were developed. Probably the most famous one of these is fire hopping. After getting a speed boost, whether it be from a mini turbo, a mushroom, or a zipper, the player can hop a few times to preserve the speed for longer. This is because for darts and outward drifting bikes,
this is a really weird scissor.
More slowly in the air rather than on the ground.
The speed really concerns me. Of course, we got a down in special attack nature one.
Slightly longer. In order to further extend the speed of a boost, the player can also perform what's known as demon sliding. It looks quite similar to fire hopping, and typically is performed immediately after. By subtly doing small, quick drifts over and over, speed is maintained more so than from just driving forward. Since fire hopping only works right after a boost, demon sliding is useful to continue preserving speed from the boost. The easiest way to tell demon sliding from fire hopping is smoke from the tires. If there's smoke, then the player is demon sliding. Other techniques include brake drifting and soft drifting. Brake drifting involves tapping the brake button repeatedly during a drift to cut corners tighter, similar to R-Tech and Double Dash. This is used on Rainbow Road during the spiral turns that require the player to stay toward the center to go as fast as possible. Soft drifting involves angling the control stick up at a 45-degree angle during a drift. This causes the mini turbo to be charged faster, at the cost of a less sharp drift. Rainbow Road's record slowly dropped over the course of 2014, largely due to these strategies being used more and more frequently. But Mario Kart 8 as a whole had something bigger going on. As time had passed, the community had adopted a goal: get every single record in the game below 2 minutes. Most Mario Kart 8 records happen to be about 2 minutes long by nature, with a few of them exceeding 2 minutes by a couple of seconds. By July 2014, just 1 month after the game came out, only 6 courses remained with a world record above 2 minutes. And naturally, as time went on, players got better at demon sliding, soft drifting, all of these minor little strategies that added up. And one by one, each of these records slipped to below 2 minutes.
Not even level 18 for the gym, that's really bad. Or average bad, I don't know. The last thing I want to do is use an HP up on this thing.
By the time 2015 came, just 2 courses remained. But after Ray achieved a 159 on DK Jungle that January, that left 1 course with a record above 2 minutes. Rainbow Road, with a time of 2 minutes and 98 hundredths of a second by Diogo, who had previously battled Gogoku for Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road record. And so, the quest for Sub 2 began. Other competitors like Danny took the record from him early on, but by March 2015, Diogo was setting world record after world record. He was refining his driving and adding in as many hops and slides as he could. One strategy developed by Japanese player Light was fire hopping instead of sliding before this trick near the end of the lap. Normally, fire hopping during a downward sloped surface like this is ineffective, but in May it was discovered that by angling the control stick 45 degrees, fire hopping was much faster. He also took advantage of a trick called Cannon Glider. By hopping right before a glider pad to just touch the end of it, the glider comes out faster than normal, saving a small amount of time. Then, later that month, he had a chance. He had a solid first lap, and after his second one, he was just barely on pace for a sub 2. As he entered lap 3, the hundreds of hours he had put into optimizing this course were coming to fruition. Saying this was a high-pressure situation was an understatement. To quote Diogo correctly, "I heard my heart more than the actual music of the game in the third lap." But as he drove around lap 3, Diogo was finishing the job started by dozens of his peers. 31 courses had accomplished their journey to sub 2.
This one is... Alright, I always get average Wailords. I never get like amazing ones, or good ones even.
While on pace for his ultimate run, Diogo had just driven the...
I think I've gotten like one good Wailord in my life.
The final time was 159.903. With less than a tenth of a second to spare, every track in Mario Kart 8 was completed under 2 minutes. Now, that was more than 4 years ago. Since then, the record has come down by a few tenths of a second. Players like Ishak and Danny played a major role in this, with Danny being the current world record holder. But just like all the other Rainbow Roads, the current record doesn't tell the full story. The journey of how players got there shows the dedication, patience, and perseverance involved in setting these times. This has been the history of Rainbow Road World Records. Thanks for watching.
You're welcome.
Hey, I just wanted to let you all know about an upcoming Mike Tyson's Punch-Out speedrunning tournament I'm going to be hosting.
That's nice. My browser just froze. That's weird. All right, well, until it loads, let's keep going. Can't even refresh. There you go. I'm the YouTube channel. Thank you. We have to make this more difficult than it needs. Bro. I'm gonna run this Ponyta. That's gonna whack, but like
the original Super Mario Bros. Has been one of the most optimized speedruns out there. In the standard speedrun, there's 8 levels, each of them being played as closely to human perfection as possible, ultimately resulting in a run just under 5 minutes long.
I cannot believe it!
This is an incredibly short speedrun, filled top to bottom with ridiculously precise tricks. But the fastest playthroughs require using the warp zones to warp to World 4 and World 8. What if the player doesn't use them, and instead adds in the other 24 levels of the game as well? Well, there we unlock the craziness that is Super Mario Bros. Warpless.
I have 2 4 stars. What the frick? I realize.
As with most games, tracking down a starting point for the first official world record is tricky. It's possible there were old records from the 90s or early 2000s that we just don't know about. Although a runner named Cam Allen reportedly finished runs in 2004, video of them isn't around today. But then, in July 2005, a player posted on the Twin Galaxies forum that he had just beaten Cam's record. That player was Andrew G. To break this 14-year-old record down, it's important to understand how the levels in Super Mario Bros. Work. As most probably know, the game has 8 worlds of 4 stages each. The stages ending in -1 are typically standard overworld stages. -2 stages are a mix of underground, underwater, and overworld levels. -3 stages are unique levels with no ground beneath them, and -4 stages are castle levels with a Bowser fight at the end. The gist of speedrunning this game is quite simple, getting from the start to the end of each stage as fast as possible. Andrew G stayed as Small Mario for most of this run instead of picking up the Mushroom or Fire Flower. Since it takes time to hit blocks to get the power-ups, and Mario's sprite gets bigger after the mushroom, making it harder to avoid obstacles and navigate through the stages, it made sense to avoid getting them all together. Andrew was able to make it through the early stages quite easily. However, as the world number increased, Andrew became much more cautious and began to make mistakes. You can see this cautiousness at the start of 3-1, where he waited behind each pipe for the piranha plants to go away. In 4-4, he struggled to get down to the bottom path in the middle of the level. The castle levels in particular were a pretty big problem for Andrew. Although the layout of each stage is consistent each time you play it, the positioning and patterns of the enemies within are not. This can be seen in many stages throughout the game, especially with enemies like Koopa Troopas or Bloopers, but nowhere is it more obvious
Blooper
than
Troopa
stages. These feature fire bars and other obstacles that appear in seemingly random positions each time. So, Andrew had to be prepared to react to where the obstacles were in front of him. This caused him to slow down significantly in some sections while he waited.
Alright, attempt 2-2-2-2.
The late worlds ended up being not the cleanest. 6-3 was particularly slow, as Andrew waited on essentially every platform in Bullet Bill Shot. He died twice in World 7, in the first and third stages, and in 7-2 he had an intense battle with this blooper. In the second to last stage of the game, 8-3, he picked up a mushroom for safety so that he could avoid dying if he took a hit. And he did indeed get hit, at the end of 8-4, although this was partially because his hitbox was taller from the mushroom. After touching the axe, his run was finished, and it clocked in at 21 minutes and 18 seconds from when he took control of Mario in 1-1. It's certainly possible someone did a faster run of the complete game before this, but this seems to be the fastest time with video proof on the internet from back then. This run is pretty sloppy by today's standards, but it was good enough to be the official world record on twingalaxies.com in 2005, which was still one of the biggest hubs for speedrunning at that point. Andrew noted himself that it could be better. There were deaths, several hesitations, and mistakes that cost him significant time. Over the next couple of years, players tended to focus more on any % warps instead of warpless. So Andrew's time stayed on top for quite a while. Andrew
really
commented
sad
in
because
February 2006 that he'd beaten his own time by about 25 seconds, and a Japanese runner named Osaka apparently got a time of around 20 minutes and 30 seconds in January 2007. However, it seems that videos for both of these runs aren't around today. What is around today, however, is a world record from Andrew G from February 2007, the first ever sub 20 minute run. This run is essentially a more refined version of his run from a year and a half prior. Andrew once again stayed as Small Mario for most of the run. The early worlds were yet again quite smooth, but instead of getting much more cautious or making mistakes as the worlds got higher, Andrew was confident in his ability to succeed. 6-3, for example, was like night and day in this run versus
that's not bad. That's not bad.
Instead of slowing down,
Not great, but it's not bad.
Andrew powered through and barely slowed down at all by strategically jumping when he needed to. World 7 this time around featured 0 deaths instead of 2, and instead of having to battle a blooper at the end of 7-2, he was able to finish smoothly. World 8 was a lot cleaner as well. perhaps because Andrew had more experience with any percent warps by this point, where World 8 is played every time. In 8-1, for example, Andrew G was able to do a pipe jump at the start of the level. By landing on the front or back edge of a pipe, it's possible to jump off of the edge even when a piranha plant is up. The hitbox of a piranha plant is actually much smaller than it appears, so even though their sprites overlap, Mario is able to successfully jump off the edge without getting hit.
There's a wild type solution here, I can kill
This is an
that.
extremely precise trick, however, as you only have 3 pixels to land on the edge of each
Dear
pipe.
Lord.
Andrew went for more of these
Just let me
pixels
go.
in early worlds, but wasn't able to get them. They can potentially save time over stopping before the pipe and waiting for the piranha plant to go away, but going for them is a big risk, as missing could mean dying. In this run, Andrew opted to not pick up a mushroom in 8-3 and instead just took the chance at beating 8-4's Small Mario. It worked out. He finished the run just 3 seconds under 20 minutes. Then, about a year later, Andrew came back to beat this run by another 17 seconds. A few seconds of the improvement came from 1-1. Since he submitted this run to Speed Demo's archive instead of Twin Galaxies, he was now able to use the pipe in 1-1 to skip to the end of the level, which was banned under Twin Galaxies rule set. The rest of the run was a bit cleaner too. The pipe jumps that he missed in the early worlds in his last run went a bit better this time. Levels like 6-3 that gave him trouble before, he was able to sprint through with no issue. However, even this run had some glaring slowdowns. He still struggled with patterns on the castle levels, and there were a few minor hiccups here and there. And he got pretty lucky to make it out of 7-1 alive. So, after a few years of grinding, Andrew had taken the record down to 1940. But this is where the record history takes a sudden turn. In most of the Western world, it was believed that Andrew's 1940 stood as the world record for more than 4 years. However, in Japan, unknown to much of the rest of the world, a group of gamers was trying to do the same thing. They posted their times on a website called Peercast, and the rules were a little bit different. The biggest one was that they were allowed to play with turbo buttons. When you held them down, it would repeatedly press the A or B button over and over, typically much faster than a human could press it. As will be shown in a couple of minutes, this came in handy in a few sections. Timing for their runs also started at different times. They started the timer when the title screen appeared, and then ended it when Peach finished her speech. Most runs in the Western world at this point, and still to this day, start when the player took control of
Yo, what's going on, the dude? Thanks for looking, appreciate it.
The axe in 8-4.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but we gotta go for the Typhlosion.
For purposes of this video. If these times are treated as equals, then
I genuinely feel like I want to throw up because my only option in this file is Typhlosion. I hate Typhlosion.
According to research compiled by Blubbler, a runner named muryCuphead got a time in the upper 1940s by March.
Like, I think I'm gonna be sick.
And then runners Mogu Mogu, Royal Boy, and Hidori lowered it down over the next couple of years. But the only time with a video on YouTube today is
it's garbage. What a shock.
In April 2010. Nearly 20 seconds faster than Andrew G's time. Up until now, this video essentially hadn't been seen at all outside of Japan. The biggest strategy change from Hidori's run versus Andrew's was picking up the Fire Flower. Although it cost a couple of seconds for Hidori to pick up the mushroom in 1-1 and the flower in 1-2, and at times the larger hitbox made Mario harder to navigate with, the benefits largely outweighed these. Defeating Bowser at the end of each world with fire causes the game to skip the bridge crumbling animation upon touching the axe, saving a couple of seconds in each of the first 7 worlds. Fire also allowed him to defeat enemies more easily, especially piranha plants. Instead of pipe jumps, Hidori was able to simply kill the plant with fire, then land safely on top of the pipe. He picked up the time benefit of pipe jumps without actually having to perform them. This was especially important in stages like 6-2, where Hidori was able to fly through despite not doing any pipe jumps. In the water levels, Hidori used the manipulation to make his hitbox half the size it should normally be. By touching the ground, briefly ducking, then swimming before letting go of down, Mario's hitbox is only in the lower half of his body. This, combined with the already small hitbox of bloopers, caused sections like this. The water sections featured the usage of turbo, which is what causes an asterisk to be placed next to these records in America. Hidori was able to hold down the Turbo A button to swim over and over, and was quickly thrust to the top of the screen. This didn't actually save him any time, but it made the water sections a bit easier, as he could get out of the way of certain enemies more easily. In the end, Hidori hit the axe.
It's funny that Psyduck has Cloud9 because that's his actual ability.
A couple of seconds faster, but he defeated Bowser in World 8 in order to skip the bridge animation and get to Peach faster. Hidori's run stood unbeaten for quite a while, but over in America, it was still widely believed that Andrew's 1940 was the fastest run out there. In November 2012, speedrunner Cosmic was able to top Andrew by 5 seconds with a 1935. His run was done on Wii Virtual Console. Since the Virtual Console runs at a slower frame rate than an NES or an emulator, it essentially plays in slightly slow motion. Cosmic didn't realize this at the time, but if he had played on console instead, his time would have been more like 1929 or 1930. Just like Andrew G did, Cosmic played a small.
I should have tried to run. It wasn't doing that much damage.
He lost quite a bit of time from the bridge crumbling. He was able to get quite a few pipe jumps in stages like 5-1 and 6-2, but Hidori's firepower allowed him to do several more. However, Cosmic's run was still quite strong for playing a small Mario. The numerous pipe jumps he hit weren't easy, and he hardly had to wait in the castle levels for the fire patterns. But in January, world-famous speedrunner Hodarubi beat both Cosmic
Video in the corner. I'm watching a Summoning Salt video. He's going over the history of the warpless Super Mario Bros. World records.
Without turbo.
I definitely recommend checking him out. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. If not my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
Hidori's, but without turbo. He used fire strats, kept fire until the end of 8-4, and picked up a bit of time over Hidori by getting good patterns in the castle levels. With runners like Hodarubi and Cosmic providing pressure, this scene shifted back to Andrew G, who wanted to push the time down further. After all, he was the Warps record holder, and had held the Warpless record for years, even with the time disadvantage of using Small Mario. Now, it was time to see what he could do with the Fire Flower.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay.
A grind from Andrew in the middle of 2013 saw him set 5 records and bring the record down to 1915. The 1915 itself was achieved live on his Twitch stream, and after touching the axe in 8-4, Andrew went crazy.
No, it's still not worth it. Even if it has the best tag in the world, it's still not worth it because.
In all of these runs, Andrew got the mushroom in 1-3 and the fire.
Sandstream was just that bad.
Since they could be picked up slightly faster than in 1-1 and 1-2.
A Typhlosion.
He was also very aggressive with his Bowser fights, trying to slow down as little as possible while shooting the fireballs. Most of these 5 records followed a similar pattern. Andrew would gain some seconds over Hodarubi early on from the better Fire Flower pickup and cleaner castle stages. But
Eruption?
he would use the Fire Flower somewhere in the second half of the game, so he would bleed
that's
time from the
crazy. Luxury balls rarely ever work for me.
Clear enemies for pipe jumps. Andrew also started going.
Dude, if this thing's special defense and attack were swapped, it'd actually be kind of wild.
The correct pixel in a wall.
I'll be back. I'm getting a call. Oop. Wrong one.
right between the separation
Sorry about that.
of the two blocks.
Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, this is
separation for exactly
this victory bill was so close to being good. It was so close.
By then pressing jump on this one frame, it's possible to jump again.
The attack and special defense were swapped. This thing would have been amazing.
So, to successfully pull off the wall jump, you'd need
I feel like, I mean, I don't know. I guess I feel like it might technically still be runnable. I don't know. We'll try.
Especially at the very end of a world record pace speedrun. Going for the wall.
Here, let's try to find a Typhlosion to kill.
A little less than a second over the backup method of hitting the invisible block to get up to the pipe, but missing it loses the same amount of time. It's a risk that Andrew decided was worth going for. A few months later, Andrew set a time of 1912.
We got our allotted enemy Pokemon kill
until the second half of the game. This time 6-4, and then had to play the rest without it. However, this 1912 would end up standing for a very long time. There was no separate leaderboard in Japan beating it, no small Mario only run from someone else, just a solid record staying on top. It was set in November 2013, and coming into the year 2015, it was still the world record. But that April,
did I
who played on an emulator
get this item over here?
The record. His name was Blubbler, and he took down Andrew's record by under 1/10 of a second. Thanks to his run, it was easy to see how valuable it was.
Sure. Oh right, because this is the alligator file.
Blubbler picked up the mushroom and rolled 1-2 instead of 1-3, which is a bit slower but also a bit easier. From there through World 6, he pretty much maintained a pace of being a second or two behind Andrew, but once he was able to keep his Fire Flower while Andrew lost it, he pulled ahead. And
guys, Andrew lost it, bro. Okay.
Once the record was achieved, Blubbler kept trying to push the time lower. He had one distinct advantage over Andrew G's runs, however. He could control the patterns of the enemies, including the random fire in the castle levels. As it turns out, they're not so random after all.
You're not random.
Checks for the completion of each level every 21 frames, or about every 0.35 seconds. This system is known as the frame roll system. The best analogy for this is one created by Darbian a few years back. It's as if a bus leaves the end of each level every 21 frames. Sometimes you'll be able to capture
muryCuphead
a couple of frames, but if you're just a few
Alright, page for level 19 before the gym.
20 or 21 frames to catch the next one. And this means that in every level except for 8-4, it's only possible to gain or lose time in increments of 0.35 seconds. As it turns out, the patterns of enemies in a level directly correspond to how long has passed since the last time the console was reset. So, by arriving at a level in
I don't know why in the world I wait for Eruption again.
The enemy patterns will be the same every time. Blubbler was especially able to use this to his advantage in stages like 5-4 and 6-4, where he tried to arrive at the correct time to guarantee good fire.
Fortress?
This sometimes even included intentionally losing a frame roll in stages prior to the castle in order to
I literally can't win.
The correct time. This made getting runs late into the game much more consistent. In July 2015, Blubbler got the first ever sub-1910 run with a 1909, featuring a very quick last couple of worlds.
Wow.
However, some of the
for a Machamp, it's not bad.
In particular were a bit slow.
Dear Lord, I'm trying to take
some time in World 1 from the power-up grabs, so he kept trying to take it lower. Andrew G had gone on record as saying 1905 was about as good as he thought levels could realistically go. Could Blubbler take it that low?
No, I'm just kidding. Thing's absolute dog water, bro. I don't already go. Even if I did, I'd still be screwed, so.
After a several month-long grind, Blubbler had achieved the 1905.
Had achieved this run.
Years prior. In the run itself, Blubbler wound up getting a bit behind his record.
It's not bad.
Slow 3-4 Bowser kill, but a fast 4-4 kill made up for it. The second half of the game was smooth too, with mostly clean Bowser kills and a nice World 8. In 8-4, he was able to do the more consistent 2-frame wall jump. By walking off the pipe at the start of the room, then pressing the B button to run while in the air, Mario's subpixels, or positioning smaller than a pixel, become manipulated in a particular way. This makes it so that the correct pixel on the pipe for the wall jump is much easier to hit.
We're only super effective against one type.
Jump off of it
This is kind of rough, but
the 2-frame wall jump loses about 3 seconds.
2 physical, 1 special.
Jump.
Okay.
But
So
it
then
is
defense
safe
being
to
higher
use
than the
as a hit. Blubbler stopped running warpless
defense
after
is
this,
preferable.
and his record stayed on top for several months. But by late 2016, another runner was doing attempts to take it down. His name was Darbian.
No, it wasn't.
Just young boys on Twitch.
Darbian was one of the most popular Mario speedrunners out there.
No, he
He
wasn't.
had the record for the fastest completion of the game with warps by
No, he didn't.
2016. After getting the first ever 456, he decided to try to lower his warpless time. His warpless personal best at the time was 1915.
No, it
10
wasn't.
seconds behind the record. So he got to work to bring it down.
Or not. We did it. We did it. I can almost befriend Bowser and then stab him in the back and still be faster. If we make it past 5-4 on pace with the record, that's the best run I've ever done. No! No! It's a thing! A thing happened. Nah. There, he just lost the record there. But, he didn't lose the PB. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. We did it.
I should have kept hail for
Didn't choke it away.
Chidinja.
A month
I'm
after
an
his
idiot.
grind began,
The man is an idiot, ladies and gentlemen.
counted 2 seconds behind Blubbler's record. Shaving those last few seconds off,
That's fine. I'm
however,
not gonna run
was
this thing
going to
anyway.
be tricky. Making it through the middle worlds onto the end of the game was tough, especially because of the castle stages. Although the patterns could be largely controlled, it was still tricky to avoid the fire that was constantly trying to hit Mario. And the Bowser fights were even tougher. Only 2 of Mario's fireballs can be on the screen at the same time, and it takes up to
Bell
5
tag
shots
TAG.
to kill him. Bowser can also jump over the shots, and various obstacles can hit them and cancel them out. Hitting
I'm
Bowser
pushing,
with all
nice.
the required fireballs while slowing down as little as possible takes incredible precision. Darby struggled to get runs to roll.
Wow. Wow, dude.
But one
I could run consistently from a level 8 March Trump, but I run to a level 8 March Trump that I can't run away from twice in a row, and it has Sonic Boom.
I just went through that hammer. Yes! 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 Yes!
We got Sam
Darby
Flamethrower.
had finally done it. Blubbler's year-and-a-half reign over the world record had come to an end. In the run itself, Darbian was able to gain a frame
It's not
rate
bad
of
for a
6-3
baby mon,
by
honestly.
doing the level perfectly. Ending the stage with a 256 on the timer gives 6 fireworks, which loses time, but ending it right as the timer ticks over to a 255 gains a frame rule over a lower 255. It's undoubtedly one of the toughest frame rules to save in the entire run. He also gained time from a faster Bowser kill in 7-4, and gained about a second from not getting hit by Bowser in 8-4, ultimately resulting in a run about 1.5 seconds ahead of Blubbler. Darbian was indisputably on top of the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning scene after his 1904. He was essentially in the same position that Andrew G had been in just a few years prior, with a stranglehold over both the Warps and Warpless world records.
Strangle.
By early 2017, Andrew G hadn't actually held a Super Mario Bros. World record in a couple of years. He decided to try playing some Warpless to see what he could do to his 1912 personal best, which was now 8 seconds behind the world record. And even
There's
though
like
he
nothing
hadn't
in
held
the
the record
forest.
since 2015, he quickly proved he was still a top-level player. On April 22nd, 2017, Andrew had a run going that saved 2 frame rules over the first world in the world record. In both 1-3 and 1-4, he was able to accelerate quicker after grabbing the power-ups.
Who's Jeremiah?
He maintained this pace for a while, and then in 4-4,
There's a Jeremiah. A Jeremiah. There's a Jeremiah. There's a Jeremiah. There's a Jeremiah. Jeremiah. There's a Jeremiah. A Jeremiah.
Intentionally delayed pressing start on the title screen to allow for this. Since the frame roll system starts counting from power on, and Andrew G was planning to get to 5-4 and 6-4 ahead of world record pace, he had to wait on the title screen to account for the patterns. It didn't affect his final time, of course, since timing starts once taking control of Mario after the title screen. He lost a frame rule over Darbian's really good 6-3, and then it was time for 6-4, 0.7 seconds ahead of the world record.
There's a Jeremiah, and it just watch out me because I broke out of the wall.
Completed 6-4, hence the gold split. Andrew was in a beautiful position to beat the world record. He just had to close it out in the last 2 worlds.
No.
See, no, he didn't. He just said.
Oh no.
Well, Mao.
A few mistakes later, he was out of contention to get the world record. He was able to get a personal best of 1906, but there was still a sense of
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not gonna try to pivot with that thing.
About a month later, Andrew was on another great run late into the game. Entering 7-4, he was about a second ahead of the world record. However, this was his 7-4 Bowser fight.
It's awful.
He fell behind, but thanks to a fast 8-4, he finished the run just 5 frames behind Darbian's world record. That's less than a tenth of a second. But Andrew G pushed onward. He had been trying for this record for months by now, and kept falling just short at the end. That emotional roller coaster can really be taxing on a person.
No, it can't.
Andrew certainly had the ability to get the record. All he could do was keep trying and wait for it all to align. And in June 2017, armed with
That is the world's slowest Milotic, bro. There should not be a single way on planet Earth that a 540 BST Pokemon has 5 speed, bro. That should not be legal. That should not be legal.
A fast 4-4 Bowser kill saved him 2 more frame rolls. And all of a sudden, Andrew was almost 2 seconds ahead of the world record halfway through the game. He lost the 6-3 frame rule again, as expected, but he was still maintaining a really fast pace. Entering World 8, he was 1.4 seconds ahead. Of course, it didn't really matter how far ahead he was. His
Yeah, it
goal
did.
was to get the world record one way or another.
No, it
World 8
wasn't.
was clean, as he used his Fire Flower to clear all the Piranha Plants and Hammer Bros out of the way. But in 8-4, he had committed to going for the more difficult 1-frame wall jump. It would save him a third of a second over the record if he got it, but missing it would cost him big time.
No, it
He was gonna go
wouldn't.
broke.
No, he wasn't. I'm sorry, I'm just being the world's biggest op right now.
He nailed it and entered the
That's what-
water section 1.7 seconds ahead. Andrew was
You
now
entered it
2 speeds
1.7
away from
seconds
the
ahead.
new world record.
What does that even mean?
Once again,
I don't know.
he just had to close it out.
No.
Brutal.
No. Oh, wait, I don't know. Maybe.
Did I just get 2 quick claws?
After he hit the axe in 8-4, Andrew kind of just sat there and thought about what had just happened. He thought he had lost the record yet again. All his efforts into this run seemed to have fallen just short at the last second. But as Andrew kept repeating how he thought he was too slow,
I don't think I got it.
his chat kept telling him otherwise.
I don't think I got it.
Andrew didn't look at what they said. Maybe he was in disbelief. Or maybe he genuinely didn't know what he had just done. Even after the slow water section, even after getting hit, Andrew had still gotten the world record by nearly half a second. Years after his world record,
Never passed the Batogolem one, even if it's not that good.
Was back on top. The next serious world record competitor was
Do I even I literally ran out of Pokeballs. Wow.
The same guy who got a 1935 with Small Mario back in 2012.
That's fine. Didn't seem that good anyway.
In 2016, he took his time down to 1912 with Small Mario. Still 7 seconds behind the record at that point, but it stands today as the fastest Small Mario warpless run. By mid-2017, shortly after Andrew got his 1903, Cosmic decided to bite the bullet and finally learn the fire strats in order to further improve his time. As expected, he was quickly able to get good with the Fire Flower. He took his personal best down.
Why do you hate me?
1905 after a bit over a month
Penis
of
warning.
grinding, before he decided to take his run to the next level and try for the world record once again. It had been over 5 years since he last held it. In January 2018, Cosmic was doing a session of world record attempts. His splits were comparing against his 1905 personal best, but he ultimately did want to.
If I got one more level 6 siege, I'm gonna lose my mind, bro.
He matched Andrew's splits through the first 3 worlds, until 4-4.
Gyarados technically can run pure power.
So he was 0.35 seconds behind the record.
Obviously the odds of that are slim to none.
Where he picked up a frame roll on the Bowser kill, bringing him back to dead even with the world record. He gained a frame roll at 7-4 from yet another fast Bowser kill.
Bro's neither attack or special attack. Bro's gonna do 0 damage.
Cosmics did not.
What the frick?
If too many hammers or other enemies
What am I
are on
looking
the
at,
screen at
bruh?
the same time, the game lags and slows down by a handful of frames. Then it was on to 8-4. 1 frame roll and change ahead of the world record.
I guess there's only Spear on this route.
Had over a second to gain in the
Because it's
last
all I'm
second,
encountering.
mostly because of Andrew's slow water section. He knew he had a great chance at getting the record right here.
Alright. Even if I take damage, I can still get record. I just have to hit wall jump and not be terrible.
Yeah, see, I don't know why I'm...
Yes! That's record.
It was a new world record by a full 1.5 seconds. This was essentially the exact run that Cosmic was going for.
Yeah, I'm not running this thing.
There was still potential to take it lower with faster Bowser fights and a couple of other tricks, but Cosmic basically got everything that he wanted.
It was literally like my only hope,
This
though, pretty much.
1902 would end up standing for much longer than most of the records before it. A year and a half later, even though the Warps record had been broken 4 times since then, nobody had been able to touch Cosmic's Warpless record. The only person who came close was Hidori, the runner who got a 1921 with Turbo in 2010. But in February 2018, without Turbo, he saved time in 1-3 and 6-3 and was 2 frame rules ahead of Cosmic going into World 8. However, in 8-4, he missed the wall jump and got hit on Bowser, causing his time to slip to a 1904. Still good enough for 3rd place. As of today, even though he was on pace to get the record, Hidori still hasn't beaten his time.
Zang.
Finally, a year and a half after Cosmic's record, another runner was doing attempts to beat it. It was a bit of a surprising source. His Warp's personal best was only in 9th place, but he had been grinding Warpless heavily and was ready to snag the record. This is GT Ace. GT Ace got his first ever sub-20 Warpless time in April 2018. Over the course of the next year, he would refine his Warpless skills to be nearly on par with the world record. A year after his first sub-20, GT Ace got a 1905, putting him just 3.5 seconds behind the record. The very next
That's
day,
not awful.
he was on pace for a 1903, but made this unfortunate mistake in 8-3. He still finished with a 1904, just over 2 seconds behind the record. A few weeks later, he got a 1903, largely because of the second he saved in 8-3 from not getting hit. Only a second behind it.
How did I get outsped? I have 32 speed, bro.
And
What?
A while later, he had a run that was even with
That's
the rest of the
ridiculous.
where he lost time on the Bowser kill.
I had 32 speed. He had less BST than me, and it was only 1 level higher than me. What the frick was that?
A little bit more to
That was the most
compensate for
bullcrap thing I've ever seen in my life.
So he made the decision to start going for the incredibly difficult flagpole glitch in runs. This trick, formerly only used in short warps runs, involves clipping into the bottom of the flagpole at the end of a level, skipping the animation of the flag sliding from the top to the bottom, and usually saving a frame roll. However, making this trick work involves manipulating Mario's subpixel positioning in extremely precise ways by releasing and tapping the left, B, and A buttons on the way to the flagpole. This human viable setup was discovered by a guy named Sockfolder, and the best speedrunners struggle to successfully do the flagpole glitch more than about 50% of the time. By doing the flagpole glitch in 1-1 and additional levels if necessary, GT Ace could save a significant amount of time over the record. That's exactly
what the
run
frick?
he was trying to get. In May 2019,
What the frick am I looking at right here?
roller coaster of a run. He had lost a frame roll in 3-4 and 5-4 from slower Bowser kills, but he gained 2 from the flagpole glitches and also gained 1 in 4-4. The end result was a 1 frame roll lead.
Wow, that thing was
going into World 8.
a runner.
Now,
But
he had 4 levels to play to take down Cosmic's year-and-a-half-old record.
This didn't happen. Wasn't meant to be. Yeah, I was screwed either way. I don't think I had a heal on that file, but I don't care. I have to go back and put it.
GTA set a new record by about 1/3 of a second. With this new time, each of the past 5 warpless records had been set by a different runner. But shortly after GTA Ace's run, both he and Cosmic were doing attempts to beat it once again. Just a few days later, GTA Ace was able to get a run with the 4-4 clip. By crouching and jumping into this corner in 4-4, it's possible to clip through it and avoid having to go up top and then down. If done correctly, this trick saves about 2 frame rolls. So GTA Ace was 0.7 seconds ahead, then gained another frame roll in 5-4. He was on a beautiful run.
Thank you, kid named Run.
Until that happened in 7-4. Cosmic was also trying to beat the record, but he went about
frick
it
is
a little
this?
differently than GTA.
What am I looking at right now?
He didn't go for the
This is
flag
disgusting.
glitches yet, because he knew that with the 4-4 clip and faster Bowser kills, he could probably beat it more
This is
easily.
the most disgustingly round Pokemon I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's exactly what he did.
Please? Dude, we did it, yes.
Guilty in here, that's kind of cool.
Idea 1, let's go.
He got the 4-4 clip, which cancelled out the lack of flagpole glitches, and gained time in 3-4 and 5-4 to enter the last level 2 frame rolls ahead. The run was getting to the point where the next minute barrier seemed inevitable to be broken soon. In 1859, according to Cosmic's description,
What about 1869? No.
The last time a minute barrier had been broken was when Andrew G got the first ever sub 20 all the way back in 2007. Now, 12 years later, it was time to try for a sub 19, and Cosmic was determined to be the first one to take it there. The first order of business for Cosmic was to take the time from a 19:01 to 19 minutes flat, which he did very quickly. On June 4th, using the flagpole glitch in 1-1 and a faster 1-4, Cosmic entered the last room on pace for 19 flat.
Yes, dude, yes, we did it.
So, now we had to take the last second off of the run. His method of doing so would be to save 2 frame rolls. One was
Glass
in
Cannon,
1-3.
Glass
By
Cannon,
flipping into the
Glass
ball
Cannon,
of the
bro.
mushroom, the game tries to eject you out of it, causing you to accelerate faster than otherwise possible.
I mean, it's alright. It's
The other
not.
was in 6-4 by doing
Like-
this extremely precise Bowser kill.
Blaze
Finally, he would go for the 1-frame wall jump in 8-4
That's
to save another
tempting.
1/3 of a second. The run that's been on screen is from July 29th.
If I encounter a level 8, I'll
Got
try to catch
all
it.
of the above tricks. It was time to make history.
Come on, dude, please let me through here.
Let's finally get a decent mon. It's the one where all the best mons in the entire universe
Are you serious?
come out, bro. I love that reaction.
Bowser hit me? Dude, come on.
He got hit by Bowser's hammers. They come
Why
out in
is
a
that-
different pattern depending on what frame you
Voltor's so
direct him
bulky,
on.
bruh.
Oftentimes, Bowser's hammers won't all have hitboxes since so many of them come out, and the game can only have so many hitboxes on the screen at the same time, so you can safely jump through them. Bowser could have also randomly jumped forward, letting the player run safely under him. But this time, Cosmic got neither of those situations. It ended up still being a record by under 1/10 of a second. But alright, all he had to do was do that again, but get a better Bowser pattern. How hard could that be?
Not very hard.
I'm so dumb.
For years,
Yes, you are.
the time of 1859 was known to be theoretically possible. It was considered on the border between what humans could achieve and what was impossible.
Oh, dude, I suck.
Yes, you do.
How'd I shoot that fireball so early?
But
Wow, I just got one shot by a not very super effective move.
if something
At
is
full
considered
HP.
impossible,
That's amazing.
that's what they work hardest on. They change perspectives of what's possible.
Gosh dang it, dude. I hit it the other 2 times.
Looking back on this category's history is very unique. Just over
You're
a
very
decade
unique.
Prior, one could achieve a world record while
Tell me I'm
dying
wrong.
multiple times.
Uh-oh. Dude, what the heck happened? I blew it. I can't believe it.
Now, for Cosmic in 2019, essentially any mistake would kill the run.
Frick you! Genuinely frick you, Pupitar.
19 minutes.
Okay, I just actually suck, so we can just forget that run happened. Let's just move on.
Players used to play this category to get away from the warps category, because unlike that one, warpless had a margin of error. Now, that margin of error had been taken away.
Please be good. Please don't be the bad frame again. Oh my gosh. Dude, are you kidding me? How do I hit that again? If I were to go up to 4 frames slower, 4 frames slower, 3 frames slower, 2 frames slower, 1 frame slower, or 1, 2, 3, 4,
Minecraft
5,
story
6,
mode,
or
I'm using.
7 frames faster, Bowser would be easy, piece of cake. Yet somehow, I hit that frame twice.
This grind from Cosmic embodies how cruel speedrunning can really be. Waiting for everything to line up sometimes pushes one's patience to its absolute limit.
Dude, are you kidding me?
I'm not.
I can't believe my luck with this.
Cosmic, as well as everyone watching his stream, wondered the same thing. When was this insanity gonna end?
Maybe if it let us pass, we might get it.
Oh my gosh. Do I even want to evolve this thing?
Did I do it? Did I finally do it, dude? With the bonk in... I don't know for sure, but we might have finally done it.
Cosmic has the funniest reactions. I love that. It highlights that. Why?
After 2 months of grinding, Cosmic had done it. Sub 19 was a reality. Unbelievably, Cosmic had lost 12 potential 1859 runs to
Gyarados?
1854, with 3 of those dying to Bowser. Many people wouldn't have been able to keep going, but Cosmic never let it stop him, and he kept doing runs until it happened. There's
I guess that's
still
not
plenty of
awful.
potential to take the run lower. Cosmic has already started grinding for 1858, which involves
I don't know why I went down.
Bowser kills and the extra 6-3 frame rule. 1857 and beyond is theoretically possible.
Sure, I'll
too,
try to run it.
but the record is definitely far from its end. As much as has happened in the last 14 years, Super Mario Bros. Warpless still has a big history in front of it.
No, it doesn't.
See who takes it there.
No.
Thanks for watching.
No. You're not welcome. Alright, we're gonna take a break for the Sunday Exalt videos. This video caught my eye.
2014, Five Nights at Freddy's evolved. The one-hit
No, it didn't.
horror game channel
Brrr.
that summer took its first steps toward becoming the indie giant that it is today, with the release of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And while it might not have been the biggest reason for it, I think that one of the cornerstones of its growth was its story. Despite the fact that there really wasn't that much story in the first game, there was a lot put into the second. Death minigames, between night cutscenes, multiple sets of animatronics, and actual confirmed dates. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack. And that's not even mentioning the fact that, in just a few months, we're gonna have a movie that's sure to change a lot of people's perspectives on things. Continuity be damned. Which goes to show one thing. Even to this day, there's a lot about FNAF 2 that people just don't fully agree on. And it doesn't help that somewhere in this game, there may or may not be a retcon that we have no information about. So today, just like I did for the first game in the series last year, we're gonna start off by looking at things in isolation, and try not to use future bias to dictate what all of these puzzle pieces should mean. If we're gonna solve this series, then we need to try and figure out what everything was meant to be from the very start. And once we've done that, then we can look ahead and see what connections we can establish. One of the big reasons that I want to do things in this order is because of what Scott said in an interview with Dawko. He said that he had a lot of flowing ideas that he'd set up in earlier games, and then he'd find a natural point to bring them back in later games. I think that it's safe to say that he started doing that here. And while I don't think that he planned multiple years ahead, I definitely think that he had at least some ideas for the future of this series. Specifically, I think that he was thinking a lot about FNAF 3, the game that came out only 4 months later. These two games are going to be the foundation for this video, with a much bigger focus on FNAF 2. You can expect to see the inverse of this whenever I get around to making the FNAF 3 video. And if you want to see that video happen,
I do not.
Subscribe buttons
Okay.
and force them to watch every single Narrow Raven video. But for now, let's dive into the story of FNAF 2. We're gonna
Wait, why can't we do it for later?
one at a time, talking over what we're told by itself first, then with the context of the rest of the game and the rest of the series as a whole. I know I just said that there's a lot that people don't agree on, but surely it'll at least be a little while until we run into any of them, right? Oh, come the f*** on. Barely 10 seconds into the game, and we have our first point of contention. Ralph the phone guy refers to this as a, quote,
Summer job.
Now, we know that this game takes place in November of 1987. So
No,
the
it
fact that
doesn't.
this is being referred to
But
as
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it does.
is honestly really strange. It's something that me and some friends pointed out on stream a few months ago, and the response we got from chat is that summer job and temporary job are essentially synonymous in Texas, which is where Scott Cawthon is from. A big piece of evidence for this thought process is that FNAF 1 is also referred to as a summer job in its Steam description. So while we have evidence to suggest that this might not actually mean anything, it's still worth noting that Fazbear Entertainment isn't above reusing old recordings, as we've seen in both FNAF 3 and the week before. And if this is an old recording, then what location was it used at? Ralph references the fact that there was an older location, so there's no way that this is talking about the original MCI location. So we're left with two options. If
No,
this
we're
is
not.
just the
Brrr.
summer
Okay, I'm
job
stop being
not
up.
being used for
No,
a
I'm
job
not.
that takes place
I'll never
during
stop.
the summer, then
I'll start, never start, never
there's
stopping.
not much else to this conversation. It just is what it is. But if it is a
Okay, I give up.
pre-recorded call, that would mean that it's from a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that came before the one that we're currently at, but after the one where the MCI happened. And we have very limited evidence to suggest that this is the case. Look, I'm gonna level with all of you really quick. I don't know if I really believe in the fact that there was another previous location. Despite Fazbear Entertainment's affinity for reusing old assets, and the fact that there are seemingly drawings of the withered animatronics that we're led to believe have been stuck in parts and services, I don't think there's actually anything to look at here. But if you are curious and do want to hear more, there's an entire video talking about it on Withered Circle's channel, so go watch that instead. But apart from that potentially lore-breaking detail, what else does Ralph tell us? Realistically, not all that much. We know that there was an old location that was left to rot after a while, and that the animatronics have a tendency to move around at night, which is what led to the previous night guard being moved to the day shift. Not much to elaborate on with the old location existing. It's where the withered animatronics are from, and by proxy, where the MCI happened. And as for the fact that there are animatronics moving around at night, well, we'll get into that soon, because I think that there were a bit more steps to that than there were in the first game. Apart from that,
I know that was kind of, that might have been stupid. I don't know,
mostly just
but
some gameplay mechanics here and there. So let's move on to night 2. This is where things start to actually get a bit Interesting. Ralph brings up the fact that the withered animatronics have been used for parts. Since Fazbear
I'm an idiot. I don't know why. That was a lack of knowledge of how Mimic worked. I thought the turn that I copied the move was the turn I also got to use it. But I'm thinking of the other move that does that.
The toy animatronics
I don't remember the name of.
Potentially being haunted, most notably with their eyes having that signature white dot. But by this
Your mom has a signature white dot. I'm sorry.
Any murders that have taken place in this location, so this doesn't make any sense unless they're being partially controlled by the MCI kids, who have been dead for 2 years at this point. Theoretically speaking, there isn't anything wrong with this.
No.
I seem to not like this explanation though, but honestly, I can't think of any real problems with it. We know that soul splitting is a thing in this franchise, and despite the fact that it has its own set of rules, none of those rules stop this from being possible, and by proxy, explaining why the toys seem to be possessed so early in this game. And speaking of possession, let's talk about Charlie and the puppet. Now, in my last video, I made some statements about the puppet, and more specifically, about the spirit possessing him, Charlie Emily. I have some revisions to make on those statements, but first, let's talk about what Ralph says.
I don't know why in the world.
He says that it's always thinking, and that
you're always thinking. I'm actually genuinely shocked to do more than half, but whatever.
And more specifically, Charlie seemed to be more aware than the rest of the animatronics and their respective spirits, which would be built upon further in UC. Why? What makes Charlie so different? To really get into that, we'll need to talk
about levitate Ninetales is kind of insane.
This is the phone call that changes everything.
Oh, hey, before I go, I wanted to ease your mind about...
I wouldn't normally run a Ninetales, but honestly, for a Ninetales, it ain't bad. It's too bad that it, has a adamant nature. That's like the worst nature I could have gotten, but...
However tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment. It's just all rumor and speculation. People try
There's a cruel bat.
You know, our guard during the day has reported nothing unusual.
I'm gonna run this, Ninetales.
This dialogue right here is simultaneously one of the most important and overlooked voice lines in the entire series. Ralph tells us that something tragic recently happened outside of the building. Something that started rumors, something that got the people talking, and got people to think that Fazbear Entertainment might have been involved. There's only ever been one event, one moment in this entire franchise that fits this description. This is Charlie's death. This is telling us that sometime recently, Charlie Emily met her demise outside of the establishment. The same death that we see in one of the death minigames. Take cake to the children. There are some kinks to work out here, though.
Kink? No.
Charlie dying in
it's not funny.
1987 in my last video, and a lot of people weren't happy with
3 times in a row I missed Fire Blast? Wow, that's like astronomically bad luck.
1982, depending on who you ask, has been one of the most well-established theories in the community for about a decade at this point. So I decided to go through and figure out why people were so convinced of it. Tried to list out all the evidence that was damning, and as it turns out, it doesn't really exist. I mean, sure, there are a lot of reasons as to why people think that Charlie died this early in the timeline, like how she dies in 1983 in the novel trilogy, or how the puppet memory plushie is tied to the code 1983 in Help Wanted 2, or how her father Henry refers to a wound first inflicted on him in FNAF 6, or how the crying child is traumatized by something that he saw before he dies in 1983. Like I said, there are a lot of things here, but none of them are actually that strong. The novel trilogy is the one book series that Scott has come out and told us isn't in continuity with the games. So her dying in 1983 there doesn't mean that she dies in 1983 here by any means. And in Help Wanted 2, well, quite frankly, I don't think that this means what people thought it meant at all. Because in the DLC update the game got, we see the tiger plush being connected to 1979. At first, everyone thought that it meant David died in 1979, but after playing Secret of the Mimic, we now know that he didn't. He died in 1975, long before 1979 when the game takes place. But if David doesn't die in 79, then the code from Help Wanted 2 doesn't reference his death. It only references the relevant game. So if that's the case for the tiger plush, then all of a sudden, we have no reason to believe that the puppet plush being connected to 1983 means that Charlie died in that year. It's just referencing a game. And in this case, it's referencing the fact that the last time we were in this office, back in sister location, the only code that you could enter was 1983. Don't get me wrong, I think that it's ridiculously irresponsible to put the puppet plush here of all things, but you can't deny the fact that this is a very real possibility. On to the next point. Henry's first wound inflicted on him. Logically, it would make sense if this was referencing the death of Charlie, right? But it no longer has to. Because, again, after Secret of the Mimic, we now know that Henry was involved with William much earlier than we thought, all the way back in the 1970s. And if you recall what I said in my Fazburger video, I think it's entirely possible, if not likely, that Henry's the one who leaked M2 to William. And if he did that, then that first wound that was inflicted on him could have very easily been the fact that William had blackmail on him now. Corporate espionage. Is that what actually happened?
Wow.
I
have no words, honestly. I really don't.
I can tell you that it's a reasonable enough explanation to throw doubt on this, just meaning that Charlie was the first of William's victims. Then we have the crying child's trauma, whatever it is that he saw. Considering the fact that he's specifically afraid of the animatronics, I can't imagine that this has anything to do with Charlie's death. Charlie's death had nothing to do with an animatronic. Sure, the puppet was there by the end of it, but it's not like she was stuffed into the suit or anything. And I know, what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. I get it. But that doesn't mean that he saw this, saw the puppet hugging Charlie's dead body, especially considering the fact that the puppet is never seen at Fredbear's. We know that the puppet's design was conceptualized as early as the 1970s after Secret of the Mimic, but that doesn't mean that it was ever at Fredbear's. We only ever see it at Freddy's, so assuming that this animatronic was present all the way back at Fredbear's is a completely baseless assumption. All in all, the evidence we have for Charlie dying that early in the timeline is lacking. Meanwhile, FNAF 2 tells us of a tragic event happening outside of the building, and then shows us a minigame of a child dying outside of Freddy's, ending in a jump scare by the puppet. Not to mention that we specifically see Freddy in this minigame, not Fredbear. So honestly, I feel really confident in saying that Charlie died in 1987, when FNAF 2 happens. Well, okay, slight correction. I think that it's slightly before FNAF 2 happens. If you watched my last video, you might remember me saying that she died on night 2 specifically, and that's when rumors started circulating that day.
Rumor has it, ooh, rumor has it.
But as most of you were quick to point out, the puppet is possessed for the entire duration of that game, including the early nights of the game. So, how's that work? To be honest, I took this as a gameplayism for that video, and just told myself that Scott didn't really think to disable this animatronic that early, especially considering the fact that this is the one animatronic that you can't change the AI level of in the game's custom night. But nobody liked that answer, and honestly, I didn't like it either. So I got to thinking, and I realized, she doesn't actually have to die on night 2 for the rumors to start getting crazy by night 3. Remember, this is 1987. Any rumors that spread are being spread by literally—
Alright, I'll be that in a second.
It's not like the current day where you can just tweet anything and have half the world know about it overnight. And since we know that the FNAF 2 building was only open for a few weeks thanks to the newspaper at the end of the game, I think it's entirely reasonable that she would have died sometime before the game took place. And in fact, that would explain something else. The night shift opening up.
I'm gonna be right back, guys, but I'm gonna leave the video playing, so.
You might recall that back when I was talking about the night 1 phone call, I mentioned that there was a previous employee that was recently moved to the day shift, complaining about conditions, specifically bringing up the fact that the animatronics were trying to get him at night. Which means that, just a night or two before this game begins, something changed. Something happened that caused the animatronics to start acting differently. What was it? Well, it's a combination of a few things, really. First off, Charlie died and proceeded to possess the puppet just a little bit later, and following her death, the events of another minigame happened, one that sparked change in all of the animatronics. Give gifts, give life. The minigame where Charlie puts the masks on all of the dead children, and following this, all of the animatronics started to act differently. Which raises the question, what exactly happened in this minigame? If you ask most people, they'll tell you that Charlie helped all of the children possess the withered animatronics. However, if you know me, you'll know that I never liked that answer. I made a whole video on that, but it kinda bombed, and I'm pretty sure that most of the people watching this didn't actually see it. So I'm gonna reiterate some of my points here. But you can watch that video if you want a more in-depth breakdown if you want. There are two main reasons why I don't think this minigame shows us Charlie helping the MCI kids possess their animatronics. Reason 1. We have no reason to believe that the kids needed help possessing the animatronics. That's never been established in any of the games. For all of the other possessions that we see in this series of games, they all happen naturally, without anyone coming in to influence it. So the idea that Charlie needed to shepherd the MCI kids into possessing their animatronics a whole 2 years after they died feels wrong. Reason number 2. Golden Freddy. At the end of this minigame, you get jump scared by Golden Freddy. Pretty standard fare for the FNAF 2 minigames. But before Golden Freddy ends things, you can see a 5th dead child appear on screen for just a frame or 2. Now, if the puppet putting masks on the children is what's causing them to possess their respective animatronics, then why does Golden Freddy jump scare us before getting a mask? In fact, I don't think that this child gets a mask at any point in this game. Some people take this child showing up as a sign that the puppet helped them too. But I actually couldn't agree less, because when the child shows up on screen, the minigame ends. Everything that's happening comes to an abrupt end. I can't find a way to take this as anything except for this child rejecting Charlie trying to help them. So why would Golden Freddy want to reject Charlie's help? Simple. Because they don't want to move on. Think about what we're seeing in this minigame. Charlie is going around and giving children gifts, and then proceeds to put a mask on all of them. Does that sound familiar? Well, that's because it should, because that's exactly what happens in Happiest Day, the core minigame of FNAF 3, the game that I fully believe was being either developed or at least conceptualized alongside this one. And as we can see in Happiest Day, eventually, the Golden Freddy kid puts their mask on and they finally pass away peacefully. That's what the point of
chill out here and eat
was. It was the first attempt at Happiest Day, of Charlie helping all of these spirits move on. I think that this interpretation is extremely solid, but I know that there's one problem in particular that a lot of people have with it. The fact that the act of putting masks on these children is referred to as giving life. How does giving life refer to helping these kids pass on? Which sounds like the exact opposite. I don't want to take too much longer in this minigame since I spent an entire video talking about it, so I'm gonna speed through this segment a little bit. Ready? In the Stitch Wraith Stinger, specifically the ends of them, we can see Jake giving all of the children trapped in the ball pit their happiest day. We see one actual example of this play out, and it's when he interacts with Millie from Count the Ways. In that instance, he brings Millie to a happy memory, one that she wished to experience when she was alive but never actually got to. A happy holiday with family where she literally ran into her grandfather's arms. In other words, Jake literally gave this child a second chance at life, a chance to throw herself into happiness once and for all, which means he literally gave Millie life, the life that she didn't realize was so precious until the event of her death. Now take a look at Happiest Day, where Charlie is bringing the crying child to a birthday party, surrounded by his friends, all represented by animatronic masks. This is the inverse of the Bite of 83. Instead of having to suffer through a tragedy, he's getting a chance to embrace the happiness that he always wanted but was never able to receive. And once he finally gets it, he's finally able to move on peacefully. In conclusion, giving life doesn't mean helping them possess the animatronics. It's giving them the life that they always wanted to experience, the happy memory that overrides their tragedy and helps them finally move on, which fully explains why this minigame is so similar to Happiest Day at its core, because it literally is Happiest Day. The first enough to get into kids to move on that didn't work out because the Golden Freddy spirit didn't want to move on. Get all that? No? Too bad. I'm not doing that again. If you need a breakthrough that's at a much more reasonable pace, then go watch the video dedicated for it. I'm gonna go back to talking about FNAF 2. So, everything I just said begs one question in particular. What changed? What happened between Give Gifts, Give Life, and Happiest Day that caused the Golden Freddy spirit to finally be willing to move on? Not gonna lie, at this point I don't have a proper answer for that. I don't think that it's anything we see in FNAF 2, so it's probably something from FNAF 3. My mind immediately goes toward Follow Me and the spring locking of William Afton, but I haven't done enough research into that to have an answer that I'm confident in. So, I guess we'll go over that in the inevitable FNAF 3 video. Oh my god, I have to do this for FNAF 3 one day. My rapidly growing chronophobia aside, I think we have everything relevant to the Night 3 phone call covered at this point. So let's go on to Night 4, which honestly doesn't have that much on its own. This night kind of serves as the start to the tragedy that eventually does take place at the restaurant, by telling us about the fact that the building is now under investigation. If you watched my last video, you might remember the fact that I really don't think that the police are involved with this investigation whatsoever. Which, honestly, I do still believe, but I don't think that it matters much. In my mind, if a building is going under police investigation due to the fact that there have been rumors of a child dying on the premises, then it should probably get closed down until the cops are done. Or, at the very least, it shouldn't be open to children. But that doesn't happen. At least, not until things escalate a little bit further. This means one of two things. Either this is an internal investigation being led by Fazbear Entertainment, or the cops in the series are utterly incompetent at everything that they do. Which, considering the fact that the MCI bodies were never found, is also entirely possible. So you could take your pick on what you think the answer is. I don't think that it actually changes much of anything though. The only other thing to note is that the animatronics are getting more and more aggressive towards staff. There's a bit more that I have to say about the toy animatronics, but that can wait a couple nights until it's relevant. For now, let's move on to night 5. There's a lot more to say this time. First of all, the building is officially on lockdown, but we're not told why it's on lockdown, and quite frankly, it doesn't actually feel like it's on lockdown. When a building is on lockdown, people aren't allowed in or out of it, which is what Ralph tells us is happening on the actual phone call. So, why are we here? How did our player character get into the building if the building is on lockdown? That doesn't really check out to me. But on the note of people not being allowed into the building, we are specifically told that previous employees aren't allowed in. We're then told a position is now available on the day shift, which paints a
All right, I finished my food. I'm gonna be right back.
Just got fired.
Again.
And it seems pretty clear to me who that is. The person who just recently got moved to the day shift. We haven't actually talked about this person much yet. They haven't really been relevant. Not yet, at least. Though, we all know who this person is. And speaking of this person, let's talk about the next thing that Ralph tells us.
We're going to try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that. It was closed for years, though. I doubt we'll be able to track anybody down.
I have a legitimate question for all of you. Why would you call the original restaurant owner of a different restaurant if something is going on at your restaurant? Why would their input possibly be relevant? I mean, yeah, Fredbear's is connected to Freddy's and all, but it still doesn't really make any sense to do this. Unless it isn't a different location. Because to me, this wording makes it sound like Fredbear's Family Diner is what this restaurant used to be, before reopening as Freddy's years later. Combining with the fact that the FNAF 2 location used to be Fredbear's in the movie continuity according to their most recent trailer, yeah, I think that this is Fredbear's that we're in. Or at least, this is where Fredbear's used to be. And this information would have been so useful in my last 2 videos. If only that trailer came out like a month earlier. Speaking of Fredbear's though, there's something else that
guess who's back again.
Is. For years, everyone's been in agreement that this is Henry Emily, and that he was the one who got contacted.
Bro, this
Except,
freaking green screen's being
I don't know
a
how
butt
true it is
face.
anymore, because after
Yeah.
Secret of the Mimic, we
Thank you.
now know that William was a part of Fazbear Entertainment as early as the 1970s, and had enough power to promise someone a management position at a franchise.
Can't wait
location,
to meet
which
you.
means that the person being contacted
Animatronic
was
family.
William after
I
this,
want to eat
which
food.
is
Brr.
honestly ironic considering
Alright.
William has been here the entire time, but again, we'll talk about him soon. His time is coming. But first,
Let me take us up. Bum, 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 bum.
unlike last
Wow,
time,
Levitate
we're
Farfetch,
not
let's go.
supposed to be here this time, because now the building is fully closed, and we're still here for some reason. On that note, I think now is a good time to talk about who we actually are. After completing
A night guard.
we
Nah.
got a paycheck and saw that our name is Jeremy Fitzgerald. Now, because Scott loves reusing names for some reason, this has led people to believe that Jeremy is related to all of the other Jeremys in this series, meaning that there are people who think that this guy is the same Jeremy that cuts his face off in Help Wanted, and the guy in the body mask that's there for the big bite in 1983. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I've never liked this theory. I don't think that we see Jeremy Fitzgerald in any other games, and I've yet to see a convincing reason to say that he would, apart from the name thing. Moving on from that, let's talk about the much more important part of this phone call, the fact that the building was closed down. The only reason that we're given is that someone used one of the spare yellow suits in the back, which led to the animatronic.
Dude, why is every single freaking Pokemon I'm getting slower than molasses, dude?
And what's it actually mean? Well, I've resisted talking about this event for nearly the past 5,000 words of script, but it can no longer be avoided. It's time to talk about the reason that this building closed down. As we go, we can see 5 dead children scattered throughout the building, but interestingly enough, we can see 6 bloodstains for some reason. Well,
2269, 2269, 2269, 2269.
I personally think that this is more of a metaphor
I'm sorry.
before, rather than referencing a secret 6th child that also died this night.
Blah,
Speaking
blah,
of
blah.
bodies in this minigame,
I give up.
we can see Mangle moving around here. Trying to interact with him ends the minigame abruptly.
How much for that?
But if you look into the game's files, you'll find that her sprite is called He Was Here. So,
No, he wasn't.
who is this he being mentioned? Well, there's only one answer that makes sense. The only human character we see in this minigame.
Stab muddy water.
This
It's
right
interesting.
now is one of the bigger reasons that I believe that the MCI kids are controlling the toys. The toy animatronics would have no reason to particularly care about William Afton. But if they're being controlled by the MCI, then yeah, they would absolutely.
I don't know why it did that. Hale was better,
being their
but whatever.
protector and all that. And speaking of whom, we haven't really spent much time talking about William in this video. But this
I'm not
is
gonna
a
pivot with a 9-speed mon, dude. I'm just not doing it.
I don't think
No,
really
I
need to
refuse.
explain to you who he is, so let's just go over what he's doing throughout this game. Based on the security badge that he's wearing, we can deduce that he's working here. I doubt that he willingly decided to work as a security guard, as someone who practically owns the
Yeah,
franchise,
no.
though.
I'm just
So
automatic
it's very
lose.
obvious that he's using a fake name, which is something that William is known to do across every other continuity.
Dude, we're just
And
blowing
it's
through
only
files
one
because I get the
security
trashiest
guard
starter
so
Pokemon in the entire
everything
universe.
up to this point in the game.
What is going on?
The night shift,
I
then got moved
haven't
to
gotten a single decent starter in 15 attempts, which is ridiculous
place.
because
Explanation is gonna sound like it
that's
blows
that's
your mind, but
just a lie. Like that doesn't even need an explanation. That's just ridiculous that I've gotten so many bad Pokemon in a row.
Gameplay takes place. William Afton is the night guard at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Then, one night before his shift, he kills Charlie Emily outside, leaving her body in a dark alley. He thought he got away with it at first, but as time went on, things at the pizzeria changed. The puppet was more active, more aware. Soon,
Dude, I can't get a single good starter. I can't get a single good starter. Not a single effing one. The table rule sucks.
these suits
The worst rule in KAIZO IRONMON history. No, in Pokemon history.
spending more and more time around the animatronics.
Who?
trying to
I'm convinced the devil himself came up with that rule, dude.
aggressive. Made them start staring at people.
It's the only like logical explanation.
That worked there. I think that this is the moment that confirmed William's suspicion. This was possession. Somehow, these animatronics were possessed, and he wanted
No.
to know why.
I'm not going to try to pivot with a 10-speed Pokemon with awful defenses. I'm not doing it. I refuse to. I already hate pivoting.
In the hope that it would lead to more spirits.
So why on earth would I do that? Why would I do that to myself?
We confirm his suspicions. I'll get into why I think this happened on Night 5 in particular in a little bit. But for now, we have to ask, did his plan
That makes sense.
work? Did these 5 kids, the DCI kids, actually possess anything? Well, the short answer to that is no, they didn't possess anything. William Afton's plan failed. The long answer is a lot more complicated than that, because it has to do with the specifics of how Remnant works. Mamakato just uploaded a video going over how it works, so I'll give you the spark notes from that. Check her video out if you want all of the details. Throughout the games and the
No.
sprites, we see that a lot of possessions don't actually have anything to do with how close people die to the animatronics, or anything like that. A perfect example of this in the games can be seen with the Fun Times. Animatronics that were literally made to kill and kidnap children. And in spite of this, none of these ever get possessed, except for Baby. What's so different about her? Simple. Affection. Elizabeth liked Baby. She was always trying to see her. That's what causes Remnant to form, and causes possessions. The same thing can be seen with Charlie possessing the puppet that was made to keep her safe, and with William possessing his self-insert fursona, and even in Frights, with Jake possessing Simon, the doll that was on the other side of the room that he was literally too weak to ever get up and touch. I don't think it's a stretch to say that the MCI kids had some kind of affection for their respective animatronics either. These were all well-established and loved characters by 1985. But the toys? That doesn't really apply to them. They're new characters. This restaurant has only been open for a few weeks by this point in time, so there's been no time for bonds to properly form between the kids and the animatronics. So, no, there was no Remnant formed from the DCI kids. But what about Agony? Sure, Agony is a thing, and it definitely could have been created here. And if it was, then that's probably what the shadow animatronics are. Probably. Look, the shadows are so underutilized that we honestly don't even have much to say about them. We know that they have a direct connection to Agony due to their appearance in FNAF AR, and that's kind of it. But I think that's enough for us to justifiably say that they themselves might be made of Agony, and the DCI kids would have produced plenty of it. Unfortunately though, the shadows can show up as early as night 1, so this kinda doesn't feel correct. There's also the fact that Shadow Freddy is in Follow Me from FNAF 3, something that the DCI has nothing to do with, so yeah, I don't really know what's going on with these things, and I don't think that anyone does. But I feel confident enough to say that shadows have something to do with Agony. Back to the DCI kids, there's another point in favor of them not possessing anyone, but it's kinda stretchy. In 3 of the 4 minigames, it ends with one of the animatronics jump scaring you. Golden Freddy, Withered Foxy, more on this minigame later, or the puppet. But in Save Them, you don't get jump scared by an animatronic.
Water Veil and Eyeball is kind of hilarious.
All of DCI kids dead on the ground is the one minigame where we don't have an animatronic jump scare you. And it's not like there are no relevant characters to this minigame. You play as Withered Freddy, and
You couldn't have hit yourself.
Mangle and the puppet. Even if Scott didn't want to repeat a jump scare with the puppet, there was no reason that either Withered Freddy or Mangle couldn't jump scare you at the end of this minigame. So, why don't they? This might be a bit of a stretch, but what if this was a hint? What if the reason that the minigame that shows the DCI kids doesn't end in a jump scare is because the DCI kids don't possess anyone? I think that there's an argument to make there, but by no means is it a silver bullet that makes or breaks any argument, so I'm not gonna dwell on it for very long. Okay, that was a lot of information that spawned from just one minigame. So real quick, let's just recap everything that I summarized from Save Them. William Afton is revealed to work at the building here. You can extrapolate that he used to be the night guard that eventually got moved to the day shift, using context from the rest of the game. There are 5 dead kids in the building. This is the DCI, that's why the building is closing down. The toys probably aren't possessed by the DCI. I think that the MCI controls them due to their parts being used to build the toys. And the shadow animatronics are probably Agony creatures that may or may not have spawned from the DCI. Not sure on that one. Okay, now that we have Save Them covered, let's talk about the other big thing we hear about on Night 6. The spare yellow suit. Someone used one of these suits.
We had a spare in the back, a yellow one.
Acting right.
Someone used it.
Have that many yellow suits at this point.
No, none of them are acting right.
Let's start going through our options.
I don't know why I
This
love that.
almost certainly isn't
It's the way he says it is.
because, come on, do I really need to convince you that someone wasn't using a spare Chica costume? I certainly hope not. Let's move on to the next character, Golden Freddy. There is a little bit of merit to this, because Night 6 is the first time that he's ever activated in the game, which really does make it seem like this is the suit that was used. There's just one issue in particular that I have with this. Golden Freddy is already active. We saw the Golden Freddy spirit in Give Gifts, Give Life, and I think that we can all agree that that minigame takes place, at the very least, before Night 6 of this game. So why would Golden Freddy be the thing that causes the animatronics to all go crazy if he's been here the entire time? The Golden Freddy spirit acts as a ringleader for the rest of the dead kids multiple times throughout this franchise, especially in the movies. So I'm not especially doubting the idea that the kids would have started acting differently around them, but I just don't think that that's what we're seeing here. Otherwise, the building would have been closed down way earlier than this. No, something else is happening. A different suit was used tonight, and there's only one real answer that makes sense. The Spring Bonus.
That character was just an absolute wall for some reason.
This entire video that I think FNAF 3 was being conceptualized around the same time as FNAF 2. And if FNAF 3 was being conceptualized, then I 100% think that this character was already in Scott's head by this point in time. I think it's the perfect example of what he said in the Dawko interview. Something that he set the groundwork for in an earlier game, only to cash out on it in one of the next ones. And going off of everything else that I've said in this video, the Spring Bonnie suit makes perfect sense. When William Afton did the DCI, he was wearing the Spring Bonnie suit that was being kept in the back. And when he wore the suit, the animatronics started going crazy, because they were all under the control of the MCI, and they all recognized that suit at this point. And seeing the suit that killed them years ago made them start losing it. And that's why they're acting the way that they do. And the way that they're now acting is the key detail in solving the final bit of information we can glean from Night 6. The Bite of 87. Jeremy is told that he'll be taking the day shift tomorrow, and to stay close to the animatronics while in uniform. Considering that we've
That was my
been
fault.
throughout the
I
night
should have gone
and
for Sky
animatronics have
Attack.
been
Guarantee a one shot.
more aggressive, I think that this could very easily be what leads to the bite of 87 happening on day 7 of FNAF 2. Which makes you wonder, who did it? On one hand, the week before tells us about how Foxy has never bitten any children before, which more or less implies that he might have bitten adults in the past. However, the very same book has a game over where Freddy is implied to bite off Ralph's frontal lobe, which is exactly what happened in the bite of 87. But while both of these characters are implied, we have to think about what it is Jeremy was doing on day 7. He was staying close to the animatronics, sure, but which animatronics? Probably not any of the wizards. They were probably left in parts and services for the party, which would mean that if he was staying near any of these animatronics, it would be near the toys. So honestly, I think that saying that one of the toy animatronics did the bite of 87 is inherently more likely than saying it was one of the wizards. But to be honest, the actual character who did the bite of 87 isn't that important of a detail. What matters most is the person that received the bite. And if you ask me, Jeremy is by far the safest bet for that. And that is everything that we have on night 6. Time for the very underwhelming finale. Night 7. There's no phone call for this night, so there honestly isn't that much to go over here. The only thing that we really have to talk about is the pink slip that we get at the end of the game, telling us that we've been fired, but that we're not Jeremy Fitzgerald. We're a new character named Fritz Smith. Who is this? Well, yeah, we really don't have much. The only conclusion that people can possibly come to is that this person is Michael Afton. But that's only because that they think one night guard.
Wow. I don't have any words, honestly. I really don't.
And honestly, I agree with it, but there's not much else to talk about for it, so I really don't want to dwell on it any further. So, what's left? We got through all of the phone calls, but there are still a couple of things that we can go over. First of all, the one minigame that I haven't delved into yet. Foxy Go Go Go. We play as Foxy and we have to run into a room to greet a bunch of kids. We do this a few times, but the last time we do it, things are different. William Afton is watching us for one thing, and he's pink. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to bother delving into why he's pink in this minigame. I've talked about his color palette way too much on this channel already. Let's go over the much more pressing question. Who are these 5 dead kids? Well, it's not the DZI for 2 big.
I'm gonna run this thing just because it's fun to run
in the same place, which
corruption/waterspout
and more importantly,
but
because this
also
isn't
like
the FNAF 2 building.
Scout at least.
The building this is clearly has Pirates Cove with Foxy still inside of it, which makes me think that this might actually be the MCI, since we've seen all the MCI kids dead together before getting stuffed into the animatronics, specifically and into the pit. But that would mean that Foxy naturally stumbled upon the bodies, unless he's already possessed by Fritz and this is him finding his own body? It's one of those two. I'm more inclined to believe that Foxy is possessed here, due to what I said about the Golden Freddy jump scare from Give Gifts, Give Life. But there's a world where he's not possessed here as well, so I don't know, man, it's weird. If I had to call my shot on it, I think that this is Fritz finding his own body and kinda going haywire because of it. Honestly, that could be...
Okay, well, I definitely have to pivot in this route now.
...order for the rest of the series. But like I said, it could be either, and I don't think that either one has too big of an impact on the lore as a whole. As for the animatronics, we've...
I'll go for either Arcanine or,
The only ones we didn't talk about are the Endos, which I have nothing to say about them, honestly. Then there's the PepePls, which, if you try to say that this is the Mimic, I'm going to spontaneously appear underneath your bed tonight. And then BB and JJ. Real talk, what's the deal with these two? They feel like a joke, but they keep coming back. Especially Balloon Boy. He's in the movie way too much to just be a joke character. But we've never gotten any information on him. He shows up, he laughs at you, and leaves. That's literally all he's ever done. And the funny thing is, I fully believe that that is all he will ever be. I'm sure we'll see more of him in the movie, but I don't think it'll be anything close to an explanation for why he is the way that he is. He's always just gonna be a character that exists in the background, for the people who hyperfixate on the lore to be confused about. And with that, there's only one thing left to talk about. The one part of the game that I've seen basically nobody talk about in depth, honestly. It's kind of been forgotten to time. It's time to talk about the cutscenes.
No, I'd rather go for the Arcanine.
In this game. And well, they probably mean something. Okay, let's at least try to analyze what's going on in all of them. First off, let's talk about what the scenes have in common. We're seeing things from Freddy's POV, with Bonnie and Chica next to us. Specifically, we're seeing the classic versions of these characters, not the withered or toy versions. Another thing that all of these scenes have in common is that they're referred to as dreams.
This thing is whack.
Lastly, they all have a simple ending message that appears in the corner after it cuts to black. Night 1 simply says, error, while the rest of them say, it's me. And that's all that all of them have in common with each other. So, what happens during the cutscenes? Honestly, not much. In the first scene, we just look left and right at Bonnie and Chica. Same thing with the second scene, but now they're looking at us. Third scene, they're looking at us again, but a bit more intently. And now they're opening their eyes. In addition to this, Golden Freddy appears in this scene. Then, in the final
That might be
one,
important.
Bonnie and Chica are no longer
Will I
looking
run
at
this thing?
and
Run
Golden
it.
Freddy is long gone. But in his place, we have the puppet, directly holding our stare the whole way through. You might have noticed that I didn't have much to say.
Was that the 2287?
Pretty good reason for that. Nothing really happens on them. We just look back and forth, and the minigame abruptly ends. I had a few ideas for what was going on here, but ended up pretty stumped on it for a while. So, after some thinking and some talking to people, here's the conclusion that I've ultimately settled on. What we're experiencing here are the dreams of Gabriel, the MCI kid that went to possess Freddy. Which honestly sounds really obvious when I say it out loud, but hear me out. I think that these are the dreams that Gabriel has following the events of Give Gifts, Give Life. After being given life, he finally learned that he was dead and gained some level of sentience. We can see something similar happen in the story Alone Together from Tales. After Travis learned that he died, all of his memories came flooding back to him. I think that the same thing is happening here in these cutscenes. Now that Gabriel knows that he's dead, he's going back and realizing what his life has been. I think that the first cutscene in particular is what he originally remembered. Being on stage, looking back and forth at nothing. But I think that after he's given life, he realizes that this memory is false. Hence why Error appears in the corner. The next two scenes are what really happened to him. He wasn't the only person stuck in a suit. There were others along with him. And then, in the final scene, we see the puppet holding his stare, telling him that this is what really happened, that these are his real memories. And what does Gabriel say in response? It's me. The reason that these cutscenes end in "It's me" is because that's what Gabriel is realizing, what he's saying to himself as he's gaining sentience. Honestly, at first, I thought that these dreams were being induced on one of the night guards that we play as, but now, this honestly seems like a much more reasonable explanation, that I honestly think makes even more sense. And that's it. That's everything that I wanted to talk about for FNAF 2. That's everything that we really see in the game. We skimmed over a couple things that don't seem as important, sure, but I think that for the most part, I covered everything to the best of my ability. So, this is where the video ends. Thanks for watching. This was, by far, my longest script ever, clocking in at about 2,000 words over the last one. I don't know if I'll ever make a video this long ever again. At the very least, it won't be something that I do regularly. Maybe in December, when it'll make me a lot of money. If I get a good enough idea, that is. Anyway, that's for future me to worry about. Present day me is very tired, and as you can probably tell by my voice by this point, I don't want to speak out.
I knew that was gonna happen.
So make sure you like and subscribe, and if you want to give me a bit of extra support, become a member. Everything helps. And with that, I'm out of here. Take it easy.
Halt the wound.
How do you speedrun one of the hardest games ever made?
You don't.
The original Castlevania has gotten that reputation over the years. Whether it be from its strong enemies and bosses or its strict gameplay mechanics, Castlevania isn't an easy game to take down. However, to speedrun it, or beat it as quickly as humanly possible, is on another level. For the past decade and a half, a group of gamers has been working to lower the world record for completing Castlevania. It's been a quest of discovering new strategies, grinding across multiple years, and working together. This is the story of their journey. This is the history of Castlevania World Records. So picture this, it's 2003 and you're Tom Vodova, a Nintendo speedrunner who would go on to set world records for some of the most famous games. One of your first projects, however, was going to be Castlevania. How would you pull it off? 6 of the toughest levels on the NES. It takes most people hours to beat this game. Well, that April, Tom Vodova took the whole game down in 14.5 minutes. The way to understand how Vodova is able to break the difficulty of this game is by analyzing it, level by level. The first level isn't normally too difficult, and he made quick work of it by upgrading his whip and tearing through the ghosts all over the level. Whipping them in the air rather than on the ground means Simon Belmont slows down less or not at all, saving a fraction of a second each time. Vodova did this as much as he could. He also picked up the axe sub-weapon before the boss fight, and used them to help him slowly but surely take the bat down. At the start of level 2, he simply jumped over most of the enemies before picking up the Holy Water sub-weapon in stage 6. Each level is broken up into 3 stages, meaning stage 6 was the last stage of level 2. He got beaten up a little bit by the statues, but used the Holy Water to take down the level 2 Medusa head boss easily.
There's only trash in this round.
Level 3 is where Castlevania is known for making a pretty big jump in difficulty. There's hunchbacks that jump on top of you, skeletons that jump around and throw bones, statues that shoot fireballs at you, and birds that fly around and try to hit you. And whenever you do get hit, you fly backwards, often towards one of the many ledges that will kill you if you fall off. But luckily, Tom Vodova had the Holy Water. It's pretty well known how overpowered the Holy Water is, but Vodova was able to take it to another level. See, dropping the Holy Water on an enemy freezes them in place, makes them take damage, and temporarily prevents them from dealing damage to you. So often, instead of having to whip down the statues, Vodova just dropped Holy Water on top of them, stopping their shots and letting him walk through. That, combined with careful usage of his whip, allowed him to make it past most of the enemies and beat the dual mummy bosses at the end.
It's not awful, actually.
Of course, there were still some really tricky sections, like this part with several birds and a skeleton in stage 7. Moving into level 4, Vodova still had his Holy Water. He expertly rode on the moving platforms, whipped the bats, then moved upstairs where birds came in to drop hunchbacks down. These hunchbacks sometimes randomly dropped axes if killed, so Vodova had to carefully jump over it to not lose his Holy Water. For the boss fight, Frankenstein and a hunchback, he stun-locked them with several Holy Water throws thanks to the triple shot upgrade, which allowed 3 Holy Waters to be on the screen at the same time. Level 5 is infamous for its difficulty. The knights each take 9 hits to kill, and they throw axes that you have to whip, duck under, or jump over. On top of that, there's hunchbacks everywhere, Medusa heads that float around, more statues, and the Grim Reaper boss at the end. And all of them were no match for Vodova's Holy Water. Of course, there was still a ton of skill involved in what Vodova was doing. Many of the enemies' patterns were still sporadic, and had to be whipped or avoided appropriately. He had to be on his game at all times throughout level 5, and he made it through quite cleanly. Level 6, the final level, featured Vodova temporarily abandoning the holy water to pick up the stopwatch, which froze all enemies when activated. This was used against the hunchbacks to stop them from jumping.
I don't know why I did that.
Then, it was on
I'm
to
an
the
idiot,
final
that's fine.
boss fight, which has two forms, Dracula and the beautifully named Cookie Monster. Dracula teleports after attempting to hit you, and each time he teleports it's referred to as a cycle. Every time Dracula reappeared, Vodova tried to hit him a couple times with his whip. It was pretty slow, and since it took 11 appearances by Dracula to kill him, or 10 teleports, it was an 11 cycle Dracula fight. Then, to fight the Cookie Monster, Vodova used the holy water that he had re-picked up from the leftmost candle. He stunned him in place and used his whip to hit the Cookie Monster's head, over and over until he was killed. This process took a while, but once he was dead, the final orb appeared, and Tom Vodova had finished Castlevania in 14 minutes and 25 seconds. It was a nice run, with some pretty sick usage of holy water to blow through otherwise tough enemies, and he didn't die a single time. However, there were notable
Starting to
slow
think that I
bosses,
freaking have
especially when he stood still to whip enemies and had some slow boss fights.
Green Grace.
It was good, but could have been better. His run was the first of 4 runs that I consider to be in the early age of Castlevania speedrunning. The second of those 4 runs would be completed 2.5 years later, by Retro 2D Gamer. The biggest improvement about his run
Not a
was
very
the
creative
usage
name.
of boosting. In Castlevania, when you get
Oh,
hit by
no
an
heal,
enemy,
bro.
you get knocked back quite a bit. This can be used strategically to reach certain areas faster. For example, in level 1, you're normally supposed to take the stairs down, go to the basement, and come up on the other side of the wall. But Retro 2D Gamer simply did this instead. Known as the Bat Boost, this trick saved about 7 seconds in the first level. And as Retro would show off, boosting could be used all over Castlevania.
Oof. This is brutal.
Boosting wasn't allowed under Twin Galaxies rules, which is where Tom Vodova submitted his run, but since Retro 2D Gamer submitted his elsewhere, he was free to do them. These boosts added together saved around 30 seconds overall. Other than that, he saved time from even more abuse of the holy water. Enemies that normally stood in his way were demolished with the holy water.
Oh, you suck! Why did you have to get another one off, dude? I don't have any heals.
Vodova's run. He didn't get hit as much, and he slowed down less overall. In the end, combined with the boosts, it was enough to beat him by over a minute, with a 13:08. Retro's run seemed to stand for much longer than Vodova's did.
Wow, we beat Brock finally,
It was
guys.
5 years, in fact.
Never thought I'd live to see the day.
It's very rare that world records stand for that long.
Alright, Team
Although
39
the 2000s
is
speedrunning wasn't as big,
Snatch.
it
Great.
certainly was more
Always get
common.
useless status moves. I'm not even joking. That's
A guy named Bablo
literally
did it a few times,
true.
with his final time being 12:21, the third record of the early age. His run was a cleaner, more refined version of Retro's record. In level 1, for example, he had a faster bat boost by having the bat spawn from the right, instead of walking with it all the way from the left. In level 3, he did more boosts at the start, and made his way through stage 8 by abusing holy water more. In levels 4 and 5, he was more efficient than Retro by not stopping to attack as much, but rather using the holy water or jumping and whipping.
Whip
And in level
it.
6, he saved a
Wow.
lot of time from hanging onto the cross sub and
Ba-da-bop.
attacking Dracula with it. Retro used the cross once,
So
and
let
then
it
used the
whip.
holy water. But Bablo was able to throw it to the right, then catch it when it came back to the middle. As long as it didn't go to the left, it wouldn't hit the candle to spawn the holy water. So when Dracula respawned on
Ancient
the right,
power.
Bablo hit
Heck
it
yeah.
again with the cross for more damage. It turned an 11 cycle fight from Retro into an 8 cycle fight for Bablo. Bablo's run stood throughout 2010, and then in 2011, well-versed speedrunner FunkDoc set the 4th and final early age record, a 12:06. It would garner a pretty big amount of attention, and was one of the more popular records in the speedrunning community. FunkDoc's run really was a technical marvel. His method of beating Bablo was through very inconspicuous, yet crucially important techniques. Like here, at the level 1 boss fight. FunkDoc knew the bat's pattern was determined by where Simon is on the screen. He wanted the bat to swoop down in a specific way so that he could be pelted with axes quickly. The position for that pattern happened to be right around here. So, FunkDoc intentionally stood still and avoided picking up the double shot upgrade until after the bat started moving and his pattern was set. The level 3 boss had another technical trick. When 2 hitboxes overlap in Castlevania, a strange glitch occurs.
That's how I lose, really.
If hits the overlapping part, it'll deal 1 damage per each frame it comes in contact. Given that Castlevania runs at 60 frames per second,
I don't know if I've ever even lost that
that's
trainer
a
in my
lot of
life.
damage very quickly. The 2 mummies in the level 3 boss fight each have their own hitboxes, so a guy known as Retro Gaming 20
We're back to getting crappy starter
Use the
Pokemon.
cross sub weapon when the mummies overlap each other, they can be beaten really quickly. FunkDoc used that to his advantage. But the best of all had to be what he did in level 4, the cave skip, once again discovered by Retro Gaming 2084. FunkDoc picked up the time stop sub weapon at the start of the level, then used it a few seconds later. When bats spawn, they do so based upon your vertical positioning. So when the time stop ran out, it was time for the bat to spawn, and FunkDoc had gone to the appropriate height in time. Then, he froze time again to freeze the bat's horizontal position, so he could do this.
Dude, seriously?
By doing this boost, FunkDoc didn't have to wait and ride on the slow-moving platforms below, saving him a few seconds. He continued to abuse Holy Water in level 5, then was able to match Babbla's 8-cycle fight on Dracula, before taking the Cookie Monster down with Holy Water. So that's where the record stood in 2011, FunkDoc's 1206. He was considered the top Castlevania runner, and as the months and years passed on, his record still stood. It was a very clean run, set by an extremely talented runner. Over the next couple of years, he would run the game at many of the Games Done Quick marathons, including one of the coolest runs of all time, a speedrun by FunkDoc.
What is that moveset, dude?
Soundtrack on piano. But eventually, by 2013,
I'm not counting that.
FunkDoc was
I
no
never
longer
count
alone.
it when I accidentally pick a starter
Someone
Pokemon.
was streaming attempts on Twitch.tv to beat his long-lasting 1206. Meet KAIZO. In late 2013, KAIZO began pushing his Castlevania personal best close to the world record. He got good at the same tricks. Cave skip, the boss fights, all of the boosting. His time went from a 12:45 down to a 12:26, then to a 12:10, just 4 seconds behind FunkDoc's world record. Had it not been for a slow level 3, particularly the boss fight, KAIZO would have gotten it. In October 2013, he was on a run that was bleeding time early. In level 4, for instance, he messed up the boss fight by mistiming his Holy Water throws, causing the Hunchback to jump around and hit him. So, heading into the last level, he was 5 seconds behind FunkDoc's world record. But KAIZO had a trick up his sleeve in level 6 to make a last-second comeback. Castlevania has a pretty obscure trick called the critical hit. If you hit an enemy with the whip on the same exact frame the enemy hits you, you deal an additional 5 damage to the enemy for a total of 6 damage. The most relevant place this can be used is on boss fights.
Wow, my luck today, dude, is just like
so KAIZO had to jump and get hit by one of them on
garbage.
the same 60th of a second he whipped Dracula. If he could do that, he would have a shot at the record.
Yes.
Mission accomplished. In just 1 cycle, more than half of Dracula's health bar was taken down. The fight would end up being a 5-cycle fight. Was it going to be fast enough to beat FunkDoc?
Dude, why does that keep happening? I swear I'm pressing B, dude. This is bullcrap.
Oh my god. Really?
A tied world record. It couldn't have been a great feeling to have come so far yet still not beat FunkDoc. All he could do was keep trying. And the very next day, he had another shot. The first 9 minutes of this run are lost, but we do know he was about 4 seconds behind the tied record he had set the day before going into the last level. He did have time to make up though. In yesterday's run, he didn't have enough hearts, which are currency for the holy water, to optimally beat the cookie monster. But this time, he did. He just had to land the crit on Dracula.
I don't really like pivoting with mods this slow, but with how bad my luck today is, I need to get out of the lab, man.
Another 1206 run.
For the second time in 1 week, he had tied FunkDoc's record. The only thing worse than that would be if he tied it 3 times in a week.
And another tie of the world record again.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Between October 20th and October 28th, 2013, KAIZO tied the world record 3 times. But finally, later in October, KAIZO had another run. Although he lost time from the level 1 boss fight, he gained it right back in level 2 and more in level 4, since his last 1206 had failed level 4's cave skip. He got the crit on Dracula, and closed out the run.
Choco can be good.
There it is.
Finally, KAIZO had his world record. But he wasn't done quite yet. The 1203 had some notable slowdowns. He messed up throwing axes on the first boss fight, got hit by a statue in level 3, and had to turn around to pick up a heart in level 5 after he didn't have enough holy water ammo. So there was still some time on the table. His goal was to take the run under 12 minutes. And a few days later, that's what he did. He had a better level 1 boss fight, avoided getting hit in level 3, had a cleaner level 5,
Dang,
and
this
although
bro
his
is
final boss
fast.
fight wasn't perfect,
But
it was enough to get the sub 12.
he sucks.
An 1157 record was enough to satisfy KAIZO for about 2 weeks. Just 15 days after his first sub 12, he was back at it.
Like a crack at it.
The last level of the game. Problem was, he was more than 3 seconds behind the record.
I always have
But
trouble
he
with
still had one last chance at getting the double crit on Dracula. See, the 1157 featured a 5-cycle fight with 1 critical hit. KAIZO could instead do 2 crits on Dracula instead of 1, dealing 12 damage
Another
with
chance
just
of
2
an
hits, getting a 3-cycle fight and saving between 5 and 10 seconds.
That's looking like my best Bonnet. I get it.
Incredibly difficult. He had to
Wait, wasn't there a good
line
Pokemon in
Dracula
Route 1?
and get a hit on himself on the same 60th
What was
of
it
a
again?
second, twice in a row.
That's like asking Santa.
Oh yeah, Scyther.
It was his only shot to get the
Getting
record.
Route 1 though. Alright, I'll get level 8, Heracross, or level 8 Bonnet, whichever one shows up first. And of course, of the 3, it's the one that I would not pick. Of course it is.
Double critical. Santa Claus brought me my $1 million.
You wish.
Wasn't done. There was still time he could save, particularly on the boss fights. The bosses all gave different patterns depending on a number of seemingly random factors. The speed at which the mummies overlapped, the speed at which the bat swooped down, these speeds varied from run to run, with the faster the pattern, the better. It was also possible to get a critical kill on the bat in level 1. When the bat swooped down, KAIZO stood on the stairs and used his whip. Just like on Dracula, if he got hit on the same frame as whip hit the bat, it would deal 5
Whip
damage.
it. Bow.
However, all damage to the bat is
Ba-da-ba.
and being on stairs increases damage here as well. It
So
ends up
let
being
it
enough to kill the
whip.
bat with just 1 whip. So, with these boss fight improvements in mind, KAIZO kept doing attempts through the end of 2013. He was in a class of his own for Castlevania. It was time to see how low he could take it.
Oh, we ever pelt and stench? That's hilarious. That could be good.
$11.48 was K-Mac's final time. It had the bat crit, the boosts, and a double crit on Dracula.
Wait to see the other ones.
He was on top of the Castlevania speedrunning scene.
Or commit to catching a spawn.
Nobody could touch him. Throughout the rest of 2013, all of 2014, and well into 2015, K-Mac's 11.48 was the world record. But then, a year and a half after he originally got the record, another player began to challenge his time. Double Armory. And in April 2015, it finally happened. How was he able to knock K-Mac off the top? It wasn't anything too major, but once again, small optimizations. He used mostly the same strategies as K-Mac, but his boss fights were a little better overall.
Yo, thanks for lurking, DG. Appreciate it. I mean, I guess I can go for Electabuzz. It's like a slightly better,
And against the Medusa,
a slightly better,
double
Electrode.
the holy water instead of the cross, making for a slightly faster kill.
I want to find a little 8 though.
This meant he didn't have the cross for the mummies in level 3. So he had to use the holy water to pick up the axe, then use the axe to pick up the cross from this candle. It was some careful but very well done routing, and it was enough to beat the record by a couple of seconds. Well, K-Mac wouldn't stand for it.
It's not
so
bad.
He responded
Waste of a
setting
tail
3
golem
world
on, honestly.
records in the same week, lowering the record down by 5 seconds. He had held the world record for a year and a half.
Yeah, I'll try to run it.
Losing
Why not?
for 4 days was to do that. How did he do it? It stemmed from 2 main improvements. The first was the Dracula fight. K-Mac began going for a new 3-cycle Dracula fight that only used 1 critical hit instead of 2. He intentionally lost 0 frames leading up to Dracula by only whipping candles while Simon was moving up. Whipping them on the way down means the whip animation may need to complete before the screen can move again, losing a few frames. Arriving at Dracula at the same frame every time guarantees you'll respawn on the left, so you can be pelted with the cross more consistently. By using the cross more, only 1 critical hit on Dracula was necessary, and it made the fight more consistent overall. The other big improvement was in level 1. Enemies in Castlevania seem to sometimes randomly drop items. They can be stuff like sub-weapons, the holy water or the axe, or potions that make you invincible. The thing is, these drops aren't actually random. Every 16 frames, there's 1 frame where if you kill an enemy, it'll drop an item. What that item is determined by this chart. The first item drop you get will be from the first column, with the item itself determined by the level you're in. If you get your first item drop in level 4, for example, it'll be a potion.
I literally would have won if I didn't hit myself 3 times in a row.
You get will be from column 2.
That's super sad.
And so on, with the column position.
All I had to do was not hit myself once, and or mute to miss, cross chop once, and I got neither. That's my luck right there.
Vandal discovered. So he figured out approximately when he needed to whip the ghost to land on the specific frame he needed to get the stopwatch. He had a 60th of a second window to aim for, but since it looped every 16 frames and there were a few ghosts he could try it on, he at least had a chance at it. After hopefully getting the stopwatch, he would move into the next screen and try to use it on the very first frame possible after entering. If done correctly, it would freeze time before the bat spawned, allowing time for him to walk all the way over to the right. Once he got there, the bat would unfreeze right away, and he would be able to do the bat boost much quicker. You can see from this comparison that it cuts out the time he normally had to spend waiting for the bat to spawn again. In all, it saves about 4 seconds. So now, in order to get an optimal level 1, you had to land a frame perfect whip to get the stopwatch, use the stopwatch frame perfectly to get an optimal bat spawn, and land a frame-perfect critical hit on the Bat Boss. Each of those had a 60th of a second window to time them. Getting all that was super difficult. Because of all these tricks, level 1 got the reputation of being like a jail, since very few runs were able to escape it. Regardless, it took KAIZO just 4 days to be able to beat Double Armory's record with the level 1 tricks.
Barely beat it.
It was a close call though, because he lost a lot of time in the Dracula fight from missing critical hits and getting a 4-cycle fight. KAIZO would lower it to an 1141 pretty quickly, with a run that actually didn't feature the stopwatch trick in level 1, but had essentially everything else. A fast bat pattern, a fast mummy pattern, cave skip, the boosts, and the new 1-crit 3-cycle Dracula fight. That 1141 was enough to satisfy him for a while. He was back on top, and he was on top by a large margin.
Margin.
Passed, and when 2016 came around, KAIZO's 1141 was still the world record. But in October 2016, someone did beat him. Baze86. He took down the video for his record a while ago, and can be seen today.
Wow.
The final time was reported
This is my mon.
39, a 2-second improvement over KAIZO, but not much is known about the run
6
itself
speed.
today.
Just kill me
But
now.
we do know that this time, KAIZO waited exactly 20 days before getting the record back. It's almost like he wasn't allowed to not have the world record. The way he saved time this time was by skipping picking up the meat in level 6. Runners normally turned around here to pick up the pork chop hidden in the wall, which replenishes your health. But since KAIZO was only planning to do 1 crit against Dracula instead of 2, he didn't need the extra health to get hit a second time. So he saved a few seconds by not
My
having
only
to bother
chance.
turning around to pick it up. And again, KAIZO's record remained on top for several months. But just as before,
that's not
another
awful.
runner eventually beat him.
Not great
Jante.
though.
In April 2017, he was able to get a run past the level 1 jail with the stopwatch trick.
I'll try to
and
run
was
it,
3.5
but I'm
seconds
probably
ahead of
gonna
the
die on the first trainers.
He lost some time in level 3 to a slower mummy fight, but was still about a second and a half ahead of KAIZO going into the last level. He nailed the crit on Dracula
called
for
it.
a 3-cycle fight, and prepared to fight the Cookie Monster.
No,
He'd messed up a couple of his holy water throws, and didn't grab the orb until it fell. After retiming it, it was determined that he had beaten KAIZO by about a 20th of a second. Once again,
Sleeper build.
KAIZO had been dethroned. But
That's just
of
fun to say.
course, 3 weeks later, the record would be his once more. Only this time, it wasn't even close.
I hate this game.
KAIZO beat Jante's run by 5 seconds. Rather than one big improvement, it was because of several small improvements over the course of the run. KAIZO got a slightly faster bat swoop than Jante by manipulating its pattern by standing in specific locations on the stairs. In level 2, he hung on to the stopwatch from level 1 in order to freeze time at the start of stage 6. This prevented the spikes from moving so he didn't have to hesitate like Jante did. He got a fast bone boost in level 5. These skeletons can give either a fast or a slow boost pattern, with about half a second time difference between them. Jante got the slow pattern while KAIZO got the fast one. And of course, no run is complete without the Dracula fight at the end, which KAIZO was able to get a 3-cycle on. His Cookie Monster fight wasn't perfect, but it didn't really have to be at the end of a run that far ahead of the record. Castlevania was getting to the point now where improvements were going to be extremely tough to come by. As the run approached the sub 1130 barrier, players could no longer expect to beat the record by 5 seconds. An improvement by a fraction of a second would be a big deal. KAIZO decided to retire from Castlevania speedrunning after his 1132, and left the game in the hands of others to take the record down further. The first step, of course, was beating his 1132. For that, we arrive at Furious Paul. He's best known for running Super Castlevania 4, but in 2017 he decided to try the original Castlevania 2. On September 30th, 2017, he was streaming on Twitch.tv, with his personal best just 2 seconds behind the record. He was about to stop streaming for the day, but decided to do one more run just because. Fast forward 11.5 minutes later, and this was the result.
What just happened? What just happened?
The final time was 11:32.7, about a tenth of a second ahead of K-Mac's record. Furious Paul had gotten really good at getting out of the level 1 jail, and he also changed up a few strategies to give himself better odds at it. He whipped more ghosts overall, giving him better odds in picking up the stopwatch. He also used the whip, then jumped after using the stopwatch to force the bat to spawn higher, making the boost quite a bit easier. Of course, he still had 3 different 60th of a second tricks to time throughout the level, but these improvements helped a bit. He gained time in level 3 from an extremely fast mummy pattern, but missed a jump and did a safer version of the cave skip in level 4. A guy known as Brannigan discovered that by doing these whips at the start of the level, it sets up the timing perfectly so that you have a visual cue for when to freeze time with the stopwatch. When the merman's feet are either on this pixel or this pixel, time can be frozen and the cave skip will work. It was also possible now to pause and unpause if you missed the visual cue, since the bat's spawn position is partially based upon when you arrive. Beyond that, Furious Paul had a cleaner Cookie Monster fight, and it was enough to just edge out K-Mac for a new world record. Shortly after Furious Paul's run, a pretty big new discovery began to be utilized. For years now, players have been trying for a 3-cycle Dracula at the end of the run, but it turns out it can be better. This is the 2-cycle Dracula.
We have an alright special attacking Blaziken.
2-cycle setup in March 2016.
I guess I'll try to run it.
But it went under the radar until about October 2017. The first cycle consists of jumping to throw across, and then whipping twice, which deals a total of 5 damage. For the second cycle, you have to hope that Dracula spawns close to you, which has a 50% chance of happening. If he doesn't, a 2-cycle fight can't happen. The execution for the second cycle, assuming you get the spawn, is really precise. Jumping forward and throwing across, landing on the double shot to pick it up, then jumping backward while facing forward and throwing another cross. Upon landing there, you jump up and throw yet another cross, land, then jump and do a critical hit. If anything is off by even a little bit, the 2-cycle kill won't work. But if it does work, it saves you 3 or 4 seconds. Once people realized the usefulness of this trick, there was a mad scramble to get a new world record with it. From October through December 2017, there were 4 people going for the record at more or less the same time. Jonthe, who had previously held the record earlier in the year, Endy, who had held world records in various Nintendo games like DuckTales and Batman, Hyrixin, who had gotten world records in games like Panic Restaurant and Tiny Toon Adventures, and Bednack, who pretty much only ran Castlevania and was very close to the world record. These 4 guys were top tier runners, and all had the skill needed to get the record. The time to beat was Furious Paul's 11:32.7. Over the last few months of 2017, this was their battle to obtain one of the NES's most coveted world records.
An Arcanine with Flash Fire.
Yes, yes.
It's not super fast, but it's got good defenses, so I probably won't get one shot.
Fuck. Oh, it's so close. It's so close.
Bam!
Flareon. I'll go for the Flareon.
Oh! No! That was one hit. That was the. I got the crit. Holy shit! Holy shit!
I guess we'll go for the Shekel because Flareon's moveset seems garbage.
Something missed somewhere.
Endy was 1 damage short. 1 damage short from a new world record. Probably the first ever sub 1130 run of Castlevania. These 4 guys did thousands of runs between them, yet after 3 months of work, only 1 new world record had been achieved. Castlevania had turned into an absolutely brutal speedrun. The run started and ended with 2 of the toughest parts of any game out there. The level 1 jail, and getting the pattern for and executing the 2-cycle Dracula fight. And in between that was a run filled with precision, tight timings, and the need for close to perfection. Getting all of that was just so difficult. Naturally, Castlevania entered an era of no new records for a little while. Throughout the first few months of 2018, the record stayed at Jante's 1131. The game went from 4 top-tier runners clashing for the record to none. But then, in April, a brand new runner began making a push for the record. And this guy had a lot of experience getting world records. This is JC. JC had held the world records in Castlevania 2, Castlevania 3, and Battletoads, 3 of the most iconic NES games.
I could have checked the other routes, but I don't care anymore.
2018, he was ready to try tackling the original Castlevania. Over the next month, he took the time to lower his PB down into the 1130s, getting very close to Jante's 1131 world record. And on May 2nd, 2018, JC got this run past the level 1 jail. In level 3, he got some bad patterns from the enemies. He got hit by a bone thrown by a skeleton at the start of the level, and a raven nearly ran into him a screen later. He also mistimed his cross throw on the mummy boss despite getting a pretty good pattern. In level 4, he nailed the cave skip but got knocked back by a bat moments later.
No, I disagree. Completely disagree with that.
So, he was just over 2 seconds behind the world record going into level 6. But he had time to save. He could get the 2-cycle Dracula fight, which would save a few seconds over the fight Jante got. He also was going to go for the machine gun Cookie Monster strats that Hyrixon first used. By stepping into the Cookie Monster sprite and mashing jump, sub-weapon, and whip in a rhythm, it's possible to deal damage faster, since the holy water hits the Cookie Monster's top hitbox and deals damage instead of just hitting his bottom half. JC was going to try to get all of that and make a huge comeback for the record.
Oh no.
I feel like I've never seen Wigglytuff's back sprite ever.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Ooh, Master Ball, nice.
No!
2 Master Balls, wow. Crazy.
Welcome aboard the J-Cruise! Hop aboard the poop deck with the
And with that, JC had finished the first world record with a 2-cycle Dracula. He was on top. But he still had 1 more second.
I legit couldn't tell if he was celebrating or was mad.
To take the record lower, and the sub 1130 mark was right in front of
I'll
him.
legit I could not tell.
1129 would represent
I don't know why I went for the items, to be honest, because like
the last time a 10-second barrier
I already have
broke
2 Master Balls. Like,
is 1139 back in 2016.
I hate to say it, but so far the most tempting Pokemon is Golem.
Take an amazing run. JC
Rock Ground is an awful defensive typing.
For that mythical 1129, but he wouldn't
But
get
it might be my best bet.
Instead, he did this.
Oh my fucking god!
My neck.
I'm done! I'm fucking done! Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
An 1127. This blew the world record out of the water. How was he able to get such an incredible time? He pretty much just cleaned up the mistakes from his 1130. Remember the slow mummy fight, bad enemy patterns, and the knockback by the bat? None of those were present in his 1127. And of course, to top it all off at the end, was a 2-cycle Dracula fight. All in all, it was a really clean run with a nice level 6 at the end. JC stopped grinding for the record after this run, and who could blame him? He had nothing left to prove. He was the first to break the 1130 barrier, and he absolutely smashed it. For the rest of 2018, JC's 1127 would go unchallenged. But starting early in 2019, that all changed.
I mean, I might as well see what the other.
It's time to talk about 3 players who had one of the greatest.
Yeah, I think our only
chases
bet is
of
a Golem. I
any
don't think there's
game
anything
out
good in Route 1. Raynatara and the other 2. Oh, one's illegal, one's completely awful.
First up is 2Snek. He pretty much exclusively ran Castlevania. He started streaming his attempts in mid-2017 and slowly improved over the course of 2018. He had a bit of experience running the other NES Castlevania games too, but the first game was a specialty. Next up is Ouijawee. He ran many different NES games over the years, getting world records in games like Kung Fu, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, Dragon Warrior, and RC Pro-Am.
Hate Relic Camp.
He had a lot of experience getting world records, and when he started running Castlevania in the middle of 2018, he improved really, really quickly. Finally, we have SBD Wolf. He was best known for his Cuphead runs, for which he was a top contender for many months. Toward the end of 2018, he made a drastic change and started focusing on a different game, Castlevania. He too improved his personal best very quickly. By March 2019, these 3 players were very close to JC's world record. Ouijawee and SBD Wolf each had an 1132, while 2Snek had an 1128. It was obvious that all 3 of these guys were about to make a serious push for the world record. 2Snek had a shot at it on March 19th. He was using a few new, small strategies to help him out. Probably the biggest one was one developed by fellow contender Ouijawee. Many boss patterns are determined by how many frames have elapsed since the screen began. Ouijawee figured out that by slowing down exactly 66 frames, the mummy bosses would always give an extremely fast pattern. Those frames were lost by standing still twice to throw 2 crosses, and standing still once to whip. It worked.
Whip it!
He also used a different strategy in level 5, thanks in part to a mechanic used by several different NES games, the frame roll system. Whenever you go through a doorway in Castlevania, it checks every 16 frames to see if you've arrived at the door or not.
Wow.
If you haven't made it, you have to wait however many frames are left until the 16 frames run out. Basically, it means you can only gain or lose time in increments of 16 frames between 2 doors. A good example for this is to imagine you're waiting for a train to arrive that leaves every 16 minutes. Once you get to the stop, you might have to only wait a minute for it to arrive, but if you barely missed it, you could have to wait up to 15 minutes for the next one to arrive. This comes into play all over Castlevania. It means it's possible to not play perfectly and bleed a few frames, but still not lose any time to as if you had played perfectly. As long as you get to the door on the same frame rule, or before the train leaves, you won't lose any time. Sometimes you had lots of time to play with, while other times you had to play very, very well. Anyway, this mattered for a new bone boost 2Snek used at the start of level 5. Normally you got either the fast or the slow bone pattern. But now, If you got the slow pattern, you could go for a couple of backup strategies. Either the alternative bone, which works every time to save 1 frame rule, or the task bone, which doesn't always work but saves 2 frame rules if it does. If it didn't work, the player could lose more than 2 seconds. In this run, 2snet got the alternative bone, so he saved 16 frames over what he otherwise could have gotten. He then got the pattern 4 and executed the 2-cycle Dracula, and had a slightly cleaner Cookie Monster fight than JC. It was enough to just barely edge him out and get a new world record.
Fuck! Is that it? Is that it? Holy shit, is that it?
6 days after this run, Weejoey was dead even with 2snet's world record going into level 5. The splits compare with his personal best, which he was slightly ahead of. He had gotten out of the level 1 jail, nailed his own mummy strategy in level 3, and got the cave skip in level 4. However, he got the slowest bone pattern in level 5, and when combined with a couple other small slowdowns, he fell to 2 seconds behind the world record. But he nailed the 2-cycle Dracula fight, and it was enough to get him a pretty nice personal best. He submitted this run to the speedrun.com leaderboards, and in his submission comments, he simply said one phrase: "World record soon."
Alright, plus RNG. No. I didn't jump backwards. You got it. Why? There we go. Get wrecked, Bat. Nice. Oh, damn, dude. Damn. Oh, wow.
I'll just do a Magikarp that was paralyzed.
Missed the crit. Well, easily meaning I still need a 2-cycle track. I wouldn't call that easy. Well, here we go. Well, triple bones. That's a lot of time waste right there. Oh shit, son! That's a PB. And damn, that's close to the record, too.
Upon retiming this run, it was determined that it missed the world record by just 9 frames. Unfortunately for Weejoey, this is as close as he's gotten to the world record. He's a great player and will probably be back to try for the record again in the future, but as of now, he just hasn't quite gotten there yet. But of course, we're not done yet. There's still one of the 3 record contenders we haven't talked about yet: SBD Wolf. SPD Wolf was grinding for the record around the same time Weejui and Tusnek were. In May 2019, he lowered it down to 1127.13.
How have I not encountered more than 2 Pokemon? Like, what is going on?
Level 5, but he accidentally went up a staircase that he wasn't supposed to.
How have I only encountered the same 2 Pokemon over and over again? Like, this is astronomically unlucky.
Excuse me, what?
But SPD Wolf wanted more. He knew that.
Alright, this file's cursed.
So with the help of more strategies, he began grinding even more. One such strategy was the short whip. Players normally upgraded their whip to the long whip in level 4, since you could reach enemies from further away with it. However, although
dude, this file's cursed!
It wasn't necessary. You could
How have I encountered the same 2 Pokemon over and over again? What is going on?
He also started going for more item manipulations in level 3 if the opportunity presented itself. The first part was to manipulate the potion.
Finally, oh my gosh, like seriously, dude.
As long as you were able to hit.
I'm starting to think I freaking never get another encounter, dude. What in the world?
That you would get. It saved time by temporarily not having to deal with any enemies. SPD then took it a step further thanks to a route discovered by Tusnek. Further manipulation could be done before the boss fight.
It's alright.
It was possible to get another rosary and then a potion from 2 more birds.
We're probably screwed, moveset wise.
Unfortunately,
and we're not even that fast either.
As 66 frames aren't lost on the way to the mummies. Weejui was going for the short whip strategy, and Tusnek was going for the level 3 manipulation. However, SPD Wolf was going for both, so he had potential to take the time even lower. And over a few months in the middle of 2019, this is what he did.
$11.26. Yes. That's it. New world record, and that's probably an 11.25. Okay. Sorry that wasn't a huge reaction. Even. Apparently it is. Oh god. Okay. This should be a PB. Yeah! Hell yeah!
After 15 years of attempts, after countless tricks, shortcuts, and glitches, after battles for the world record, after heartbreak and eventual success, that's where the world record stands today. This has been the history of Castlevania World Records. Thanks for watching.
Alright, I'm gonna do one more attempt and then I'm gonna switch it up and we're gonna do Crazy KAIZO. Because I'm bored of doing the same thing over and over again, and at least with Crazy KAIZO it'll be more interesting.
Mario Kart 64 has a reputation of being pretty broken. It's one of the most fun games on the Nintendo 64 for sure, but its courses have been abused and exploited much more than the average racing game. We've already seen this on Choco Mountain, but it turns out that's not the only course that speedrunners have destroyed. Frap Snowland has become infamous for its exploits over the years. Its world record is coveted, with racers battling for the fastest time both with and without shortcuts. So today, let's take a look at how those world records have been lowered. Let's take a look at the most broken track in the most broken Mario Kart game. The first thing to understand about Mario Kart 64 speedruns are the different categories. To complete a time trial of a track, you have to drive around it 3 times. However, speedrunners also compete to see who can drive a single lap of a track the fastest. So, 2 big categories are whether or not a speedrunner is trying for a drive around the whole course 3 times, or a flap record, short for fast.
What was the encounter in this route?
And
like,
within
not bad, it was Rapidash, right?
2 more categories.
Yeah, go for Rapidash, I guess.
A shortcut in Mario Kart 64 is generally described as doing anything that the developers probably didn't intend for you to do to save time.
I got really lucky that I got a little late here, because I would have just, I was full on ready to settle for the level 6.
Far off to the left, so Act 2 gets confused and places you diagonally back.
I wonder if I have enough normal time moves, game. Seriously?
Yes, that is a real shortcut in this game. So, those are the 4 categories of Frap Snowland time trials. Shortcut 3 lap.
And the only reason I would go for hyper voice over return is because it's not contact.
Non-shortcut flap. We're gonna start with non-shortcut flap.
Okay, let's look for the
simply drive
evolution to kill.
Frap Snowland as fast as possible. The early history of world records in Mario Kart 64 isn't easy to show off, mainly because there's not video for a lot of them. Fortunately, the website mkwrs.com has compiled a list of world records over time, so we know what the record probably was. But back then, the proof needed to claim a world record was different. It was difficult to post videos on the internet, so people would post their times in old Yahoo group posts or simply through emailing others. It operated off a system of trust and respect. So if you were a respected member of your community, your times would usually be respected too. Anyway, the Frap
level 8
flap record was lowered down by
or A level 8. I don't even know if level 8 type losing in this route is possible.
But then a guy named Penev just destroyed the record. See, the NTSC version, which came out in North America and a few other places, runs at 30 frames per second.
It's funny there's fluffy aim for this route.
25 frames per second.
Alright, it's not happening. We're just gonna go for the
running in slow motion.
6 then.
Played at about 5/6 the speed of the NTSC version. This meant that an equivalent time between NTSC and PAL would be about 17% slower on PAL. So, to compensate for this, the combined leaderboard system was made, which balanced times between NTSC and PAL, so regardless of the version you played on, your time would be on the same leaderboard. Whatever time you submitted would be submitted with 2 times, an NTSC time and a PAL time that was 17% slower. Playing on PAL is generally regarded as being a bit easier since you're playing in slightly slow motion, so for simplicity's sake, I'll be referring to all times as their PAL equivalent. By the turn of the century, the PAL time had gotten down to 39 seconds, before Mike S set the first 38-second time. By the early to mid-2000s, the first videos of world records began to pop up. Some of these videos weren't recorded in 4K quality, so we'll take a look.
Dude! Why am I only getting normal type moves? What is going on? Bro, what?
A world record?
Like, seriously, what is this file, bro? I mean, it's better than headbutt and it's not contact, but the flinch is really clutch.
Whenever Carlo turned, he was usually doing what's known as a mini turbo. By drifting with the R button, the player can then wiggle the thumbstick back and forth 2 times, and the smoke underneath will change from white to yellow to orange.
Maybe if I get hyper voice.
Once it's orange,
Yeah, I wish I could learn it.
release the drift, and their
Dude, but why am I only getting normal type moves? What is happening, dude?
Ideally, the player will do this over
Like,
and over
what?
to get as many speed boosts as possible. Carlo played as Toad, since he, Yoshi, and Peach are tied for being the fastest character in the game. The course itself is rather simple. You can see from this overhead view that it's just a loop surrounded by snow. Going too far out into the snow,
Oh yeah,
you're
our
out of bounds and you pick up
defense was
flat.
pretty low.
But you can go into it a little bit while still staying in bounds, although your cart does.
All right.
So, Carlo used his 3 mushrooms in strategic places in the snow that cut out corners of the track. The first was at the very start of the lap, while the second and third were.
I'm not sure what this is.
small hills
This
of
time's kind of
snow.
for. Is that for? Is this for Crazy KAIZO?
2 days.
I don't know.
Being beaten by a
Maybe.
legendary run from a player known as MJ, a 38.68, which stood for an incredible 6.5 years.
Yeah, I don't
That
remember
run
if I
finally
had
topped KAIZO, who was then beaten by the
an attempt counter for Crazy KAIZO,
KAIZO.
but whatever.
PJ was known for his rather excited reactions to his world records.
Gonna Jaja.
But this time, he was a bit more subdued.
Where is my Pokemon folder? They're just. Is he implying he was high?
15 new records have been set, all of which came from just 2 players, Matthias Rustemeyer, or MR, and Dan Burbank. Matthias had the world record in early 2014 with a 38.60, but Dan saw potential to take it lower, mainly based upon the hill they used the second mushroom on. Matthias was taking this hill with a more aggressive jump than players in the past, cutting the corner more and saving him time. Dan worked hard to perfect this by jumping far left in the air and cutting back right to land closer to the track. He also began to do a mini turbo slightly sooner after this hill jump than Matthias did. In both these situations, we're talking about tiny amounts of time save, just a few hundredths of a second, but in a run this precise, every frame counts. These 2 players traded the record back and forth for a few months as the time went down from the 3860s to the 3850s, and eventually to the 3840s. You might think that since the game runs at 25 or 30 frames per second, the players can only gain time in increments of about 0.04.
Alright, make the ROMs.
But the game has
We're doing some Crazy KAIZO for funsies. So we're gonna have the attempt counter off. Because
giving you a different hundredth of a second based upon that. So it was actually possible to improve by just 0.01. Most of Dan's records to this point were actually played on NTSC rather than PAL. But Dan switched to playing on PAL in early 2015, and once he did, he set 4 world records in a row. But Matthias eventually began changing his second shroom jump to be more like Dan's. Once he did,
ooh, new cards on video.
record of 38.2.
Love to see that.
And to this day, Dan hasn't been able to beat that time. He's gotten so close, getting as low as 38.30, but Matthias's record has now stood for over 4 years. So that's it for
Quattro.
the flap record. It's time to talk about some shortcuts.
What kind of record?
This is the history of the shortcut flap record. Welcome to 1997.
Interesting. Thank you for welcoming there. Where's chat?
Shortly after
Why
the
was
game
chat
came out,
closed out?
A guy named David Wan began posting about shortcut discoveries he was finding. And one of the craziest ones he discovered was from May 1997 on Frapp Snowland. By going backwards at the start to the bridge, then driving off of it directly onto the snow, passing the finish line that extends outwards to start the lap, then going out of bounds, the game thinks you're at the end of the lap when lap.
We're gonna screw around some Crazy KAIZO for the lulz.
Drive forward, and you finish the lap. This trick works because of Mario Kart 64's strange way of keeping track of where you are. There are 646 markers around the track that the game uses to determine where your cart is. If you're within 20 markers of the finish line, the game knows you're close, so it'll add a lap if you cross the finish line and subtract one if you cross it the other way. The cutoff point for the 20 markers is right in front of the bridge. So, if you go onto the snow there, and go out of bounds,
I don't know why it takes so long to load.
The game last has your location as set more than 20 markers away. So, it doesn't subtract a lap when Lakitu brings you back across the finish line, and you're at the end of the next lap. Players quickly scramble to figure out how to apply this trick to a flap record, And this record from a
Dang.
player from 1999 shows off what was
Rollout is one of those broken games in Crazy Kaizo if it's 100% accurate and strong.
World records with the video. Miles went to the end of a lap and then hopped off the bridge onto the snow and positioned himself right before the end of the lap and on the very edge of what's considered still in bounds.
Oh, bless you, wow.
Driving forward slightly, the lap
Wow,
ended,
awful stats, bro.
out of bounds and picked up by Lakitu. Upon being placed down, a well-timed mushroom and drift was all that was needed. This time of 5.40 or 6.49 on PAL was essentially the lowest this time could go, and a few players tied it over the following years. But then,
I don't know why the ROMs are taking so long to load.
Miles discovered a new way of lowering the shortcut record. This version didn't involve the bridge, but it did involve the area right behind the finish line. Probably one of the most
I'm not gonna run a Super Someone.
Any racing game. It has to do with this polygon off to the left of the finish line. It kind of has the same property as the bridge, where if you land there, the game doesn't subtract a lap upon getting placed down. So the player.
All right, I did this.
Way to hook back left to get to
If it
problem is the player would normally
help out a little bit. I don't know.
Getting there, but hey, this is Mario Kart 64, so of course there's a way around that. This time, it's thanks to a trick called the Lakitu effect. After setting you down, Lakitu has a brief period of time where he can't pick you up again even if you go out of bounds. So, the player could get to the end of a lap, drive out of bounds, get picked up by Lakitu, get set down.
You're not slow, which is nice.
Spin left and use a mushroom, hit off a hill to get air, barely cross the finish line, then hook back left onto the polygon before Lakitu is finally able to stop you.
Hook back left line and sinker.
When Lakitu places you down, you're much closer to the finish than on the bridge method, so you can finish the lap about a half second faster. Once again, players traded off the record over the next few years, eventually getting it down to a 4.90 NTSC time, where it stood as a three-way tie between Greg I, Miles, and VAJ. But then on September 6th, 2014, Miles sat down to record a tutorial video on how to do the shortcut. And while he was explaining how to do it, this happened.
No, this isn't that good.
Did you see that?
He accidentally beat the world record by 100th of a second. Legendary stuff. This time was equivalent to a 5.88 on PAL. A couple years later, the strategy would once again be improved, this time by a guy named Marcos. By initially going out of balance slightly closer to the finish line, you'd be placed down by
electric flying type Swampert. That's kind of sick, actually.
A different version of the shortcut by getting a big bounce off the base of the hill, landing a bit closer on the polygon, and ultimately getting picked up by Lakitu just a bit sooner, being placed close to the finish line once again. It saves just a tiny bit of time over the old shortcut, but it was quite a bit harder. Marcos took the record down to 5.77 in July 2016, which is where the record stood for over 3 years. But by the middle of 2019, a player known as Abney317 was getting close to it, with a 5.
Who?
He was grinding attempts live on his Twitch stream to beat it, but it was just an incredibly hard strategy to pull off. Hours of attempts went into trying to pull off a 5-second lap.
Oh, what the heck? What? Oh, it didn't turn.
He had done most of the shortcut correctly, but his bounce was strange. It went forward instead of to the left, hence his exasperated reaction. He wasn't on the correct polygon, and the trick wouldn't work. Right?
Didn't turn. What?
Well, he sure thought it wouldn't work, and by all estimations, this attempt shouldn't have worked. But instead, he beat Marcos by a full 1/10 of a second. It turns out, his understanding of how the trick worked, which I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, wasn't accurate. He didn't have to land on that one highlighted polygon. It turns out, with a bit of preparation,
not bad actually.
Any of these polygons would work. Abney had crossed the finish line, so the game thought he was on the next lap. He bounced over
That's
the
rock
hill
type,
and crossed
right?
on top of these polygons, which, since he got to the end of the lap by doing the bridge shortcut, are mapped to give you a position of more than 20 markers behind the finish line. He then moved slightly to the left while facing to the right, crossing back over the finish line. But since the game thought he was behind marker 20, it didn't subtract a lap. So, he was at the end of the lap despite not being as far left as normal, and when he got picked up, he simply drove forward to finish it. He had taken a more direct path to the polygons instead of going far left, saving him the time over Marcos's world record. Fraps Noland's shortcut flap record is crazy, but perhaps the only strategy crazier than that is driving 3 of those laps, with crazy precision needed to snag a world record. Welcome to the 3-lap shortcut record. It looks like this. The 3-lap shortcut strategy is extremely technical, and it revolves around using the bridge shortcut. Right after the race begins, you turn around to go on the bridge by holding A and B to spin, keep spinning with A, B, and go onto the snow, then go out of bounds where you need to. Upon being put down on the bridge, the player A-B spins again to get to the snow, and then this is repeated so the player can simply drive forward to finish the lap. For the first several years after the shortcut was developed in 1997, it was the usual suspects taking it
I got
down.
fricked.
Penev had a dominant
Hit myself
streak
3
of
times in a
races,
row, dude.
taking the record down to a 26-second PAL time. In 2002, Ben M went on a streak of his own, setting 5 records in a row, but none of these old records seem to have surviving video today. But in 2003, the strategy for the course changed a little bit. Weatherton figured out that it was actually slightly faster to go to the left and go out of bounds instead of to the right. So, starting in 2003, when players were set down on the bridge, they would quickly do an A-B spin and then turn left, then mushroom out of bounds. Players still did their first shortcut to the right, since going left on the initial spin back to the bridge is very difficult. In the mid-2000s, players continued to take fractions of a second off the record as the time crept down to a lower 26. Eventually, they began to go left on the first lap too to save the extra time, even though it was harder, as evidenced by VAJ's 26.08 from 2007. But then, over the next few years, an incredible world record battle developed between Greg I and VAJ.
Greg? Greg?
Their records are around online, but we do know quite a bit about their strategies. To set a new record at this point, extremely precise paths had to be used. The blue and red lines represent the 2 paths players could take to do the shortcut. The blue one is called the wide path, while the red one is the forward path.
Dude, what is
the wide
wrong
path
with
allowed
me?
you to go out of bounds sooner after crossing the finish line, but Lakitu set you back further on the bridge. The forward path involved you.
Ice Electric's just not a great typing. Ooh, especially if you have drought. Yikes.
Further past the finish line for the glitch to still work, but you respawn.
Dear Lord, how fast are you?
You can see from the map the differences in where you.
I'm not slow by any means, so I'm.
And the differences
like,
in where you respawned.
Usually.
Respawning farther forward makes it harder to quickly get back.
The Arcanine might be worth going for. I probably will.
So the
Probably go for the Arcanine.
To take the blue wide path for the first 2 laps to easily spin to the snow and go out of bounds sooner, then take the red forward path for the last lap so you spawn a bit closer to the finish line. Of course, this wasn't entirely clear back when these 2 guys were battling, so Greg ended up doing 3 forward paths in his
Greg.
VAJ correctly did 2 wides and then a forward. In the end, though, it wouldn't matter. These guys would end up getting the exact same time of 25.86 in 2012, a tied world record that stood for 6 years. By 2018, it was the.
Let's check the other routes because Arcanine used to be rare.
Abney used research to his advantage, hopping before doing an A-B.
I mean, so is Arcanine, but at least BST is broken compared to Clovio.
So Abney hops before the A-B spin on the bridge on lap 1. He also
Queen,
after he had used the mushroom and was in the
not that
snow,
great.
which
Poison Dragon's a pretty decent typing.
These
but
strats, both developed by Weatherton, were enough to help him beat the oldest world record in the game by a 1/10 of a second, and it's been the record ever since.
Okay.
Well, we've made it through 3 of the 4 categories.
Our best bet's looking like Arcanine.
The last one is quite the challenge. It's 2+ minutes of driving around the course as perfectly as possible. Over the years, this record has been refined to where your driving needs to be essentially flawless everywhere, with corner cuts needing to be perfect down to the 100th of a second. It's the absolute test of how well a player can drive. This is the non-shortcut 3-lap record. The early history of the record saw it being traded back and forth between Penev and Peter E. They took turns taking it down from 204 all the way to 201. Despite the fact that Peter E played on NTSC, he was able to outlast Penev and ultimately beat him. By 2005, Eddie T was able to provide us with the first video of a 3-lap non-shortcut record, a 201.19 that was played on NTSC. His record had everything you would expect in it. Tight drifting around snowbanks, being careful to get close to them without touching them and slowing down, and getting the right angle around every turn. It's important to note where he used each of his 3 mushrooms. He used one on each lap, during the spot that the 3rd mushroom was used in the flap record. He cut right over the snowbank, then hopped down to the track.
Why am I only finding the level 5?
He was the first person to take the record under 201, getting 2 minutes .98 in March 2008. But in 2014, the scene would once again shift, and over the following several months, records would trade hands between 2 people over and over. Just like for the flap record, they did it again here. This is the battle between Matthias and Dan. It started when Dan got a time of 2 minutes and 55 hundredths of a second in November 2014. This was actually the first PAL World record Dan had ever held. But Matthias wasn't about to be beaten by a newcomer.
I'm about to just restart. Yeah, I'm just gonna restart. This is taking way too long, and it's probably trash anyway.
It took Dan a while, but in February 2015, he once again beat Matthias. But Matthias once again quickly dethroned Dan. It took him an entire week this time. This pattern continued throughout 2015. Dan would beat Matthias, but then Matthias would be back on top a few days later. The biggest reason why was because of the difference in how they handled the mushroom section. Matthias was very careful to straighten out his cart perfectly to directly head back to the track after hopping over the hill.
Any year now. I don't know why it takes so long, dude.
Couldn't fix the line of his cart correctly. It cost him literally just hundredths of a second, but when someone was beating you by that small of an amount, it mattered. Eventually, Dan couldn't keep up with Matthias, so Matthias kept pushing the record down while Dan fell off. But what these
Dan fell off.
done,
No.
frame by frame, was take the time down closer to 2 minutes. Through better driving and optimizing the shroom hill jump to cut as much of the track as possible. Now
I just realized something funny I can do here.
Take the time below 2 minutes.
Please let me do it.
People had deemed to be impossible, including Matthias himself. But as he got better at the track, he started to doubt himself.
That's so funny.
Is this a joke? Is this real?
You're a joke.
2 minutes less. Oh wow.
He was 100th of a second away. Months of attempts
That's
had gotten
brutal.
him just 100th of a second away from glory. Matthias had set dozens upon dozens of world records in Mario Kart 64 across every track, but never before had he grinded for a record like this. He just had the
I just want to level 8. That's all I want. Thank you.
There are Olympic speed world records that get improved by more than this on a regular basis. But as it turns out, to take 100th of a second off of Frap Snowland would be so much more difficult than anybody could have imagined.
Oh, that did a lot. Even for I have thick fat, and I still did a crap ton.
Come on, please. No, it can't be possible.
Dude, I would be so mad if that happened. Glass cannon, super slow though, unfortunately.
It's a joke. Yes! Yes! Oh god. I was so in pain. I was so in
That earthquake and just that little. My defense is awful.
In the early 2000s, one of the largest speedrunning communities out there was for the classic NES game Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Dozens of players from all over the world competed with each other to set the fastest times they could on each of the 14 fighters, tracked with the in-game timer displayed during and after the fight. It was a thriving community. These guys sent emails back and forth detailing their strategies, posting on old websites like Game FAQs, and kept track of their fastest times using online leaderboards.
Special move, please.
There was a really fun
Yes! Oh, but it's so inaccurate! Oh, you suck!
New strategies for faster times were regularly found, keeping the game fresh and encouraging others to see just what they could discover. For years,
not only is it inaccurate, but it's inaccurate and weak.
Popular speedrun
Not what you want to see.
But by the mid-2000s, competition slowed down. People kinda just stopped playing the game, and in a matter of months, one of the most played speedruns out there suddenly lost all of its competition, and silently faded into the background while other games took its spot. By 2008, just about nobody was playing the game anymore. But then, in 2010, a player known as Sinister1 became the first player to speedrun the game in years. What he found was a deserted community. The game FAQs pages with strategy discussion had been deleted, emails sent back and forth had long been forgotten, and pretty much all that remained was a website called Red Tom's Punch-Out!
I'm just gonna reset. This thing's way too slow. Like, it's just not happening.
Record was for each of the 14 fights. Sinister1 was shocked by what he saw here. All 14 records were held by the same guy, a person named Matt Turk. None of them had any videos for proof, and it was hard to even find evidence on how Turk did each of these fights. After finding Matt Turk's email address and talking with him a bit, Sinister realized a couple of things. First, all signs pointed to every single one of these records being legitimate. And second, Matt Turk's skill level was way beyond any other player in the world, and there was pretty much no hope in anybody else beating some of them. At least, that's what he thought. These are the 14 world record times that Matt Turk had achieved by the time Sinister rediscovered the leaderboard. They didn't have video proof to go with them, but especially given when they were performed, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Hardly.
That's so funny that we got randomized to pure ground type
in the early 2000s. Turk did.
What are the odds?
Write down some of his strategies in detail on Red Tom's Punch-Out! Site, explaining how he achieved many of his times and how others could do the same. He played the game for a decade and came up with so much. In my opinion, it's very likely that he performed all of his times legitimately. But to understand how good they were, we'll have to first understand the basics of the game. Punch-Out! Mainly involves dodging out of the way of your opponent's punches and hitting them with your own punches courtesy of the fists of Little Mac. Punching your opponent lowers their health bar and can eventually lead to a knockdown. 3 knockdowns in 1 round is a TKO, which will end the fight. It's also possible to KO some fighters, where they don't get up after Mario the referee counts to 10 and the fight ends. So, Turk achieved these 14 times from either TKOing or KOing each fighter. We'll break down how he did them later, but for Sinister One to beat or tie most of them seemed out of the question. Thankfully though, 2 of them were world record freebies that anybody watching this could match with a little bit of practice. Glass Joe and Don Flamenco. Glass Joe is an infamously easy fight, and his world record is infamously easy to attain as well. His strategy simply involved waiting until he did his attack at 40 seconds. A well-timed punch to the face upon him charging forward will knock him down in 42 seconds, where he won't be able to get up and the fight will end at 42.00.
Oh, it's looking like Sand Slash is our best option here.
60 frames per second,
Alright.
and there's 2 frames to time this punch for Glass Joe to get knocked down and stay down at 42.00. This world record has been at 42.00
Okay.
probably ever since the game came out in 1987. The second relatively easy record is on Don Flamenco, the 4th fight in the game, with a strategy discovered by Martin Charlebois in the late 90s. To tie this record, Sinister had to punch him, dodge out of the way, then wait and punch Don Flamenco in the face on the last frame before he would block the punch. If he's able to land it in this 60th of a second window, he'll get a star punch, or an uppercut that deals more damage. To Don Flamenco, this punch does enough to automatically knock him down. He gets up, but upon dodging his punch and hitting him in the face 5 times, Don Flamenco goes down again and doesn't get up. It'll be a KO at 14.97 seconds, a world record that has been tied for at least 2 decades. Sinister tied both of those records in early 2010, but after that, it was going to be a lot tougher to knock any down. No more freebies. Now, he had to practice and try to improve his skills at the game.
I would get the worst freaking option in the entire universe, wouldn't I?
Throughout 2010, Sinister One got a lot better at the game and lowered each of his 14 times down, but they still remained comfortably behind Turk's times. Thankfully though, he got some hope later that year. A player known as Adelicott was interested in the Hippo record, which was another one that Turk had reached the theoretical lowest time on, 37.61.
Frick me.
To pull it off, however,
Seriously, twice in a freaking row. I hate when this crap happens.
King Hippo is a super random fighter. On any punch he throws, he can either open his mouth or not. He has a 3 in 8 chance of opening on any given punch, and you can only hit Hippo when he opens his mouth. He needs to open his mouth 3 times in order for you to deal enough damage to beat him, so to get the fastest time possible, you need Hippo to open his mouth on each of the first 3 times he throws a punch. That's 3/8 times
Oh,
3/8
color change, I didn't
times
pay attention.
3/8, or about 5.2.
I thought it would have mattered. Well, no, it would have mattered. Tritech.
Half the
Tritech.
time, he also
Yeah,
doesn't
Tritech would
delay
have
between his second and third punches.
probably killed.
To get Turk's time of 37 seconds, he can't do that delay, which cuts the odds in half. So the sheer odds
I mean, he's much trash!
time were only about 2.64%. The execution was extremely precise as well, because of how the in-game timer works. It ticks faster than the real second, with an in-game second being made up of about 20 individual frames, or a third of a real second. For some reason, the programmers only made certain decimals possible to achieve on each fight: 0.00, 0.25, 0.48, 0.61, 0.82, 0.97, and 0.99. If you end the fight in the first few frames of an in-game second, you get 0.00. In the next few frames, you get 0.25, and so on all the way to 0.99. His time of 37.61 meant he could lose up to 2 frames before actually losing time and getting a 37.82. On average, you have to hit Hippo on either the first or second frame he opens his mouth on each punch. That is some really precise timing. Now keep in mind, even if you're able to execute that precisely, you only have a 1 in 40 chance of getting the correct pattern from Hippo. Sinister One's fastest time was a 37.97, but in October 2010, Adelicott came through and tied Turk's 37.61, which I mentioned before can't go lower at all. What's crazy is that even with all that randomness and execution, that was still considered one of Turk's easier records to match. With that, the Punch-Out community had managed to take down 3 of Turk's times. But these 3 all had something in common. Of Turk's 14 records, it was known that 4 of them were at their theoretical limit and couldn't be beaten, only tied. It had been known for years that you couldn't go under 42.00 on Glass Joe, under 14.97 on Don Flamenco, and under 37.61 on King Hippo, and all 3 of those times stand as the world records even today. But for most of the remaining fights, the limit on how low humans could go was unknown. Turk's times were incredible, but for most of them it was at least theoretically possible to take them a decimal lower. But in order to do that, you would need to either beat Turk's execution, or get better luck, or both. Enter Mr. Sandman. Turk's Sandman time was 220.
Was that a joke?
The slowest of all 14 fights.
Enter Sandman.
But that doesn't mean it was his worst. You can't get star punches on Mr. Sandman to deal damage quickly, so even beating him in the first round is hard.
Dude, this might be dead in file. There's like nothing.
This fight soon. But in 2010,
I mean, there's this Eevee, but I don't have a
220.
stone.
It seemed like it was just another Turk time down, but then Turk actually responded and beat Sinister's time with a claimed 219.48. Once again with no video. Sinister would get a 219.97 that wasn't recorded,
what is this moveset, bro?
but he couldn't compete against a 219.48. So Turk was back on top, and his time once again stood unrivaled. Until a guy named Zallard1 got his hands on the game.
Yes, dude, holy shit. What?
Zallard began playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out seriously in early 2013. One fight he gravitated to early
Please
on
don't bullcrap me, game.
This fight from July 2013 shows his strategy to beat Mr. Sandman quickly. Fights in Punch-Out can be broken down into phases, with phase 1 being up until the boxer's first knockdown, phase 2 being until the second knockdown.
Doing this just to see if I can get a
TKO.
This is a stone up here.
The fight involves dodging out of the way of Sandman's rolling grabs and hitting him in the face. You also get hit a couple of times on purpose, and you'll see why later. There's 2 50-50 random delays Sandman could do, and he did one of them, leading to a 120 first knockdown. Phase 2 involved hitting Sandman a bit more, then a random delay from Sandman before his Dreamland Express pattern. 3 extremely quick uppercuts that you have to avoid getting hit by. Zallard got the shortest delay from Mr. Sandman and then pressed left up, and left up really quickly in sequence to dodge the Dreamland Express. This allowed him to hit Mr. Sandman in the gut 18 times in a row to deal damage extremely quickly and send him down for a second time. Now here's where getting hit comes into play. It turns out that Mr. Sandman is programmed to do another Dreamland Express pattern if Little Matt gets knocked down at 159 or later into the fight. So a player named Jack Wedge figured out that by pressing select before the fight to lower your health to half, taking damage early in the fight, and then getting knocked down on purpose after Sandman's second knockdown, you can end the fight quickly after he does a second Dreamland Express.
Yes. Fuck yes, dude. Oh my god.
Your power's illegal. Of course it is.
Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. I can't believe that.
This time from Zallard tied Sinister's 219, but he could still save a second in phase 1 by not getting the random delay that Sandman gave him. But adding all that luck up across all 3 phases got crazy. He needed neither of Sandman's phase 1 delays, the shortest delay for the first Dreamland Express, then a good health refill from Mr. Sandman for phase 3, and the short delay for his last Dreamland Express. That put the odds at 2.34%. But even once Zallard got all of that luck, he also needed to just not mess up.
Yes! Oh my god. What is it? What is it? What is it? Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. I did it. This is it. I beat him at Turk time.
At long last, one of Turk's times had actually been beaten. Zallard1 was the guy to do it, and his time was celebrated across the Punch-Out community. It broke new ground, and made Turks
New grounds
invincible for the first time since Sinister came onto the scene in 2010. It had taken 3 years for anybody to officially beat any of Turk's records. 4 times down, but Turk still had 10
dude.
records.
Why is this thing garbage?
Turk's finest times was his Piston Honda 2 record, 50.97. This time was remarkably close to the tool-assisted record for Honda 2, which was 50.25 seconds. A tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS, can create a theoretically perfect time by using save states, slowing down time, and even going frame by frame to enter inputs. 50.25 wasn't a real speedrun, but a demonstration of the fastest time possible, and Turk was just frames away from matching it.
Didn't file.
He was able to get it by doing guard manipulation,
Or like,
where you can fuse Piston Honda by tapping and releasing up at strategic points to move his guard around so he can't block max punches. It's extremely difficult, and at one point requires a frame-perfect punch to the face while his guard is in a moment of weakness. Matt Turk's time mirrored the theoretical tool-assisted time, probably just losing a bit of time from losing frames from imperfect execution. Needless to say, beating Turk's Honda 2 time was nearly impossible, so it stood unrivaled with all of his other records. Meanwhile, in the years following Sinister One's initial Punch-Out grind, he had focused much of his efforts playing single segment, where you play the game from start to finish and add up your times in each of the 14 fights. He streamed his attempts live on his Twitch channel, and people had gotten used to him speedrunning the full game. But then one day in August 2013, he just started up a stream of Piston Honda 2 world record attempts. Keep in mind, Turk's record is 50.97, and it was impossible to go under 50.25, so there wasn't much room to get a world record. At least, that's what everybody thought.
That's it.
I keep getting crap Pokemon.
Oh my god, I'm holding start so hard right now. I'm holding start more than I've ever held it in my life. Yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! I just beat the Taz! I just beat the motherfucking Taz! Oh my god! It's gonna be a low 48. 48 flat. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I can't believe this is real.
He had just beaten the theoretically perfect tool-assisted speedrun by more than 2 seconds. Sinister had just pulled off a fight with his own 2 hands faster than anybody had been able to even theoretically figure out in an emulator. What had just happened? Well, unknown to everyone watching his stream, a few days prior, someone had figured out how to beat that theoretical Piston Honda 2 record. His name was McHazard, and after discovering it, he privately messaged Sinister One to tell him about his findings. The main issue with the old tool-assisted time was here in Phase 2, where he had to wait a long time before throwing a star punch. Honda normally starts dodging any star punches you throw at him after the third one, but if you wait to throw it until he's doing his appropriately named eyebrow pattern, it'll land and deal damage. So, the tool-assisted record had to stand still and wait until the eyebrow pattern began. McHazard figured out a way around that. He discovered that Piston Honda 2 has a bizarre mechanic that few other fighters in the game have: max damage uppercuts. When Honda's guard is down, you can press up and start to throw a star punch uppercut, then let go of up when Honda brings his gloves up. If performed correctly, then not only can Honda not dodge this punch, but it also deals more damage than a normal star punch. So, Sinister simply implemented this max damage star punch when he would normally be waiting for the eyebrow pattern in Phase 2, and sent him down about 5 seconds faster than normal. Over the following months, McHazard
I'm gonna catch a
brought
Growlithe on Firestone.
faster strategies to all 14 fights, and ultimately made a new, faster tool-assisted speedrun of the entire game. It featured improvements to 8 of the 14 fights, meaning 8 fights now had new theoretical load times that humans could try to get closer to. For the past few years, the only times of Turk that had been toppled were ones that were already theoretically perfect, or ones that were more obviously imperfect like Mr. Sandman. But with this new tool-assisted speedrun, the horizon expanded
It's awful.
so much. McHazard had completely
This is
changed
not
the
good.
playing field. It was time to see what else these players could do. The next big push to beat Matt Turk's times came during 1 week in April 2014, where 3 of Turk's records were about to go down. It's here we see just how important McHazard's task was going to be. Coincidentally though, the first one had nothing to do with his tasks. I mentioned before there was a 4th record Turk had set that was at its theoretical limit. That fight was Great Tiger, with his time of 47.48.
It's mid at best.
Remember how Don Flamenco has that frame-perfect punch to get a star? Well, Great Tiger...
I mean, at least I don't have any physical type weaknesses. The low defense isn't detrimental.
You dodge out of
I'll try to run it, but...
Then wait until the last frame before he would block and punch him in the face. If you hit the perfect frame, then you get a star punch, before having to repeat this process 3 more times in the first phase. Thankfully, phases 2 and 3 are free. Great Tiger gets up on a 1 count twice, which means a single star punch from Little Mac will send him down automatically. There's no randomness in this fight, and
so crunch is our best move.
Zauer discovered to time a couple of the punches late in phase 1. The only difficult part of the fight is the 4 face punches, but keep in mind you have a 60th of a second to time each of them. Someone just had to grind the fight out until they got the 4 frame perfect punches, and on April 5th, Zauer was able to pull it off. He got a 47.48, tying Matt Turk and the theoretical perfect time. Meanwhile, Sinister One was working on his own project. Matt Turk's Piston Honda 1 time of 42.97 was a bit of a mystery.
Only physical attack.
Since it was one of very few fights where he didn't reveal his strategy. However, thanks to McHazard's new tasks, Sinister was able to come up with an even better one. Phase 1
The water type Alakazam is hilarious.
Sinister had discovered years prior, using heavy guard manipulation to sneak in punches all over and get stars. Key parts to this phase included landing a gut punch at the start with a 3-frame timing window, sneaking in an extra gut punch toward the end of the phase that had a 25% chance of going through, then not getting blocked at all on the last 3 face punches, which is about 50%. Honda gets up on a 1 count for phase 2, so a single star punch was enough to send him down right away. At the start of phase 3, Sinister would do a max damage star punch similar to the ones McHazard found on Piston Honda 2, then hit him in the face and do a couple of star punches. With a good health refill from Honda, it would be enough to get a low 42 second time and beat Matt Turk by just a little bit. The odds in getting this fight were under 5% from randomness alone, not taking into account the rather difficult execution. Nonetheless, Sinister very quickly got a run to phase 3, but unfortunately the bad refill from Honda meant he had to delay a couple of star punches and get a 43 instead of a 42.
Fuck. I got the bad refill. Yeah, 43 flat. God damn it. I got the bad refill, guys. Got the bad refill.
Sinister was getting really close. He was now just 0.03 of a second away from taking another Turk time down. All he needed was to get that good refill in phase 3. But then, quite literally out of nowhere, this happened.
Shouldn't I just quit right now? While I'm ahead? No, fuck that. Let's do the Von Kaiser IL strat. See if I can do it again. There we go.
Of course, we're a broken special attacker and we have no special moves. Of course.
Holy fucking shit, dude. I think I just did it. Oh my god. What is happening? Oh my god.
I don't care.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. 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 Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. How? How is this possible?
If you recall from before, 35.97 matched Turk's Von Kaiser time. Where did that come from? Well, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out has no level select, and you aren't allowed to use save states to get to whichever fight you want. There is a password system, but passwords only exist for a handful of the 14 fights. So the fastest way to get to Piston Honda was to start a new game and beat both Glass Joe and Von Kaiser before getting your one shot at Piston Honda. If it didn't work, you'd have to lose intentionally and then beat Von Kaiser again just to get another shot. Sinister randomly decided to go for this newly discovered Phase 1 strategy that McHazard had found, and it happened to pay off. It involved precisely tapping up at certain moments to manipulate Von Kaiser's guard up so that all of the punches went through. He also had to get a random 50-50 star in Phase 2, and very precisely duck under a punch in Phase 1 and Phase 3 by double tapping down. He also had to time the first punch of Phase 2 on the first frame possible. In order to get a 35.97, he had to lose no more than a handful of frames across all of those locations. And on literally his first attempt after getting the Phase 1 strat to work, he got all of that. It was incredible. And a couple of days after that, Sinister was able to get his good refill on Honda 1.
This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Rip, Turk, you are done. I got the 42. Fuck yeah. 0.2 5, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get hype.
And with that, over the course of 4 days, thanks to the combined efforts of Sinister, Zallard, and McHazard, 3 of Turk's times went down. But of course, Matt Turk still held 6 untied records, and the more they played, the more these 6 times seemed ridiculously impressive. Keep in mind that some of the game's top players have been trying for 4 years now, and they were only able to match or beat about half of them. Let's take a look at Turk's Don Flamenco 2 time.
That's freaky.
123.97. This one was a bit of a unique case. Skill-wise, it was actually one of the easiest times in the game, but luck-wise, it was absolutely brutal. See, the way Don 2 works is whenever he's about to throw a punch, you can hit him while he's winding up either in the gut or in the face. On the first punch you throw, and every 7th punch after that, you'll get a guaranteed star. On every punch between, as long as you're holding a star, you have a 1 in 16 chance in getting another star. And believe me, that is horrible from a speedrunning perspective. For example, you can theoretically get 3 random stars in a row on Dawn 2, which would be great, but your odds in that are 1 in 4,096. His health refill in Phase 2 is also random. There's a 1 in 8 chance he gives the lowest health refill, a 3 in 8 chance he gives a middle refill, and a 4 in 8 chance he gives the bad refill. If you press select before the fight to lower your health to half, as speedrunners often do on this fight, that also makes his Phase 3 refill random, with just a 1 in 8 chance he gets up with the smallest amount of health. Why the programmers made Dawn 2 like this is unknown. It's not like anybody would pay attention to these random stars or refills when catching.
I just got fricked.
But it leads to some pretty ridiculous fights if you get the luck. The tool-assisted speedrun of Dawn 2 gets 5 random stars and both of the low 1 in 8 refills, achieving a time of under a minute. The odds of getting those stars and refills is about 1 in 6.7 million. Turk's 123.97
well, that's a broken beer cutter.
But Punch-Out players worked out that beating it still required odds of about 1 in 176. They would need a random star from one of the first 2 opportunities, then the middle 3 in 8 refill in Phase 2, then finally the 1 in 8 low refill in Phase 3. Someone just had to grind it out, and the guy who did it was a fairly unknown Punch-Out runner named Cananaphone, whose specialty was speedrunning The Legend of Zelda. But he had also done some work in Punch-Out, and for some reason he gravitated toward fighting Dawn 2.
Langos is such a sick typing.
2014, after hundreds of attempts, he got all of the luck to align.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go.
Unfortunately, I don't know if this thing's worth running because we didn't get to level 7, so I don't know what its move's gonna be.
Hey, beat Dawn 2.
Next move is the difference between being a runner or not, really.
Dawn 2 was done, and another of Turk's times had fallen. Matt Turk still had 5 times left. These remaining times had each
no, special defense is too awful. We can't run this thing.
In that same length of time, the Ocarina of Time record.
Wow, it's been like 50 million years since I've seen a Snorlax.
And Super Mario Bros.
Why is it so fast? Oh my gosh! I had 22 speed, bro.
But the fact that even serious efforts from several of the world's top Punch-Out players hadn't been able to break these 5 times was just extraordinary. One of the most brutal times remaining was Turk's Bald Bull 1 fight. It featured a combination of crazy luck, really precise timings.
Yeah, this thing's
and unique
ridiculously fast. Oh my gosh.
Turk said it took him
The
over
moveset's
1,000 attempts to achieve this level. Keep in mind, to
awful.
get an attempt at Bald Bull, you have to put
Not
in the
worth running.
password for Don Flamenco 1, then beat him, King Hippo, and Great Tiger. So, it took him a really long time to get his 58.99. The way he did it was by simply attempting to replicate the tool-assisted fight as closely as he could. And it was a brutal strategy indeed. It involved needing 3 random 50-50 stars throughout the fight, 2 specific patterns from Bald Bull, and numerous frame-perfect or close-to frame-perfect punches throughout. The odds worked out to just a 2.3% chance, or about 1 in 43. There's actually been some confusion over what Turk's exact time was, initially being reported as a 57.99, but years later being changed to a 58.99. But regardless, this time just seemed brutal to beat. And then McHazard came along and changed everything. In his tool-assisted speedrun, one of the 8 fights that McHazard improved was Bald Bull 1. And a few months later, Zallard used it to do attempts to beat Turk's 58.99. McHazard's Phase 1 was discovered
Water
by
absorb,
Martin Charlotte Bois 15
thanks.
years before his task came out.
Why?
It involved alternating face punches to get stars and using star punches into his rolling jabs. It was easy, it had no randomness, and it always got Bull down at 17 seconds with 1 star.
Thanks for running it.
Phase 2 was a bit tougher. You need a 50-50 random star at the start of the phase.
Water absorb. I only have
Frame punch
4
just as Bull
weaknesses.
was lowering his
3 of them are
guard and
physical,
another
2 one of them
was just
special.
after.
I don't know, man.
25% pattern where Bull
This
throws more rolling jabs and
sure its
keeps him
moveset's
down with
decent,
stars
but
every play. For phase 3, Zallard used a slightly
no.
safer version of McHazard's
Got fricked there.
To pull it off, you need the 75% pattern without rolling jabs, then depending on his pattern after, potentially need to land a frame-perfect star punch after his uppercut. That's a 1/60th of a second window to time it. Across all 3 phases, that works out to odds of about 1 in 21, about twice as good as Turk's fight, and the execution was a bit easier too. So, Zallard set out to improve Turk's time, and on June 22nd, 2014, he came through and got a 57.00, beating Turk by nearly a full second. Keep in mind though, McHazard's task time was 55.25, so although Turk was off of his task by about 0.15, Zallard was slower than his by almost 2 full seconds. That's how much McHazard's strat was able to help. For Bald Bull 2, it was once again McHazard to the rescue. Turk achieved his time of 121.82 by landing extremely random punches called bulldozers. When Bull's guard is down, if you hit him in the face but let go of up while the punch is going off, it's possible the punch will get through his guard and hit him for a star. Problem is, when I say possible, I mean it has a 1 in 16 chance of actually going through. It was possible to beat Matt Turk's time using 2 bulldozers and getting a specific pattern from Bull after, but the odds in it were over 1 in 1,000. So McHazard found a way around it. When Bull's guard is up, he found you can punch him in the gut and tap up while the punch is going off to potentially sneak the punch through his guard. It was called a misdirected gut punch, and you could do it whenever you'd normally do a bulldozer. And rather than a 1 in 16 chance in going through, the misdirected gut punch had a 1 in 4 chance. So instead of odds of over 1 in 1,000 of beating Turk's time, the odds were only about 1 in 64. That was enough to get Sinister to start grinding to beat it. The execution wasn't too hard. The 2 rolling jab counters at the start were the hardest part, and they each had a 3-frame window. On July 5th, 2014, Sinister 1 took down Matt Turk's 11th world record.
World record! World fucking record, dude! Yes! Fuck yes.
120.82.
Thanks to McHazard, both of the
The
Bald
other
Bull
X
records
level
went
take
down
forever.
in the span of about 2 weeks. Matt Turk now only had 3 untied records to his name. Soda Popinski,
Hey, back
Super
to
Mario,
trying to get Houndoom.
and Mike Tyson.
The only thing
These
that
3
might be
records
worth
had
it.
stood the test of time. These 3 records had stood through thousands of attempts from top players in the world. These 3 records
I don't think I've water
stood
stone.
head and shoulders above each of the other 11 records Matt Turk had set. To see why, let's take a look at that Super Macho Man time, 48.82.
Elevator music. Right.
So, the good news about this fight. There's a password that you can put in that sends you straight there. That made it so you could do a lot of attempts really quickly. The bad news. The execution was really hard, and the luck needed was the worst of all 14 fights. Let's break it down. Macho's usual pattern is to throw 5 punches before standing still for a while in the build-up to his mini-spin pattern, where he spins around quickly and tries to punch you. For the
I'm gonna have to
first
get the level
5
6
punches of the
because
fight, the
it's
first,
just not.
second, fourth, and fifth punches
Level 8's just
all
not
need to be
showing up.
uppercuts for Turk's strategy to work. So, Turk's strategy was to raise his guard and punch him in the gut, then intercept his first uppercut with a punch to the face before he
Come
ducks down.
on!
His second uppercut
Thank
is
you.
taken care of by raising Macho's guard to hit him in the gut again, then hitting him in the face before he ducks down. Punches 3, 4, and 5 are cancelled before you can throw them by hitting him in the
A
gut.
mixed attacker.
Then Macho stands still for his mini spin pattern.
It's not bad.
Unleashed a barrage of max damage star punches and punches to the face and gut, all while moving his guard around by pressing and releasing the up button.
Fight is bug and
in order
let's
to get all the punches in needed to knock him down, Macho needs to stand still for as long as possible, which is only about a 1 in 4 chance. So, altogether, not counting attempts missed for execution, there was just a 1 in 34 chance of getting out of the first phase of the fight. For phase 2, Macho once again needs to stand still long enough to sneak in enough punches and uppercuts,
Right.
and 3 stars need to be in your inventory by the time Macho backs up. That bumps the odds up to just over 1 in 90. The execution on sneaking each punch in also needs to be tight enough for the clock to not roll over to 37 seconds before beginning a spin pattern. And to give you an idea of how hard that execution is, these are the inputs that need to be done to sneak in all of those hits. Macho's guard is in transition, so you begin the phase by pressing up and B to throw a face punch but must release up while the punch is being thrown so Macho doesn't raise his guard to block it. Then, the uppercut is done by pressing up and start but releasing up right after Macho brings his guard up so it does max damage. Then, a technique Turk invented called the Dizzy Destroyer is performed. You tap up, then immediately release it and throw a gut punch, then press up and B to throw a face punch but let go of up while the punch is going off so Macho lowers his guard and the punch can hit his face. Finally, one more gut punch is snuck in by tapping up to bring Macho's guard up, then pressing B to throw the gut. That's a lot of inputs, and it's all performed right here at the start of phase 2. Then, Macho backs up to go into his spin pattern. In Macho's spin pattern, he spins around between 3 and 8 times before stopping for you to land your star punch. The clock stays frozen this whole time, but in order to throw your star punch fast enough, you need to know when he stops instead of doing another dodge. The 2 ways to do this were, 1, to listen for the last spin punch, which is slightly higher pitched than all the rest. Or 2, stare at the clock and then as soon as it starts moving again, throw the star punch. Phase 3 is a repeat of phase 2, except instead of needing the long delay before a spin pattern, you need the short delay, since Macho gets up with less health the second time and doesn't need to be hit as much. That pushes the odds to about 1 in 181 in getting the luck needed to beat Macho in 48 seconds like Turk did, not to mention the precise, tight, and essentially flawless execution needed the whole way through. So we're looking at odds of about 0.5%, and execution harder than just about any fight in the game. Who would be crazy enough to try to top that? Well, Zallard won, of course.
And he gets up. And I'm like, okay, star punch. And he's just like, nope.
In the middle of 2014, Zallard began doing attempts to beat Turk's 48.82. He was a veteran of the game at this point, so he saw results very quickly, getting times of 50 and 49 in July and August, respectively. These fights both lost time in phase 2 because the clock ticked over to 37 before the spin pattern, meaning his execution was a little too slow. But hundreds of attempts later, that 48 was still untouchable. Zallard realized that tying Turk's time would be hard enough, but actually getting under a decimal of 0.82 was going to be essentially impossible unless he added in something that Turk didn't do. So that's what he decided to do. he would assume that MYAAA would stop spinning on the third spin punch of phase 3, allowing him to throw the uppercut faster since he didn't have to wait for the audio or visual cue. This didn't guarantee a time under .82, but it at least gave him a better shot. Unfortunately, it made the luck needed even worse. MYAAA has just a 5 in 16 chance of stopping on the third spin punch, so the odds of the entire fight were now over 1 in 500. Zallard streamed some of his attempts to beat Turk's time, but most of the attempts just looked like this. This 48.82 was legendary. Zallard threw attempt after attempt at MYAAA, but it wasn't happening. He had to hit punch after punch, be precise in every location, and wait for 1 in 500 odds. It didn't look like it was happening.
Awful, bro.
And then, Zallard got this attempt past phase 1.
Okay. Oh my god, at 25 with a star? That's fucking crazy. Fuck. Okay. Because I got that 25, that saved it. Yes! Holy shit, dude! Oh my god, please. Tie it, tie it. Tie it.
As he sat there waiting for the time, he was praying that it was fast enough to tie Turk's .82. But he knew there was a slim chance he had gone even faster and gotten a .61. All he could do now was wait for the fade out and see the blue screen.
Holy shit! Oh my god! It's over! It's fucking over! You gotta be kidding me!
A 48.48. Turk's time wasn't tied. It wasn't edged out. It was thoroughly beaten by Zallard 1. 1 in 500 odds were defied, and Matt Turk now only had 2 untied records to his name. This 213 on Mike Tyson was, by a long shot, the hardest fight to pull off out of all 14. On Don Flamenco 1, Turk hit a frame-perfect punch. On Great Tiger, Turk had to land 4 frame-perfect punches. To get his 213 Tyson, Turk had to land 20 frame-perfect punches. Tyson's pattern is to throw uppercuts for the first minute and a half of the fight. You can hit him twice after each one. The first one deals 5 damage as long as it's from the same side of the screen that Tyson threw from, and the second one normally deals 1 damage no matter what. However, if you delay the second punch to the last frame before he would block it, it deals 5 damage instead of 1. That's a frame-perfect punch. You have a 60th of a second to time it. And for the first phase of the fight, literally all you're doing is landing frame-perfect punch after frame-perfect punch. Tyson begins the fight with 96 health. Since you could deal 10 damage on each punch Tyson throws, that means Tyson must throw 10 punches for you to be able to send him down the first time, and you need to be frame perfect on 9 of them to get an optimal first knockdown. Even if you hit the 9 frame perfect punches though, Tyson's pattern largely determines what time you get. He can randomly delay for an in-game second between certain punches, or potentially even do a long delay called the 8-second delay, which immediately kills an attempt. In Turk's 213, he got a pattern from Tyson where he flat out didn't delay at all, a pattern that was only about 3.5% likely and led to a first knockdown time of 54 seconds. For the second phase, he gets up with 56 health. That means 6 punches from Tyson, and you need to be frame perfect on 5 of them. Tyson could give random delays here too, so it's important.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Tyson to throw that 6th
I knew it.
before he switches his.
Let me set up twice and then kill you on the last turn to raise up your hopes and then destroy him.
For 130, it's all good, even if the knockdown comes a few seconds later since you have to punch him down. Turk got 1 delay from Tyson in phase 2, but thanks to his perfect phase 1, it led to a blazing fast 128 second knockdown. In phase 3, Tyson switches to throwing hooks. If you wait to the last 60th of a second before hitting him after he throws a hook, that single punch will deal 5 damage. If you're early, you'll have to punch him twice for 4 damage total, and if you're late, you'll get blocked and deal no damage. These frame-perfect punches are generally regarded as tougher to hit than the upper ones.
Yes, the thing is amazing.
40 health for phase 3, so 8 frame-perfect punches would be a perfect.
I think this is the Mon guys.
Turk hit 6 frame-perfect punches and got a bit of a slow pattern from Tyson, but it was enough to set a world record of 213. This 213 stood apart from his other records in a way. Its legacy reached far past his other 13 times, and for years it was just this impossibly fast time that the top players couldn't even get close to.
The only moves I have to worry about is ice, grass, and water. I say only, like that's not a lot.
Tyson was just ridiculous. He achieved this time in December.
I'm not super happy with the
knockdown times of 54, 128, and 213. As of mid-2014, nobody else had ever gotten under 55 for the first knockdown or 129 for the second knockdown. Turk not only was able to get that 54 and 128, but then capitalized on it in phase 3 and played almost perfectly. Of course, other top players fought Tyson years later, but their best efforts came up short. In February 2011, Sinister1 set his long-standing personal best of 219. He got a second knockdown of 132 thanks to a slower Tyson pattern, and then hit 4 frame-perfect hits in phase 3 to end up with his time. For years, that was the fastest time with video. Then, in April 2014, Zallard got a 217 with a 133 second knockdown. 6 frame-perfect hits in phase 3 led to the fast time. But still, Turk's time from 7 years prior was 4 seconds faster. They couldn't touch it. It stood alone. But then, in July 2014, Sinister1 decided he was going to try to do it. Nearly all
see how much with stab needle arm does.
But his 213 was still standing. Sinister had 2 viable paths to beating it. The first was the long shot, where he would get the second knockdown by
217, wow, that's crazy.
Which didn't require too much luck. Then hit all 8 frame-perfect hits in phase 3. Hitting all 8 frame-perfect hooks in phase 3 could save 5 or more seconds over Turk's phase 3, meaning his phase 3 pattern essentially didn't matter. Hitting all 8 frame-perfect hits guaranteed he'd beat Turk, and could potentially beat him by several seconds. But of course, hitting all 8 was ridiculously hard, and had only been done a handful of times in the game's history over several years. So, he had another plan. The second method was what Sinister was aiming for. Getting a first knockdown closer to 130, then getting a better pattern from Tyson in phase 3 and hitting 6 or 7 frame perfects like Turk did. He essentially just had to match Turk's execution, then get better luck at the end of the fight, and would end up with a time like 211 or 212. Sinister's personal best was a 219. Over the course of a few months in 2014, he put in thousands of attempts to beat Turk and get a 212 on Tyson. Here's how it went.
Whoa, 218. I got a PB. Yay, PB. Wow, 216, dude. Holy shit. I just beat Zallard. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, that was almost a 54. Yes! Yes, dude. Oh my god. PB. Alright, at least I got a PB. Holy crap, man. Yes! I tied Turk at least, baby. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him. I tied him.
Sinister had tied Turk's legendary 213, but he wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to match Turk. He wanted to beat him. It was 212 or bust.
Crap.
On September 6th, 2014, the Punch-Out community woke up to this. A 210, not a 212.
Damn!
Achieved by
That
Zallard.
freaking paralysis is what lot made me lose. That's so annoying.
Zallard had quietly been doing attempts.
How in the world did he survive
His personal
a round 3 rollout with 60 base power? That's bullcrap game.
But on one magical
Seriously?
he dropped it
It's a Tangela. It's not like it's a freaking Salamence or some bullcrap.
off of a 132. It was the first time Zallard
Frick
had
you with
ever
the
hit
troll
melee
at
with
7-speed
his
flyer.
blade.
Honestly,
The
frick
two
you
was
game.
done. Zallard was the new Tyson champion, and Turk only had one untied record to his name. Soda Popinski in 46.48. What was it about this fight that made it stand so long? Why did it outlast Dawn 2 with his absurd random stars? Why did it outlast Macho with the 1 in 500 pattern for the 48? Why did it outlast the 20 frame perfect punches on Mike Tyson? The answer was actually pretty simple. Nobody had any idea how Turk did it. Yeah, while Sinister and Zallard were spending months trying to beat each of Turk's 14 records, this one always just stood in the background. It was like a bad itch they just couldn't scratch. For all of the other 13 records, they at least had a path to beating them.
Yeah, frick you game.
They knew what he
What is
did
this
and they
bullcrap,
knew how
man?
they could improve over it.
Sleep 3 turns in a row? Seriously?
They had no idea.
3 turns.
And since there was no video to go with it, they actually thought it could be a bogus time. Let's look at the fight itself. Beating Soda fast takes advantage of a bizarre glitch-like mechanic. When Soda throws an uppercut, if you press down to block or duck, Soda freezes in place. You're free to hit him in the gut
45
when he does,
accuracy
and the star
sleep
you get from
move,
that punch
and
will
he lands it
automatically
first
knock him
turn,
out
and I'm
with
asleep for
one.
3 turns in a row. That's great. That's my luck right there. That's my luck summarized in one battle.
Soda is also very random. He always starts each phase with 2 hooks, but then he only has a 75% chance of doing the uppercut pattern you need to beat him quickly. He can also randomly delay before the uppercut, with only a 25% chance he does the shortest delay. So you'd counter each of Soda's first 2 hooks, then duck and hope Soda does the fastest uppercut, freeze him in place to get the star, then cancel his next uppercut and use the star to send him down. And if you did that in each phase, your time would be 49 seconds, 3 seconds behind Turk. You couldn't cancel his hooks any faster. You couldn't force a faster pattern. A 46 was just too fast. And so, long after each of Turk's other 13 records were beaten, this one stood, and stood, and stood. And then, McHazard came to the rescue. By early 2015, Zallard was very interested in finally taking Turk's last time down, so he asked McHazard for some help in figuring out how. McHazard pointed out that there were aspects of the tool-assisted speedrun for Soda that could probably be utilized in a real-time run. Namely, getting the frozen punch for a star quicker. The old process was holding down, then waiting for his uppercut, then having him freeze and punch him in the gut. With McHazard's method, you could press down, then assume he does the shortest delay and press B to gut punch, then press down while the punch is going off to freeze him in place. This works to get the star just the same, and it saves about 2 seconds, meaning phases could potentially be just 15 to 16 seconds long. And as it turns out, this is likely the method Turk used to get his time. The problem was, even with this strategy, beating Turk's time would be incredibly tough. You need both uppercuts and the shortest delay for each phase of the fight, which works out to odds of 1 in 151. The execution was tricky too, since the input of gut punching then tapping down was very precise. And what's more, Turk's time of 46.48 was very optimized for this strategy, meaning his execution was probably really tight. But at least Zallard had a strategy now. On January 24th, 2015, he did attempts on Soda, with low expectations given the hard execution and 1 in 151 odds. But on attempt number 8, he was able to get out of phase 1.
15. We got one. Now we just need 2 more in a row. Oh shit. Okay. Alright, Okay,
By some miracle, it had taken Zallard just 8 attempts to get 1 in 150 odds. But this time fell short of Turk by half a second. And as Zallard kept playing, he realized that Turk's 46.48 seemed to have better execution than he could get with the strategy he was doing. A high 46 seemed way more likely than a mid 46. So, he had reached a dead end. But just a few days later, someone found something huge. His name was Jack Wedge, and he had played the game alongside Turk more than a decade prior, at one point holding the Bald Bull 1 world record. But he had come back all these years later to share a new strategy he had just discovered: the screwdriver. After canceling Soda's first 2 hooks, you could hold down a right dodge, then press B and then down to hit him in the gut right as Matt comes back to the center. This right dodge wasted the exact number of frames so that the gut punch hit Soda on the first frame possible to make the strategy work, guaranteeing the fastest phase possible. With this, Zallard knew he had a legitimate shot at beating Turk. He did more attempts to see what he could get, and on January 29th, 2015, he got this.
oh fuck.
Wow. Look at that. All physical moves, anywhere special attacker.
Oh my god, dude. Is that it? Is that it? Holy shit. Holy shit.
When Sinister One started to run this game in 2010, he had no idea what was in store for the future. Matt Turk's records were just too good. To quote himself, they had little to no chance at even sniffing some of those times. Instead, over the next 5 years, this is what the community accomplished.
That's it. That's it. That's it. I just.
Oh my fucking god, dude. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it.
World record. World fucking record, dude. Yes.
Yes! Holy shit, dude! Oh my god.
Yes.
Holy shit. No fucking way. Yes! Holy shit, it's fucking done. It's fucking done, dude. Yes! 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 Fuck yes! 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 Fuck yes! It's over, dude. That's it. That is it.
I'm not crazy right, I saw an exam. Yes, I did.
And with that, all 14 of Matt Turk's legendary times had been tied or beaten. It took half a decade, but thanks to the combined efforts of Adelicott, Jack Wedge, Cananophone, McHazard, Sinister One, and Zallard One, this
So attacker,
task had been
only one special
accomplished.
move. And it's a
In the years since, nearly every world record
And I'm
you've
slow
seen
too.
in this video has been broken. There's been huge advancements in strategy and improvements in execution as well. So, let's jump forward in time.
Alright guys, I'm gonna call it quits there. My luck today has just been garbage, man. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. I don't know what I'm gonna stream next. Maybe I'll do more KAIZO, maybe I'll start a new series, I don't know. Maybe I'll do the last part of Paper Mario. And where I do that like house thing. I'll look into it, I guess. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I'm gonna stop streaming for today. I'll probably stream tomorrow, but we'll see.